We're supposed to open. The princes and princesses of poker have descended upon the King's Casino here in Rozvadov at the Czech Republic. Hello, everyone, and welcome to continuing coverage of the 2023 World Series of Poker Europe. Ali Najad alongside James Dempsey. Very excited to bring you coverage of the final day of the GGMillions. But there were some other coronations that took place here yesterday, James. Let's get to those.
Yes, that's right, Ollie. Of course, we had our Colossus final table taking place on the main stage last night. That one was taken down by Mano Di Nicola of Italy, picking up 200,000 euros and his first golf race, defeating 3,400 plus players, Ollie. Some feat. And then, of course, attention shifted to a slightly smaller field, just over 200 players, but for the much bigger buy, 5K PLO. That one came down to a heads-up match between Omar Elja, who already won a bracelet series, Ollie, winning the 500 PLO. And, of course, is the reigning main event champion right here at King's. He came up against Wing Po Lu for Hong Kong, who did actually manage to stop the full man, taking up 230,000, and, of course, his gold bracelet as well.
Yeah, denying Omar that second title. So then, let's turn our attention to the 600,000 euros, which we're going to be giving away to the winner of this one, courtesy of an 89 entry prize pool. 33 runners remain as we get underway here in the final day of the 25K GGMillions. Let's go.
Beautiful shot of the outside of the King's Resort here in Rozvadov, Czech Republic. And now a beautiful shot of the inside as we begin things here this afternoon. Ali and James with you, giving you a glimpse at all of the various ways in which you can interact with King's Resort and our coverage. Love to hear from you. A warm welcome in particular to those of you soaking up this World Series of Poker Europe on YouTube and on Twitch. There's a look at our feature table to start things off here on the final day. Tim Adams playing under the Canadian banner. Although, James, maybe you were in there in the graphics department just trying to find a British player at the table for you to root for. Is that what we have on our hands?
Ali, we've got the same king. I'm going to leave it like that.
Oh, monarchical.
Also, you said the ways you can interact with kings. I found another way.
The buffet?
Yeah. Specifically the dessert section. Slip fell over, had 2 visits.
Oh, yeah, you're super fan number 1 when it comes to that. No, by the way, the presence of a couple of Swedes here, a lot of talent in terms of poker comes from Scandinavia. This GGMillions, 25,000 euro buy-in final day. And we will be crowning a champ before the day is over. The chip count spread between 65 big blinds and 14. Jonas Hagström has obviously some work to do.
Yeah, a long way to go though, Ali. 500k starting stakes. Everyone at least above that as we're a little bit through day 2. And of course, still a long way from the money. So the big stacks aren't necessarily guaranteed the payday here.
That they aren't. And that money up top going to be 600,000 euros going to the eventual champion. Obviously massive payday. And the turnout has been rather impressive. James, a number of these super high roller regulars making their way up from Monaco, where they were playing a couple of weeks worth of big buy-ins down there. The Triton Super High Roller Series, you and I were there as well, front and center for all of it. The dedication to just finding the biggest tournaments available and participating, in particular as they hunt points toward Player of the Year awards that come with overlays, is unparalleled.
Yeah, and we had this very event, the GGMillions, down there as well. Live edition. Obviously a very popular tournament online in the high roller community. These guys playing it in Monaco, playing it here in Kings, and playing it, well, anywhere this tournament run, it will attract a field. Very, very popular. And a few little wrinkles are they obviously relevant when we get to the final table, but the seat swap feature of the GGMillions is very, very unique system. For those that aren't familiar, you get to the final table, seat draw's done, like random, as per usual, and then the short stack gets to choose where they want to sit. Then the second short stack gets to choose. So you get this weird musical chairs situation going on until the big stack finally has the last choice of where they're going to sit. A game within a game. somewhat. And I've seen some of the guys discussing the strategy. It's like, if you're the second or third best stack, you want to choose like a seat that's not quite the best seat, but is decent, because you don't want the big stack then jumping into your left. You want to encourage them to find a better spot. And
right.
yeah, that's all fun and games to be had later on. For now, they need to get into the money first before they can start thinking about the final table.
Certainly an interesting wrinkle. You see Tamas Adamski of Hungary. There's 65 big blinds at the top. Adams to his left. That's a nice seat for him to be in, as opposed to the right of the talents of the Hungarian. Angelo Kostas, little suited connector, failing to tempt him.
This guy looks Scandinavian.
Schwaderly
I was thinking Hagström, but
laying it down. No, just wasn't suggesting he was the Scandi. Now to Odin.
yeah, Scandis come in all shapes and sizes. Shot clock in play, Ali. 20 seconds pre-flop.
Fairly standard and customary at these echelons of poker.
Yeah, and a contrast to the start of play yesterday, where it maybe would have been quite useful. Yesterday we started on a big bubble. Today, not quite near the money just yet. 25 players remain. I believe 14 paid Ali, so that'll get really... bubble will get really stretched when we break down to the last two tables. 16 players.
You see the raise to 105,000 from the button. Couple of ducks. Flatting from the small.
Yeah, very deep.
Queen 10-6 board. Odin has outflopped.
Yeah, and Adamski not with much option to continue in this part. So you're going to get to see the turn for free. But lots hit that board.
Deuces do have a lot of post-flop visibility, though. Generally, we don't find a lot of attraction for added investment on boards that lack a deuce. Well, now this board no longer lacks a deuce, as two streets of knuckles allow the two outer to roll right off.
Yeah, that's... you saw that flop come down, Queen 10-6. It's against the button raise. You think, okay, I'll just check fold. Ah, checks through, okay. Oh, the turn comes at 7, even worse now. Okay, I'll check fold. Oh, check through. Find it on the end against what you can assume is a very, very mediocre hand that has some showdown value, the way this one's played. So he's gone with the sizing to attack that 2/3 pot. Obviously hearts are a possibility, having peeled from the small. Odin with the ace of hearts, Ali.
Relevant,
Yeah,
as he faces his 225k bet.
Nice fold.
Yeah, resisting the temptation against the chip leader as he seeks to fight clean here and work his way into the final 14 that will be paid. 41,610 euros will be the min cash. That'll be a 3-band cash for 14th, 13th, and 12th. 11th and 10th.
And the Harbos.
45,500. And then we'll have jumps every single payout after that for the entirety of our final table.
$600 beans, Ali.
Fold it around. What's this? Button of Adamski.
Adamski Adams battles could be upon us. And here we go. Adamski has popped it up on the button with that off-suited ace combo. Adams. 2 10s in the small, playing 32 blinds. It'll be a pretty clear 3-bet for him. Nearly 4xing, make it really big, really dissuading his opponent to continue too wide, pardon me, from the button. As you should with range here. Easy pickup. Adam's one of those players, Ali, you suggested travels the world playing the biggest stakes as often as possible.
That he does. You and I are very accustomed to seeing him, and a handful of the other players that still remain in this field. They've really committed themselves to the highest stakes on Earth.
Yeah, I think there's a button that scares him off. Well, we haven't found it yet anyway.
9s now for Odin. Swede makes it 1:05 to go.
Hagstrom. In the big Jack-7 offsuit. Does decide to fold for the additional blind. Got a hand that's right on the border there. Against weak opponents, you can peel. Against the strong ones, you want to fold. Too weak a hand. Turn into any kind of bluff as well. Sometimes you'll see players taking those kind of hands, the ones you don't want to play for calls, and making them raises, but the jack not really blocking anything. Dean coming again, king 10.
Standard 105. Ace 9. Big blind for Schwaderly.
Yeah, he will flick it in from the big blind to defend, as well he should with that ace.
And there is an ace on the flop. 3 wheel cards. Frenchman does knuckle over, and Odin on a board texture such as this could feel very much like it's his board to bet and take it against a wide range of the middling cards that might be in the flat call defense realm.
Yeah, there's so many hands that just check fold this flop that we do bet, I believe, range on this board, and he's gone for 1.5 blinds. Amazing, you go even smaller if it was a rainbow board. Of course, the deuce 3 connects a little bit more with the big blind, but a lot of those off-suited combos down there do fold against under the gun.
Eight on the turn, the product of the check call, followed by another check.
Yeah, second flush draw materializing. Odin just going to give this up at this point. Board pairing 3, certainly something that favours the big blind peel. Trying to deduce whether it's better to go for value himself here, or check and perhaps induce some sort of bluff. Looks like he's going for the former, and there's still lots of hands, Ali, that can call this bet that are worse than an ace. All the pocket pair combos, they would all bet this flop as well, and now face this bet on the missed heart board. The gut shot's missed as well.
Yeah, and even on the occasions where Schwaderly's ace-9 is outkicked by a hand that's looking for pot control on the turn, that 3 rolling off is his card.
Right.
Schwaderly's, that is, so you know you're not going to get raised.
Exactly that. You set the price.
Yep.
For the showdown. Should you be somewhat cold decked. some empty seats at the table, of course, Ali. Will fill up as tables break.
Six-handed action at present.
On the way down
2 raise, 1
towards the
10.
final table.
4 pass. 5.
Tim Adams, he switched flags, Ali. There you go, you got it.
Six pass.
110 to go. 10-4 suited, dominated for Jerry O'Dean, who does have a World Series of Poker bracelet on his resume, by the way.
There we go.
Does O'Dean.
8 pass.
I won't put you on the spot, Ali, and ask what event.
2019 World Series of Poker, event number 80, a $1,500 mixed no-limit hold'em and PLO event.
Okay, fake mix.
It's not a fake mix.
It's a mix I can play,
It's
Ali. It's a
still
fake mix.
Yeah, any mix that you can play obviously is under suspicion. That's for sure.
It's a fix.
2 pass.
I'm not going to indulge in the simple mashup move that you pulled there.
4 pass. 5 pass.
Schwaderly. 8's on the button. We know what's coming.
6 raise, 1
I really hoped he limped there, Ali, just to put you in the
In the I was wrong about what's coming
just
camp.
straight
Well,
off, put you in.
Nice
put
to
you
know.
in error
Nice to know
camp.
we're on the same team in here, James.
Well, I want you to get something wrong first.
O'Dean, by the way, very playable King Jack offsuit.
Going for the 3-bet. I like it. 40 big blinds deep, up against a very wide range. And the button.
1 pass.
3-bet here. Make the hand easy for yourself to play. Take the big blind out of the equation with an offsuit combo. Although there are some arguments for flatting and keeping the big blind in when you've got a hand like King Jack, because usually, if you're sharing a card, you're going to dominate them.
All in.
Wow, Schwarley. Having none of it.
8 pass.
Yeah.
4-bet rip, 40 bigs. Thank you very much.
And that's, when you consider, this is a 25K, James, you know, playing a 40 big blind pot like that pre-flop. Every now and again, we've run into it there. But these guys have plenty of risk tolerance and appetite to varying degrees for some of the variants. I think that's one of the enjoyable aspects of covering, in particular, the super high roller events, James, as we see Costas
5 pass. 6 pass.
taking us upstairs with King 10 offsuit. Is just the varying styles. In spite of the fact that we know fundamentally the vast majority of the fields that we see here are professional players that have the most robust knowledge bases with regard to the game, and yet they don't all necessarily agree entirely about how to go about business. Clearly this is oftentimes just a function of the manner in which they go about it, trying to exploit.
Yeah, and exactly that. Even though everyone plays within the sort of similar framework, there's still divergences within that that we see with the game's elite. Adamski peeled the small. Still has the best of it on 8-7 deuce early, but Angelo certainly with the impetus.
King of Diamonds, 2 overs, position, the betting lead, it's all coming together.
And this is, I'd say slightly fruity from under the gun, but we are playing 6-handed.
75.
So tough for Adamski. I mean, it's reason that he's going to have the best handle on this board, but it's going to be very hard for him to win on a lot of run-outs. Angelo Therefore, with the bet and take, making the better hand fold.
Yep. 6 is really lacking clarity. And even though we know that there are a decent number of occasions on which those 6s are going to be the best hand, it's about how they perform from that point forward out of position, and so comfortably into the muck they've gone. Ace 3 off suit. Schwaderly deems it adequate. Talk to us a little about, James, about this extra 5K. You know, once upon a time, I would see that little north of min and think to myself, what's the purpose? There's no hand that's going to be folding to 105, but calling 100. But that's not the idea behind this extra little tickler.
The only time I ever do it is if the min raise is double with one chip, and I don't want to forget to say raise and get forced to calling. So that's as deep as I get in the problem, Ollie.
Schwaderly aces up as 10-9 has a deep problem. Should be an easy check and fold. And indeed, 80K. Take it, Mr. Schwaderly. Cedric, by the way, 354,000 in career live earnings. Best recorded finish, came 13th in an EPT 10K back in 2021, right here in the Czech Republic, over in Prague.
Get a pillow. Inte lätt att vara 1,56 liksom.
Ollie, when you said back in, I was expecting a few more years to have passed.
Well, look at how young he is. There's not a whole lot of years that you could choose from, my friend. These guys aren't all that long in the tooth, although we've touched on the fact that many of them built their fundamentals playing online and really accelerating their experience as Odin accelerates with ace-queen suited. And Hagstrom, king 8 in the big, obviously defendable.
Yeah. Odin fresh off that 3-bet fold. Looking to recoup. Hagstrom getting pretty short. Just 8 blinds behind, heading to this King Jack 10 flop, Ollie.
The nuts. Top pair with real issues here as the Swedes collide.
Yeah, monstrous. It's so hard to see how Hagstrom's going to get away from this hand at any point. The only saving grace is just how coordinated this board is. Odin having opened from the second seat. But still, we flop top pair with 8 blinds behind. He just decides to check rip it. Knows there's plenty of hands that can call off that are worse.
And Hagstrom's absolutely barbecued right now.
Backdoor diamonds.
Det skulle gå.
Just 8%. And on the turn, the deuce of clubs leaves Jonas Hagstrom drawing dead. He will not be adding to his $469,000 in career tournament earnings in this one. So we'll take the mic back, and Jonas Hagstrom will perhaps take the rest of the day off.
There are options. Continue playing poker today, Ollie.
True.
1K mystery bounty being the perhaps the most obvious.
Perhaps the most entertaining.
They said need 100 players to redraw at 24. 100 entries.
Okay.
A lot of bracelets still left in the field, by the way.
Listen, the players discussing,
Yeah, no.
I believe,
The table needs to break, but I don't know like if that stops it or not.
The conversation was about when the redraw will be, and I think Odin said there was, because there were fewer than 100 players in, it means the redraw's done at the last 16. If there were over 100, they would have done a redraw at 24 as well. Kind of makes sense, because we're not even in the money at 16, so.
Raise 105, 1 pass.
Odin with the same 2 cards. Ace, Queen of Hearts.
Performed quite well a pot ago, setting him up to 2.1 million, 105,000 already put forward from under the gun. Understandably, Adams with these 2 black 9s though.
Yeah, and go 2 ways here.
2 call, 4 pass.
Does flat call.
That's the way I go, Harley, but I'm always scared.
The thing about a spot like this, 25K, as you can see in the top right of your screen, just 24 players remaining, 14 are going to get paid. You want not to end up, you know, in cloudy skies as you're out there. You know, you want VFR flying. You don't want IFR flying. James, of course, pilot's license, can appreciate this. This is in reference to having a license that allows you to...
Or IMC flying even, Harley, if I want to correct you.
Pilot in IMC?
You can fly IFR in VFR conditions, but you certainly can't fly VFR in IMC conditions. We're getting a little bit too deep into
We are getting a bit deep into it. We're a couple of av geeks in the booth here, as this 887 board does not draw a follow-through from Odin. Adams with the overpair. And he understands that Odin could be inducing from time to time with a hand that has 9s beat, but it is textured enough that maybe the overpairs bigger than the 9s would be more inclined to fire.
Yeah, these guys are just so good at balancing the Harley. You
Yeah, they
can't read too much into the check from Odin. He's going to want to continue with a lot of hands, and so just a lot of hands players checks. Certainly a board that I don't think either is particularly nutted on the 887.
So Odin does just keep Adams honest for one street here by check calling that position bet.
Yeah. Adams sees a reasonable turn card here. Your opponent can certainly have hit that king, having check called at hand like ace king. Could have continued as we see the ace queen did. You can be behind still, of course. There's some of those bigger pocket pairs that elect to play this way. A lower frequency, of course. But with the 9s and the 9 of spades particularly, I think it's a pretty clear check back, and that's what Adams has decided to do after a brief pause. Again, I'm sure he was always checking this early, but balancing with time a little bit. Dean getting to the river with ace queen red.
490 in the pot.
There's another Canadian arriving.
Daniel Dvoress in the foreground there.
Dean just not going to try anything here. It's certainly like an option, Ollie, because you don't have too many worse hands, but so you might want to turn this into bluff, but it's just kind of a bad bluff candidate. That was spade. Small pickup, but not insignificant for Adams.
Significant for the rest of the field, though, who obviously doesn't want to contend
Here he is.
with someone like Adams, let alone someone like Dvoress, who, it isn't personal, isn't going to be very welcomed as the new arrival. Dvoress did perform quite well over the Triton Super High Roller Series, winning a title. On his way here to Razvadov. Well respected amongst the high roller community. Rightfully so.
Yeah, of course. No problem.
Do I play? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, those two crushers for sure.
One raise, one turn.
King 8 suited. Early position for Adamski. Goes slightly northbound of the adopted 105 as the open.
He's a big line.
Note Dvoress arriving with 4.1 million in chips. James, this is good for second overall in the field, ahead of Adamski, who was the chip leader prior to that, here at this table.
Yeah. The
What's the race?
big stack's obviously a thing in terms of being able to play more pots, playing deeper. But it's not like having a big stack is relatively big stack. Being covered for Adamski is not too big a deal because we are still quite far from the money. Will become more relevant. James Chen in the mix here as well. Getting dealt 10 deuce on his first foray into the action.
I need to check as well because I just.
That's right.
Not going to be enough for him to defend.
Just catch up a little bit of chat here, Ali. See a question about any Brazilian players in the mix. So before coming on air, we spent a bit of time with one, Ali.
Yeah, Felipe.
A GG man.
Yes, that he is.
Unfortunately, no longer in this event, but he is going to play the 1K mystery bounty. So you may hear from him just yet.
4 plus. Six plus. 2.
There's Taiwan's James Chen. Folded around to his small blind. King 4 suited, that which awaits him.
See how he's passing on the rail. Keen observer.
Yeah, well, I'm part
What he's waiting for? Some PLO game to kick off?
Buried in. He might be playing on his phone. He looks comfortable out there, by the way. Note the feet up on the rail.
That's some serious
When we
spread with
play
the
the
knees
heads
as
up.
well.
Elias Parsonen, by the way. Flexible. He's out there. He's got some yoga on his resume. Who knows?
Keen goal for Ali. Flexibility.
My multi-account.
Big asset in that game.
I have a question.
9-5. Squaring off. Neither player hits a pair on the Jack-10 deuce board. Jerry O'Dean, did you note that when the flop came out, he was looking at James Chen as opposed to out at the board? You'll see some players engage in this just in the interests of finding what would be an involuntary response, a live tell of some sort on their opponent when the flop is dealt.
Every little helps.
7 tricks.
And in turn maybe also preventing their opponent from
Yeah, I know.
doing something of that manner.
Right. If you're the player in
Towards
the
that.
position and you don't look at the board, your opponent can't get a read on you before they act.
Right.
Problem with that is then they can look at you when you do look at the board and
Because you know the
catch you with that. The trick is, Ali, is to look at the board at the same time as them. Snapshot it. Put one eye on the player, one eye on the board. I don't know.
If I ever see that happen from the 9 seat, that's going to be deeply uncomfortable, by the way, up against the 8.
No, not one that's going to make the highlight reel.
I have a question. Give me one of the cards, please. These cards are flawed. They're not mirrored. Like playing cards have to be like you can't tell which side, right? All playing cards are designed so that you can't tell which card is which. All playing cards are. Okay, let's say. Give me one more card. Let's see these card. If I flip one, no matter what happens, you know exactly which card it is. That's why all playing cards are designed to be mirrored on the back. You know what I'm saying, right? These are not. Right? Yes, you can always if there's a card. Let's say I notice. You know what I'm saying?
Now, Demps, I can see that James is concerned about what he's identified as maybe some sort of anomaly with respect to the back of the cards not being mirrored, but if all cards are made the same,
Yeah.
then it's not necessarily relevant, am I right?
Yeah, he's saying that
They're not symmetric?
He's not saying you can tell which the cards are marked in different ways. It's the fact they're not symmetrical. So if you turn a card upside down, you can tell it's upside down, but that shouldn't really affect this.
Correct.
It's actually the exact imperfection that famously won a certain player a lot of money in a London casino that ended up being a rather protracted legal case because they got the dealer to switch the cards around so they could tell which cards were upside down and which weren't. But from the poker point of view, it shouldn't make a difference.
So we do battle on. Obviously, his concerns not shared by the rest of the field, all of whom, by the way, would be very apt to put a pause button on things if there really were some sort of advantage to be gained.
Like, just the attentiveness to notice that.
Yeah, absolutely. Playing for big money.
You look like such a whale.
Such concerns.
Yeah.
Understandable.
That's the sort of thing that would always escape my attention, Ollie.
I don't play big enough for such things to
Oh, you play plenty
usually
big enough.
fall within the realm of my concerns.
Maybe not with cards.
Yeah.
You know, some fashion brand.
You're not wrong.
Like, you know, they're playing cards with their logo, and then they usually screw this up semi-often, but rarely it's like a poker brand.
Yeah, I never thought about it either.
Yeah, we've been dealing with those decks for like quite a while. You're the first one to complain.
Better late than never. I guess it's very rare that it becomes an issue, right?
I mean, one of the ways in which to kind of
if no one like if
alleviate concerns, James, is of course to keep a hand over your card anytime you're in a pot. Some players take issue with this because they are not aware that you're involved. But, you know, I think that's more of a cash game matter where you play a lot of multi-way pots and the action's a bit quicker here. It's a bit less of a concern. You can also cap your cards with a number of different chips that obscure kind of the view.
Yeah, I'm torn on that, exactly as you say, Ollie. You don't want to be the guy that's covering his cards and inducing people to act out of turn. But I think in this kind of situation where you're playing a 25k tournament, everyone's hyper aware of what's going on. No one's going to forget you're in a pot.
Right.
But as you mentioned, it's not that he could tell the difference between the king and the fool from the back. He could just tell if one was turned upside down. So
basically you can track cards.
we're all good.
Yeah,
Carry on.
Sometimes you won't know exactly, but you can know which, like if there are a lot in one direction, you don't know exactly, but you can eliminate it from being like, you know, it can't be that card, or you know, it could be that card. It's still like a big edge.
I might be stupid, but I don't get like what like how can this be used as?
Let's say all the cards are facing one direction.
Yes.
But the ace of spades is facing the other direction.
Okay, so you can manipulate. Like,
no, you can track. You can know, right?
Okay,
because the backs are not symmetrical.
So if you would know that one card is facing. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes
even
sense.
when it's not
they
exactly
basically
one
have, like,
card,
back.
Yeah.
it's maybe like 3 cards, and you at least.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
You just have to know, Ollie, which way it went into the shuffle. I don't know.
108 plus.
Agreed.
Seems unlikely.
Does seem like we may be splitting hairs to an extent.
No. Whatever it is, Chen likes the front side of these two cards, ace-7 of hearts.
That he does. Min raise open from the hijack.
Adams is looking fierce today.
Yeah. Expression on his face. Consistent with that. King 8 suited though, lacks the fierceness to go with it. Now deuces in the big.
100, right?
Does Dvoress usually wear sunglasses at the table? Is that something that's escaped my attention before, Ollie?
You know, I don't remember the last time I saw him wearing them. Obviously it's...
Yeah. Could be just be the lights here, I guess.
Yeah, probably a function of the lights.
You have like 3.5?
No,
Dvoress inquiring.
it was like 3.
They are both very deep. 25k, 50k, playing over 3.5 million deep. And a flop that brings nothing but a lot of hope for Chen. 3 in a row, 3 to a suit. Could seem to do one of two things here. Certainly can check this back, but you can also bet and then apply lots of pressure to the 6x and 5x if he was called in a lot of turns, but he checks back and look at this, Harley. Once again, the innocuous deuce rolls off, but it's anything but.
Looks like such an innocent card.
Every time we tell a hand history, Ollie, it's like, yeah, the term is like a deuce or whatever, you know, like it's not,
right.
it's not relevant to the story. Wow, checks through again. This time an ace on the river. Dvoress going to go for the second attempt at a check raise.
And look at this development as Chen, obviously uninterested in firing, now has hit the ace and Dvoress's third check, which very much is designed to even induce hands that have not connected, brings the bet of 100K at long last. Does complete the clubs. Unclear whether or not Dvoress is going to assign many flushes to Chen's hand. As played, he does block the deuce of clubs as well.
Yeah, I don't think we give him too many flushes the way this one's played out. The good thing about checking this river is your opponent's going to bet with an ace, and they're going to bluff a lot on this card as well. They haven't bluffed to now. Ace is obviously a hand that favours the pre-flop raiser, especially when they check back twice. It looks like they're trying to get ace-side a showdown. So this is actually really grim for Chen when facing this, because this could certainly be a bluff.
Yeah, just designed to target maybe a little greedy lone ace.
He snaps it.
Yeah. Just not giving Dvoress credit as played for being able to produce something better. And that extra 450,000 is sizable.
My favourite thing about that snap, Ollie, this means I don't have to break it down because I have no idea what I was going to do in that spot. So they're horrible, those ones.
Onwards we march.
Never seen you wear shades. Is it the lights?
Huh?
Yeah, they're real bright here.
There you go.
Yeah.
Usually the hat's enough.
Cap shades combo.
Chen licking his wounds a bit. A6 offsuit. Into the muck. Jerry O'Dean, King 7 suited. Up we go to 105. Adams. Ace-8 on the button. Take a pass.
I keep missing when he raises it. Is he throwing in a 100k chip and then one extra chip to not have to talk? I think that's what he's doing. He's doing what I do. Constus. Pretty bad hand. King 4 off. But a bit like the Jack 7 earlier, these are the kind of hands that, well, unlike the Jack 7 earlier, I should say, these are the kind of hands that sometimes players find 3-bet bluffs with, hands you don't want to peel with. Obviously, fold is the norm. But occasionally, you just slip in the odd 3-bet. King X and Ace X. King X slightly better. You can almost see the flop with the Ace X early. Those bad kings don't have a lot of value. Alright, come on, what's Parson not too bad there on the phone? You think playing?
He's buried in that thing, isn't he?
Maybe he's trading.
Doubtful. If he is, he's probably on the other side of my trades.
That's why it's so
he's
happy.
wondering who's the guy that's giving it away here today.
I reckon he's watching golf videos on Instagram.
Here's Adamski. 145,000 in career live earnings.
Yeah, it was a little misleading when you see these 25k events, are we, and the slim pickings in the career live earnings, because you know they're backed up with a whole host of online winnings, especially, let's see, looking at the Hendon mob, you just see the cashes coming in. Little 25k here and there.
An interesting hand if I beat it.
You know they're online crushers.
Yeah, Jack.
Jacks looking to do some crushing of its own from the small blind, and a jam off of 1 point.
The nines. Odin from the first position.
8, raise 120.
Blinds up 30-60. And he comes for 120.
2 plus. 3 plus.
So annoying because I can't like see my cards properly with these, but it's just so bright.
Yep.
Constas. Ace 10 offsuit on the button. We saw him jam the 2 jacks. These
This
under
is-
the gun opens, though,
Yeah.
are supposed to have an ace 10 offsuit in a bad way, so he does get away.
Two
Nice.
things though. I mean, we've seen Odin play quite a high frequency thus far, though, not being particularly out of line. But that ace 10 offsuit does actually suit as one of those really nice hands to be a bit bluff with from the button. You know, just fold, like you say, Ali. It fares pretty poorly against under the gun range.
Certainly.
Chen get to see a flop with 2 wheel cards. Yeah, that ace 10 would fare pretty well on this ace jack 10. As it is, Odin with the best of it. Gut shot, backdoor diamonds, the betting lead, superior range advantage, all of it. Anything he doesn't have is a pair.
Not going to dissuade as the easy check fold from James Chen there.
I'm looking at my favourite slot machine in the background, and I think that jackpot got a hit last night because I'm pretty sure it was around 12,500.
I can't even begin to tell you how disappointed I am with you for A, having a favorite slot machine, and then B, actually remembering what the jackpot was during yesterday's coverage. I mean, this is of deep concern to myself, and I would imagine all the viewers as well, who want to see you maybe avoid such endeavors.
Actually, my favourite slot machine is the Invaders from the planet Moolah.
Are you sure that's not an Atari game cartridge?
Otherwise known as cows in the community. But it's a great game.
The community, James?
Yeah, the slot community.
You mean your support group in the bottom of a local YMCA? Like, what do we?
Because like you're at the World Series, you're on a break, sometimes a protracted break, normally until about midday the next day. And kill some time. Go find some cows to play. Try and battle the Invaders from planet Moolah. Maybe catch the uni cow. See if you can get Grandpa. Grandpa pays alright. Rufus doesn't pay quite as much, but a little easier to get.
For those that are curious as to what James is spouting off about, don't be. Ace 10 deuce and problems for Adamski here. The opener as Odin has top 2 and Thomas in a bad way.
Yeah, he's got his man in really big trouble here. Adamski, just like the hand we saw a moment ago when Odin was the opener, with the big range advantage on this ace 10 deuce rainbow board, actually happens to have it. So a clear bet. Now the question for Odin is whether he over raises here. It's very hard to think of many hands that want to check raise as bluffs. Maybe some of those hands like 4 or 5 of clubs. I think we still just want to play this as a call. And actually, the c-bet's pretty big as well, 185. I think we just call here and let our opponent both barrel as bluffs, but also continue to build the pot for value. If we are going to check raise a hand on this board, Ali, for value, I think it's a set of deuces. We want to unblock the ace-x and the 10x, and particularly the ace-10 combo.
Note, though, that this turn does deliver the nut flush draw to Adamski as Odin
It also
lies in wait.
It also delivers a king, Ali, which is
Right.
the hand you really want your opponent to have on the flop when he bets ace-10
Right.
deuce. You're like, please have ace-king.
Right.
All of a sudden, please have ace-queen. Not surprised to see him check this one back. You want to have some pot control with the nut spades. That makes the most sense.
Oh,
Well,
the counterfeiting king
yeah.
on the end leaves Odin deeply disappointed, and also leaves this pot getting chopped at showdown.
yeah, and Odin has some concern here because Adamski can certainly have king-queen, king-jack as
Right.
played. They
No,
both,
the line is super consistent with something like that.
even some ace-jack, ace-queen that decides to check back turn for pot control. Not as likely, but certainly possible. Adamski just decides to check that one back. He himself can be up against those hands, the king-jacks, the king-queens of the world. And Nadine's face says it all. Had my man in bad shape.
Yeah.
He found the miracle. But at least it wasn't a spade.
Jerry doesn't look thrilled, rightfully.
My name is Slick Donkey. You might be a DJ if you have a favorite slot machine.
I would remove might from that particular piece of input, Donkey, but nevertheless. James and I do have both the Twitch and YouTube chats open, by the way. If you are joining us, say hello. Obviously, love to hear from you and interact throughout the course of the day.
Also, if you've got any Planet Moolah stories, drop them in the chat.
Although recognize
any
that
big spins, you know.
In turn we will be chastising you for...
I haven't looked if they've got invaders from the Planet Moolah here or not. I'll have to have a look on the first break.
You don't. James, you can just not do that as well. That's also an option. Dvoress, a whopping 79 big blinds at the top. The invader from the planet Canada. Late arrival to this feature table.
I'm just going to delve into my camera library here, see if I can find any good Planet Moolah successes.
Ace-10 suited now for James Chen, folded around to his button. $120K. Min raise with the blinds at 30 and 60.
All right, fine, Ali, we'll talk poker.
Jack 9 offsuit will defend. No, the boys are roughly level in terms of chips.
Ooh, not anymore.
Jack 6, Adamski with the trips.
Yeah, and these are the spots again. Chen just has the betting lead, has the button, has an advantage on this Jack 6 board against a wide range. But if you do want to check some hands back, then you know the really good ace highs with a backdoor flush draw. Do slip into that, but he's going to go for the bet. Makes the most sense. Goes very small as well. One blind. I like it. You're not worried about getting called here. You can keep some weaker hands in. You make your hand a little bit easier to play on later streets. See if Adamski comes for the check raise against small sizing. That makes most sense, and that's what he's done.
Official tally, 350,000.
This is the problem with these small, with a tiny C bet like this, on a board where you're supposed to bet close to 100% of the time. You have to stick around with some pretty mediocre holdings, and I think ace-10 high with backdoor spades fits the bill, but just means the turns become very, very difficult if your opponent continues to apply pressure. Especially when there's some obvious bluffs in there, Ali. Some bad club draws, perhaps. Fun one brewing.
Oh, and this is a trouble card for Chen. Obviously, interacting with the Jack of Spades had a lot to do with the call of the check raise, and now suddenly he's got the kind of card that could keep him invested. There's no club. He may not buy that Adamski would play this one as a check raise with the Jack all that often. Maybe there's some middling pairs between the Jack, or the 10 and the 6, rather, that he simply flatted from the big with.
Yeah, such a... What rates to be a great card for Chen, but in reality, it's an awful one. Adamski sees 1 million in the pot. So he's going for a little over half. Sizing this put up nicely. Although with Jack 9 particularly, I'm not sure necessarily always want to go for all of it on the end. Be beaten by plenty of better jacks. But certainly he wants to make Chen fold some club cards here.
Chen's also thinking about the progression, right? I mean, he calls the 650. All of a sudden, we're staring at 2.35 in the middle, and the sub-1 SPR realm.
Yeah, but it's just so hard for Adamski to fire a third bullet here as a bluff, because Chen just has a lot of the Jack X himself has played.
So
And this
call.
Which makes it hard for Adamski to even go big for value here, or even go for value potentially. He may decide to play as a check call instead. Different if he had Ace Jack, or King Jack, or Jack 9. Especially now that 8's come as well. You know, you could be up against a Jack 8 suited that's just binked. By a Jack 8 suited, I mean Jack 8 heart specifically, but it's one strong hand you were beating. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see that. Chen will be very happy to check it back. And we'll feel pretty good that he's going to have the best hand a lot.
Yep. Adamski doesn't go for value on that third street. James, you're okay with it though?
Yeah.
Seems you're not worried about meat having been left on the bone?
No, you just, if you get called, you're sort of from behind the third bullet. And you want to still have some strong hands you check call with after check raising and betting.
Sure. Never know, you might pick up a bet out of an inferior holding in position that is unimproved.
I think perfectly played by both. I expect to say that a lot today in this field.
Yeah, there's no question about that. Getting a sense in that one perhaps as to why it is that Adamski finds himself toward the top of the leaderboard.
Schwadley, Queen 9 suited from the hijack. Newly enriched and Adamski in the small.
Does flat for the extra 95 with the 2 7s.
Adams with an option here.
Ace 9 offsuit. And he decides price is right. Coming along and bringing the pot to 435,000. A bit of a rare three-way affair. Ace Queen 3 Rainbow. Adams out flopping the boys. And Schwaderly with a couple of girls. 2 checks in front of him.
Yeah, I think that has to have some concern. From the small blind peel, does get to have some ace-x, not a lot, but also better queens and decent frequency, so no surprise to see this one check back. And it's not like you don't have an ace when you check back in a three-way board, Ali. It's a little different. If this was heads up, it would be a bit weird to check back, but three-way, you can still have some strength. And look at that turn!
7 of spades. Adamski.
Every time it comes,
Promptly rewarded. Yeah, the set on the turn has been a theme. One time on the river, but
the innocuous card.
Yeah,
the card doesn't interfere with the board.
And now for Adams, he's going to start to question
Big bet as well.
how often this flat, small lead turn line after a round of checks on the flop is going to be associated with something that has ace 9 beat.
Yeah, especially if you look at the size he's gone on. A very dry board. No flush draws. But, what, 325 into just over 400. Certainly concerning.
No question.
I should save Schwadley, of course. Big bet in front, and a call. There's a queen, very unlikely to be good. Oh, 8 completes nothing. I think Adamski's got a very good idea that Adams has a hand right around where he is.
Right after I got here.
Not a lot else makes sense. Could even have a 2-pair hand as played. So may just go really big here.
No, just saying. Played my 2 worst hands in the tournament. Just played here.
Yeah. My track record on TV tables are.
Yeah, reaching for the brown stuff and
don't go any bigger than that. The all
asking, yeah, for all 1.5 million of Adams chips back, and the polarization of this sizing not lost on Tim.
Yeah.
But there was no flush draw on the turn. Really, we don't expect an inside straight draw to Broadway or a 7-high straight to be behaving in this way, let alone the ladder to have flatted from the small. So we're left questioning.
Well, I mean,
What's the foot?
Adamski could have a hand like
4-5.
Jack. Maybe could have a hand like King Jack, calling from the small, King 10, and just deciding to go big and then jam against the Adams Ranger. It's a little bit more concerning against Adams because he's peeled from the big. He does have, of the players in the pot, the more 2-pair combos. He gets to have the Ace 3, the Queen 3 suited, Queen 7 suited, 7-3 suited. So he may get away from this. It's not like he's calling with a Queen on the turn, so these are his weakest hands he has on the turn, is the Ace.
So a time extension used by Tim Adams, but he does preserve his tournament courtesy of a fold with the worst hand.
Yeah, I wonder if that's actually almost, that might actually be the best hand, the best 1-pair hand for him to call with actually with the Ace 9, because he unblocks the gut shots. Yeah,
King 10, King Jack.
And the Jack 10s, yeah. So that may be the best 1-pair hand for him to actually call with, but he swiftly folds. I think he just feels he doesn't have that many.
Did it get even brighter?
Like he has enough 2-pair to call. I don't know. Interesting.
Am I just like losing my mind? I think
It's going to be something player specific here as well, of course. We was talking about these hands in isolation, but poker's not played that way.
Like I look back at the table, it's brighter. It's really kind of giving me a headache.
It's worth noting his opponent could have had 3s, could have had 7s, could have even had maybe Ace Queen, Ace 7 suited as played.
Ace 4 suited for Cedric Schwaderly. Deliberates in the face of the min-raise open by the Ace 10. Now Chen, who is well off of his high water mark here at this feature table. 7-8 suited. I like to see that, by the way, from him. You know, sometimes we're a bit frustrated. We look down at something like that and think, okay, let me get in there. Sort of cash game mentalities, more so.
I can see the illness coming out of you.
Yeah.
They can make a straight and a flush.
Then a deuce offsuit. Obviously not a candidate for Dvoress. Constas will pick up a free orbit's worth of chips there. By and large, limited amounts of carnage thus far here at the feature table in this 25,000 euro buy-in GGMillions event. We will play down to an eventual champion. Ali Najad, James Dempsey, happy to have you with us, be it on Twitch or YouTube. Give us a like and a subscribe if you're enjoying what we have on offer. Price is right.
We've had some medium level skirmishes.
Sure.
James Chen's been on the wrong side of a couple of them. Speaking of James Chen.
Mystery holding here. Cards not scanned. And there it is. Ace 10. Queen Jack. Deemed inadequate. Dvoress out from behind the shades, by the way.
Maybe the cap's doing enough.
Yeah.
I'm a cap guy in these spots rather than a shades, Ali.
Thank you for that, James.
Oh, I knew you were wondering.
Inquiring minds obviously really wanted to know. Let us know if you felt like you needed to hear from James with respect to the cap or the shades in the chat. I think a resounding cacophony of no's will be flooding the text box soon, James?
Well, in case you're wondering as well, I go with neither when I'm playing cows. It's just max volume.
I would wear as much to cover your face and the shame associated with sitting there in front of that machine as possible, James. 9-5-5, 2 clubs here, ace high. The best of it.
165.
I'm going to take you for a cow session one day.
No, no, you're not. You think you are. But you are not.
We'll see. Not all cows are the same as well. There's different iterations of the machine, so you've got to be. Go
James,
cow.
make it stop. James, please.
185.
Oh, hello.
Oh, look
Oh.
at this.
He's smelling some blood in the water, Ali.
A bit of hot sauce. Not something I think I'm typically accustomed to when out there at a Greek restaurant, but yet this is the dish being served.
Yeah, and a real tough spot for Chen. Last time he had ace 10, he called one of these check raises. All went wrong. This one's a little different, of course. 9-5-5 doesn't have any back doors, but is sticking around. Wow,
That he is.
he's having none of it. That's incredible, because I think a lot of players, Ali, would be, well, I've just lost one big pot, I've lost another big pot, and now here's a chance for me just to fold this one and save face. You know, I've got ace high, it's no big shakes. Just reassess.
This time he's right though.
Yeah.
The ace high is good, and let's see whether or not Constance, after taking a line that was, you know, designed to shed those 2 overcards with just dust, is willing to walk away from the attempt at larceny on the flop.
Tough. Some of Chen's continues are going to be spade draws via the back draw and the clubs through the front. Also, see with all the overpairs he could have. So does just decide to give up. Chen, for his part, probably going to check this back, Ali, and then even still turn his hand to a bluff on some rivers, if need be. He may be putting his opponent on a potential 9. Ah, okay.
Now we're going to feel a little more comfy about things as we saw Constance hit the brakes.
You say that, Ali, but this keeps happening to Chen. He keeps finding the really good card. He's going to be like, if I bet this, am I going to get check raised again?
Well, I don't know whether or not he's going to bet it, but certainly he's a
we're
caller.
betting. We're betting if check 2, for sure this time.
Well, the action's not on James, and
No.
let's see, given the check back, whether or not Constance is going to barrel. I think a club would be a far more pleasing development, although he unblocks clubs.
I was going very small. Just trying to make the missed clubs fold. Yeah. 175 minus 700. Just really making a really cheap bluff.
Well, keeping them inexpensive obviously is one path forward, but you want to keep them effective as well. And
Yeah, he's just trying. He's not trying to make him fold any big hand. He's trying to make him fold to non-pair hands. Chen, though, believe the hand that really wants to raise. But let's see, because he has been bitten twice.
450.
He does find the raise, though. I'm very impressed that he hasn't shrunk under the recent pressure.
yeah, you can get a bit gun-shy out there when things haven't gone your way. There's no question about that. So credit to him for finding this proper raise.
Yeah, Constance gave it a go. It's going to be
Easy release in the face of the raise for Angelo.
So you've got the old Dvoress profile up there, Ali. That's quite a lot of money he's won in his life.
Yeah, no kidding, but let's not give it away because, as you know,
Oh, there we go. I nearly
we
did.
have things to give away,
Okay.
namely codes to be entered into a raffle for a number of different prizes coming from the King's merchandise shop.
For you, it's also not bad, right?
A giveaway will be
Oh, I love it.
taking place.
Getting
Well, nothing against the
Later on.
King's merchandise shop, Ali, but there are some far richer prizes in the mix
Super
there.
happy just like getting contact.
But if we have
You must be
more
referring to the payouts here
like if we have
in the
like 2
25K?
hours, I would just do the same thing that we did in Monaco, where we would just
Yeah.
like
Damn ski.
alternate playing.
in the running for one of those big prizes, and he has one of those big hands.
Giveaway results, by the way, going to be announced during a special stream on November 12th.
Ooh.
So still some time to get involved, as Adamski has, with these two kings raised to 130,000. Dvoress, playable kit, suited one gapper on the button, especially against the later position raiser. Would be troublesome, as we can see.
Yeah, plenty of hands just to take a flop with. Lovely position, as you mentioned. Oh, wow! Holy!
Aces for Schwaderly. James has actually physically turned away from the screen here in the booth, as
I'm blaming you. You sort of mentioned there hadn't been anything big clash-wise yet, and here we are, hand 25 of the day, the coldest deck you can have.
And this is a couple of locomotives on the same track, heading towards one another. 3-bet to 680,000, and the thing about it is, James, that Dvoress's flat is going to range this into looking like a squeeze, and certainly when we have two kings, it's not as though we're worried about aces from the vast majority of the 3-bets, even independent of that.
Yeah.
But you wonder how Adamski's going to respond.
Well, given everything you just said, Ali, I think I give my opponent a lot of bluffs here, and therefore probably just play this as a flat. Extend the rope. I'm going to have position against them. It's very unlikely Dvoress continues.
But at this sizing of 680, there is something to be said for just ripping over and just getting the hand over with, is there not?
Well, I think that's what he's done. He has just 4-bet ripped.
Not all of it. 295K back.
Oh, well,
he's going to be sick, though. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be absolutely sick. As Schwaderly says all in.
It's a face he feels guilty for having the double aces in this spot.
I mean, what is this? Absolute lunacy. Aces, kings in the 25K.
It's more like
and we're not in the money. 21 remaining.
110 big blind pot.
How much do we have?
Madness. This will be good for the overall tournament lead here. Queen 8-3. Hearts lurking, but the aces poised to become our new chip leader. See, on the turn, no heart, so it is the lone two kings remaining in the deck that Schwaderly needs to fade, and he's done it.
Oh, well, well.
Bon appetit, monsieur. These two aces.
That's mad.
I mean,
I feel bad for Adamski. I mean,
he got the wrong end of the baguette.
there's no wrong end of a baguette, Ali.
Not for you, perhaps.
I'll take either end. Meet you in the middle. Well, probably closer to your side, to be honest.
If we start at the same time, yeah.
Why can't I think of the film now?
Lady in the Tramp
Thank
is
you.
what you're looking for, James. And perhaps
Would you be the lady?
No, James. No. I'm more of a tramp.
The tramp from the tramp, perhaps. Send a baguette back here if anyone's in the building listening.
Man, you really got a feel for Thomas Adamski
My call against
in this one.
Just
Just nothing you can do, really.
It's just he's obviously play great. I mean, I say play great. Everyone's thinking, well, he flop trips with Jack 9. It's not hard, but the way he played it was good. He seems to be in control of everything, and then it's just one of these stupid spots in poker. You just have to give your opponent loads of chips.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do.
Yeah.
So much luck in this game.
Obviously, you know, this is the debate oftentimes. You know, you see a pot like that, and that's what you're thinking to yourself, you know. This is silly, this is all luck, poker's dumb, when you're on the receiving end of it, but, you know,
no, it was the literal
spots like that, supposed to break even over time.
Yeah,
nothing even about that one, though.
When I see those, I'll lead the way I settle myself in my mind is whichever side of that I'm on. I think of it as I've just won a flip. Because the hands just play themselves. So it doesn't matter that if I have the aces, I was 80-20. I wasn't really 80-20 because it was 50-50 which those two hands I had. And that helps when you then, if you then lose when you have the aces in those spots. You're like, oh.
But I think the
We
flop
just
was,
got dealt in a situation.
I forget. Anyways, I just remember being like.
Yeah, and then you check called, and then you're like, this guy just has kings, right? Or aces, and I'm like, yeah. And then you're like, I'm gonna go all in. And I'm like, yeah.
Poker was fun back then.
I did notice actually, Ollie, on day one of this tournament yesterday, walking through the field, that Dvoress and Adams were sat next to each other. Here they are again, getting deeper.
Good friends.
Yeah. Not just because they're Canadian, Ollie. Because they're crushers who play the biggest tournaments every corner of the planet.
You're right about that.
They might clock up more miles than you.
Yeah.
You're also right about that.
Although,
I'm not at
probably
every
fly-
tournament. It
they-
feels like they.
they probably fly a little bit more directly than you do.
Depends. I can be a bit circuitous.
Yeah, I think maybe you might get them on miles, but not on trips done. Shwadley. With all the wealth at this table, great position to be in with 21 left, and we know 14 paid. Still plenty of time to get through that bubble, but having a big stack at this stage is so advantageous.
8-5-4. Wheel Gutty for Schwaderly. Blind versus blind. Chen with the gut shot. Has it checked over.
Alright, a little over half on a coordinated board against that limp check. It's funny, Schwadley feels so much more comfortable if this was smaller sizing, but I think still with plenty of hand to be going with ace high. Go shot to the wheel. And even that, all three of spades working a
Sure.
couple of percent.
Check call of 100,000. Board pairing 8. Brings 2 tones
Winning at what?
to the board.
Yeah, I think Chen haven't gone that slightly larger sizing on the flop. Means he can give up with a few more hands on the turn here. And this is one he's going to choose to do that with. He's not expecting like the king high, no interaction with the boards to
How
continue.
about a jack on the end?
All right, he deserves a little bit, Ollie.
I mean, he also like he obviously.
Schwadley got aces v kings. Come on.
But like in the beginning, it was just.
You keep giving him these like spots where you want to bet, but you know, check
Right.
raise makes you throw up.
Right.
This is just constant. In golf, Ollie, they say that if you mess up a shot, lo and behold, within the next couple of holes, the golf gods manage to give you the same shot again. It plays in your mind. This feels
Yeah.
very similar to that.
Yeah.
Oh, you missed that little 5-footer, slightly right
Yeah.
to left. Have another go, the next hole.
Well, he has found 165k sizing
Yeah,
here.
he could. Yes.
Spades are plausible. Schwaderly does block one. Might be wondering whether or not a 4 or a 5 would be heard from on
Yeah, it's
this
unlikely.
river. And remember the turn, Chen, with the check back. So curiosity could get the
Yeah.
better of Cedric, and obviously he's got the chips with which to call, so he does pay off. Nice for James Chen.
Yeah, exactly that, Ollie. Doesn't think of 5 or 4 bets. Doesn't think he has an 8 because he checked back on the 2-spade 2-heart turn. But I'm not sure if I call that, given that the sizing on the flop was slightly larger, dissuades me from having those just weak overcard combos.
Certainly.
Where he just literally has everything because he always checks it twice or whatever.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess if the flop bet had been a little bit larger still, then I definitely would have thought maybe it still
But I was just like, one of these.
fits into a cool bet.
Why are you fold? Like,
Cedric,
this is the
over 100 blinds.
He has nothing to the value.
It's funny, Ollie, there's 21 left now. It's going to take us a long time to get to 14. Money bubble in a 25k buy-in tournament. Wayne Smith over on YouTube.
Raise 125.
I hear you, pal.
2 pass.
Says we got 1,100 plus people watching and only 45 likes. Doesn't seem fair.
No, that's not right.
Here's how it works, guys. You like it, the algorithm does its stuff, it gets pushed. More and more people who like poker, more and more people come watch, and there's more reason for us to keep creating these contents, these streams. There'll be more and more of them.
And there's 2 reasons for Dvoress to be getting involved here. Both of them 9s, as he flats the Adamski open, ace-king under the gun. Dvoress mindful of that positioning.
1.5.
1.5. Thank you.
Now, to remind me, how much does it cost to like a stream on YouTube?
Absolutely free of charge.
Oh, that's a good price.
So, you know, we give you the stream for free. Give us the like for free. Odin. Looked like maybe he was going to join the party for a second. Does get out of there, though. And a king in the window, coupled with an ace, and this board texture should make things easy in terms of a Dvoress release.
Yeah, I wonder if Adamski... I mean, I'm pretty sure we're going to bet with ace-king, but he does get to have some checks on ace-king 10 against the mid-position peel. Both players are supposed to be concerned on this board that they're having both the nuts and some 2-pair combos.
Sure.
We'll see Adamski gets to have ace-king and kings and aces.
160.
So I bet we'll get this done. Fortunately for Dvoress, not the flop he's looking for. Right, smile. I saw some hearts fly up the screen, Ollie. We got some likes.
One of my
That's good.
favorite moments
We appreciate them.
was in Cyprus.
Pleased to see it.
We had just finished. We were on. Yeah, we had just finished playing 50k short deck, which we played. And
I wonder how many likes we need to get you playing the slot machine in the background on the
I
break.
can't
Not
remember
gonna
if it
happen.
was like a late dinner break or we were just in the food area after.
Definitely not going to happen.
Set a number.
He's like,
That's
Give us
just-
something to shoot for.
I'm not that
"Do
guy.
you think
You know what I mean?
goodbye, three?"
Slots, James. Be serious with yourself. Jack 10 off suit. Perhaps a bit too far up front.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, Ollie, all right.
Dvoress showing us that such kit can be ridden from early position into prompt success.
Yep.
At that.
And I'm just like thinking, that explains a lot about the last couple of days we played.
Daniel hasn't made a whole lot of noise since arriving here at this feature. Largely content to sit back, although, you know, picking a spot there.
To turn that set of deuces. Take a
Yeah.
chunk out of Chen.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right, other than that. Just playing the cards as they come.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, Ollie, you go back 10 years, people used to think, oh, the guys who play the cards just as they come are the... Not the guys who can win. You need the flair players, the ones who step out of line the most. Now,
Are we still on the?
we praise the guys who play the cards as they come, and the flair players are the spots.
Yeah. That we do.
Adams facing just over the min, 4-3 offsuit. Clock catching his attention, down to 19 players. Here's one of those stacks that's starting to think about, how do I navigate to the money? Do I have to start folding slightly tighter these kind of hands? I think 4-3 off was getting folded anyway, but yeah, the bottom of the range now finds folds.
You got a trivia question for the fans out there, James?
Well, I thought you had one queued up. And then you got... Your mind went elsewhere.
I do have one queued up. I was going to let you go first.
Oh.
Oh, no. if you're passing.
I'll have to check it on over to you.
Okay.
Go to my time bank. Might be slot machine related or not.
I mean, I would prefer it not to be slot machine related.
Okay, then I'll have to pass for now.
Let's see whether or not Adams has got pass on his mind. 9-6 offsuit from the small. Yeah, lets it go.
Just the fact that Dvoress has got a lot of chips behind him, and
Sure.
we're not miles from the money.
Blinds up to 40 and 80,000, it sounds like, and we will take our first opportunity to issue a trivia quiz.
All right.
Now, just want to remind you that winners of these quizzes can only come from our Twitch chat. That's because it's the only platform on which we are able to reach out to you as a viewer, so as to make arrangements to provide you with a code to enter a raffle for a giveaway that will include a number of delightful prizes. I believe we have iPhone 15 Pros, is that right? If I'm not
Visit to the
mistaken.
Shisha Lounge.
We've got the PlayStation 5 with
There
a couple
we
of
go.
controllers, AirPods Pro 2,
AirPods.
multi-stay nights here at the King's Resort,
Whatever
King's
you-
Shop vouchers, a
Whatever
whole
you-
host of things. November 12th is when we're going to give away a total of 35 prizes.
It's my mum's birthday the day before, so if you win and you feel like picking the prize on down to me, I can pass it on to her.
I don't think your
Thanks.
mom plays PlayStation. James, does she? Adamski,
Presumptuous.
not playing here with the Ace King, 3-betting to 430,000. From the cutoff over the top of the Chen raise. Adams.
Right.
Let's go
Hang on
with
a
the Queen
second.
10.
Raise to. This is a bit peculiar. Chen's gone for the 2.5 raise, and Adamski's clicked it. Is that right?
By the looks of it,
How much is
not a
Taiwan?
bare minimum.
8 total.
1.8.
Total.
This is. Chen's been min raising or thereabouts. Was making it 125 at the 60 blind level. So it's curious that he's gone 2.5x. Maybe from +1, just has a tighter range and therefore wants to play for more.
30, right?
But this 3-bet size is very small, Ali. 200 up to 430, meaning that Chen feels he's compelled to call for the extra 230 and try and catch a piece of this. I'm a bit lost, but Adamski isn't. He's found the ace-high board, but the Queen 10 behind is going to be some cause for concern.
Chen obviously nowhere in the neighborhood here as he did swing the bat, trying to make up a set heads up. Should be an easy release. I don't think Adamski's obligated to bet on this texture.
Right.
He could just try to induce on the turn. He's got the ace of spades working and the gutter, but you know, maybe define our hand a little bit.
Yeah, it's just one of those boards that, okay, we hit a lot, but so does our opponent having to raise from +1 and call the 3-bet. Sometimes you see some pot control there. I wonder if there anyone in that pot may have missized. Confusing.
So, just one barrel. All it takes.
Low.
Clover's calling out to me, Ali. I'm doing it on the break.
No, come on, don't be that guy. Stop, please. Everyone's begging of you. Keep your money in your pocket.
I was going to borrow money off you.
I've got a lot less of it these days, James, than I did about 72 hours ago.
I see the chat saying, I hear Martin in the background. Right, Kabrhel. Kabrhel even. He's usually quite boisterous at the tables, Ollie. You can hear him as well.
Bit surprising that we wouldn't have picked Martin's table to be at the feature, but in the spirit of fair play, table chosen at random to be up there on the feature, in particular in these high rollers, smaller fields. Obviously some could perceive there to be a disadvantage to having their cards accessible on a delay to the opposition, and so you don't want to pick on a table that maybe is, you know, replete with some of the bigger personalities in the room. And how about this for big? Constance with the ace-5, just ripping it in there, a little north of 10 bigs. Happy to just take it.
Did you get an answer to if we continue playing after break?
Didn't get a confirmation.
Like when you walked there?
Probably.
Probably, yeah, because we're at 16 if we're not there yet.
Yeah, I don't think they're chaining us.
Yeah, we.
Another table and then redrawing.
Yeah.
Sounds like.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're
For the first giveaway,
get there before.
Yeah, maybe.
I ask those of you streaming us live on Twitch who has the biggest number of.
Okay. Send it to someone and then.
Well, I'm not going to say number of, but who's got the highest total live earnings at this featured table over the course of their career, and how much is it?
Ooh.
Should come in quick. By the way, YouTube chat, not eligible here.
So you need the name.
Twitch chat, we need the name and the number.
Name and the number.
Highest career cash tally. Of these 7.
No Dwyer on the feature table. He played the hand completely normal.
Looks like we've got a winner, and he was the first to respond, but we need the number as well.
Like shallow.
How accurate is that to be the number, Ollie?
Yeah.
What's that?
How accurate do we need to be with the number?
Yeah.
How accurate?
Can't just,
exact number?
you know.
To the dollar?
Check the river, cause like
the nearest milli?
Preferably. Why not?
I think.
What's wrong with that?
Lost so straight.
I see some in there with the right answer and the right number.
She was fuming.
To the dollar.
On YouTube, unfortunately, is where we're getting that response, isn't it? Oh no, wait a minute. It is on Twitch.
Guys, we switched the chat around on the screen for Ali today, and it's thrown him.
So, congrats to Ralphie. $37,705,303 over the course of Tim Adams' career. That is what he has managed to compile. How about we follow it up real quick with who's got the fewest, the smallest career total here, and not because we're looking to throw any shade at that individual, but highlight just how big it would be to cash in this one, and the number on that as well.
Well, we're losing a player. Balancing efforts.
Yeah, high carding. And it looks like James Chen is going to be packing his things, being moved elsewhere in the room.
It's not just the next big blind. I wonder why that's done differently. Usually it'd be the next big blind.
This one's yours, right?
The one to the right, yes.
Thank you.
Good luck.
So the play with the least live earnings thus far in their
Yeah,
career.
for another code. Congrats to Ralphie for getting Tim Adams correct with the highest tally. But who has the smallest in terms of career cashes?
I need the number again.
And the number as well, of course.
Okay.
Gotta get there both ways.
Time for the high and the low.
Mm-hmm.
Just the players, not the commentators, right?
Yeah. Otherwise, the clear answer would be yours truly. But, you know, you gotta play to lose.
It's true. We should count your cash game turnover.
I don't know that that's something that can be tracked. And I wouldn't go with the honor system on that. I got my books, though. We're doing all right.
Oh,
No
yeah?
losing years. This was the first summer I'd actually ever ended up in the red.
Well,
World Series cash games.
I remember talking to you in the summer. I think you took a break from your game, which is...
Yeah.
It takes a lot for you to realise that you should be taking a break. I
Yeah.
feel like
Yeah, I've got
most people probably have a little early warning. You're
high thresholds.
the kind of guy who wants to play through the pain.
That I do.
Schwadley. Nice queen. And it's done some damage today. Anyone got there yet?
Not the smallest ever cash, guys, but just the lowest career tournament earnings here at this feature table is what we're after. Don't see a correct answer.
Oh. There's still time. I can get into my other account.
You're not eligible, James.
It's not fair.
Nothing of any interest so far. Queen 8 suited. Candidate perhaps out of the hijack under normal circumstances, but note stack depth dwindling for Constance. Let's see whether or not he's going to have an appetite for it.
$160?
4 raise 160.
And Constance just trying to get one through from the hijack here. Off the short stack. I think may well meet some resistance from Schwadley, although
6 go.
Constance has been pretty snug up to now. Yeah, Schwadley can continue with a cool. Kind of nice with this holding Ollie, King Queen, because you do want to keep him in if he's open with a hand like Queen Jack or King 10. You can flop best. You've got position anyway.
And you've got the opener's queen in bad shape.
Yeah, I don't think he's expecting to be opening quite as wide as this. But he is dominating. Has position, has the covering stack. All three good things.
Ace 9-3 and a couple of hearts out there. No spade. And out of position here against the flat caller. Let's see if Constance is willing to take chances with sub 10 big blinds back against chip leader. So uncomfortable, and you can't necessarily blame him for this check here.
Yeah.
Not no pair for Schwaderly.
Check doesn't mean you've given up
Yeah,
on
not at all.
winning the pot with aggression. There's going to be some hands he hates to bet with.
Mhm.
Jacks, queens, kings. He's been trapped with some ace X because he only has 785 back with 520 in the middle. So it's not like he can't get in over 2 streets. Let's see if he goes for a delayed C-bet.
Five of spades. Not supposed to be related to either of these holdings.
Check once more. May I go for double delayed?
Schwaderly checking back. Ace pairs on the river. And how many worlds are there in which Constance feels like queen high is going to have any showdown value? And if he doesn't, then maybe a reason to fire? Something like 6s or 7s, 8s. Yeah, reaching for chips.
Love it. Love it. Double delayed. He just looks like he's got, you know, 10s, jacks, something like that.
Better than king queen. Feels that way, especially when you consider that you can leverage just how lean your stack is to make this bet feel like it's got more weight than it does.
This is so smart. He's just trying to make the better queens and the king X fold. Put a bit of pressure perhaps on a hand like 7s or 8s. Nicely done. I'm just getting a little word through your grapevine, Marley, about Constus, because we were looking on the Ender mob and obviously we hadn't found ourselves with the right profile. But I thought there was something about this man that looked familiar, and a mutual friend of both of us has texted me to remind me that this is the man who won a really big event, Party Poker Live Millions in Nottingham back a few years ago, that I actually did the commentary on. And that's why he looks slightly familiar to me.
Okay.
A man who very much impressed me that day, being Alex Foxon, heads up.
Wow. So perhaps his profile not available to us?
Yeah, I guess that's the case.
Do want to congratulate ADR, by the way. 80R80R for getting Thomas Adamski as the correct smallest career tournament earnings total listed on Hen Mob, 145,532. As we give you a look at what else is coming your way here at this WSOPE, 2 straight days of Yo Viral Cash games right here, 17:30 local time. And of course, we'll have that 50K.
Break time, Ali.
A day after that. So James and I are going to step aside. We will resume coverage in just a few moments, 20 minutes to be exact. Go grab a snack, grab a drink, do what you got to do, and of course, come back and see us as we march forward in the 25K GG Millions.
Kings.
Raise 120.
Usually you play Omaha. Amateur poker player. That means you are dangerous.
To make it even worse than the tournament.
Yeah, but you are doing very well in tournament yellow. Yeah? Could be better, eh? Could be better.
I'm actually might have a problem tomorrow.
You
take 2 or
yeah.
So I might have to
You
move the
are too
table.
good. You're too good.
Yeah, I have to move the table.
1 point. Yeah.
So I don't know. If I'm here, it's fucked. I have to run all the way down there. Fuck. Back here.
Yeah, and it's important to note there, when we do have eliminations, we are trying to get the players to have as many interviews after their bust out as possible. So bear that in mind. If you see one of your favourite players getting eliminated or whatever the case may be, chances are it's going to cut to an interview from time to time. It's nice to be aware of that before it happens. Cito going to raise to 175 with the ace 9, 9, 6 from the cutoff.
9 against ace queen 8 6.
And look, Pliashko is all in by default here, Alan, with the ace queen 8 6. Again, you might need 2 questions.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll keep in mind as long as you're writing down that stuff, bro. I got you covered.
And this one is 50-50 as well, as we see the flop of Jack 10-3. Pliashko, the favourite to remain in this tournament, as we see the turn.
Of course,
wow, nice.
Whoa!
It's for you, royal flush, bro. You just made the royal flush.
Not something we see every day. The royal flush.
Indeed.
Sit back down, Pliashko. He's probably raging that he only has 200k there after getting such a massive hand.
Indeed.
But better than being knocked out.
Oh,
Yeah. What would you do with your winnings if you won WSOP main event?
I put it all into Bitcoin.
Into Bitcoin, wow. So you do a lot of crypto?
Yeah. No, only Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the only thing. Yeah. The house.
A house?
Invest it for the house.
Okay, the whole million.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice house. What would you buy?
No, I think it's money in my bankroll and play other tournament.
Ah, okay, so you'll put million to your bankroll.
Yeah.
I would spend some money on my hometown to support my hometown a bit, and but most of the winnings I will take for me, of course, and my family.
Where are you from in the town?
In Germany, between Leipzig and Chemnitz. It's around. It's a small town, yeah. 250 kilometers away from here right now.
Auto?
Yes, hell.
Important thing was outdoors of clubs versus sevens, I think. Yes, and then the river come to us. Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerves out there at the moment. Naturally enough.
Exactly. In this exact situation, I mean, again, there's so much money up top, man, being 110k, and not only that, we're literally on the ticket bubble too. So a lot of stuff to take into account, guys. A lot of money up top, a lot of decisions that are going to be very, very important, whether you preserve your stack or not. Got to be careful, got to be very, very sure every decision you make is going to be the highest EV decision. But I've no doubt that these players are more than capable of doing that. Especially they've outlasted 3,500 players, guys. Just shy, or just over, I should say, 3,500 players. Ridiculous field. A lot of days to play. But we have Swinesetter on the button, opening the 7s. Wow, we got an all-in here. The ace-2 versus the 7s. This could be it, Dan. We could be on the bubble of the ticket here. It could be bursting.
This could be bing, bang, boom, and just like that, the bubble bursts unless Bees can get lucky. He's got 33% equity. Can't find a much better spot here with 6 bigs. I think he was forced all in here. Actually, the blinds had just gone up, so it was less than 5 bigs total. Also having your big blind invested and your big blind ante.
Exactly.
There are some arguments you could make for folding here on the exact bubble, but that is not the cloth that Emil Bees is cut from. 10-6-5 is the flop, and nothing in it for Bees, and he's going to need help on the Turner River, or the fan favourite at King's Resort will be eliminated. Turn is the Jack of Spades, now down to 1 card and 3 outs.
Not the first time we've seen an ace in the river, Dan, when we've done comms together. Well, wouldn't be the last time. We'll see what happens. Oh
my God, he hits it! The king is back, man.
Disgusting, and I just said it too, bro. It's like I knew. Trust me, I didn't, by the way. Just to make that very, very clear.
Always a surprise around the corner for the king.
Man, this is stuff I'm not going to say you'd see online, but it's just in this situation where it's just like on the bubble of the ticket. It's just always these sort of things that like always happen. It just makes great, great content.
Yeah, well put. You just don't know what you're going to see next. It brings poker is amazing because it brings people from all different walks of life, all different skill levels.
Exactly.
You know what I love about this place is no matter how much money they're playing for, you'll see them talking to each other at final tables. Always jovial. I think I've seen one argument at each table since it started, and that's 18 months.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have that ratio in Ireland.
No, for sure. There'll be always one lad saying something to another lad in Ireland. I can guarantee you that much, and both me and Dan can verify that.
Yeah. Maybe I was involved once or twice. I don't
Likewise,
know.
but you know, things happen. We brush them under the carpet and we move on.
we will get a few catchphrases though. I like what you're saying, but just so we're clear, I'm coining a few of them. If we're going to have Action Man Dan merch someday, that's one of the phrases I'm coining. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings, and Shy Baby don't get no sweets.
Through that.
Michelle raising to 625. Yeah, you wouldn't try that in a small town. It is. My whole point is everyone is just so happy to be here.
Yeah. Both you and I are definitely, anyways, mate. We're thoroughly grateful for this one. Basically, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that neither of us could turn down when asked. As I said of last week, it was just a no-brainer altogether.
So Glausch is going to call the additional 325k.
Michelle's cards are unknown, Dan. This could get interesting if we see some aggression from the man himself.
Ghost Malone here, playing in the dark. On the 10-9-3 though, this is going to be tough for Glausch to continue. We have seen him continue when he has a piece of it, and he does beat a lot of these draws, and he blocks some combinations that he would want his opponent to have. So maybe calling one small bet here is okay, but I wouldn't be getting too carried away on this kind of board.
Yeah, I mean, you just have very little backdoors as well. And, you know, if the 10 was a diamond or something like that, you'd be way more happy with the call here. But yeah, you kind of still have to call versus a small bet, but versus big bets, I'd probably be folding the flop already, bro. I think it's just one of those hands that's just like going to play so poorly on turns that, you know, you can probably just get away from it on the flop. But as I said, only versus a big bet. Versus the small sizing that Michelle used on the flop, never going to be folding there.
Yeah, so I have a question for you. So, Alan, if you just said we would fold to a big bet, then does that make it more of a big bet if we're in Michelle's shoes?
Well, if I was playing this hand online, Dan, I'd be definitely using big bets on this flop. I mean, look, stack sizes are a hell of a lot different at this moment in time. But you know, even a half pot size in here, bro, given the stack sizes in general, it's a tough spot with 3x here, especially king 3 of diamonds. You know, if you, I'm not going to say king 3 of clubs, but that doesn't make sense. But as I said, if the 10 was a diamond or the 9 was a diamond, we'll be way more inclined to check call versus, like, we'll say a larger size and say if you picked half pot. But yeah, it definitely makes a difference, because the bigger the size and the more polarized the c-bet range is between nuts and air, or, you know, high equity draws or high equity hands in general. And then obviously there's meant to be some semi, or not semi-bluffs, but just like weak parts of his range as well, that are just like, we'll say, air hands as an example. So yeah, this is obviously a really annoying spot. But the thing is, Glausch made one of these calls against Pasma earlier on as well. But I think in this spot on the ace river, it's just way more likely that if, you know, D. Michel had 9x, or he had some 4-5 suited, of, you know, whatever, diamonds that might have just bet the flop, now improved on the turn, or had some showdown, is just going to check this back in the river. So, you know, any sort of marginal hand is just going to be checking back in the river. And any draws like that, the queen jack, the king queen, are probably going to start betting on the turn as well. So I would just check fold here with the king 3. I think that's more than reasonable here, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think that was fantastic analysis. It makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
Just wondering, yeah, between the smaller and bigger bets, that makes a lot of sense to just bet bigger there. Here, I would not like to see Glausch putting on his cape, but he does put on the cape. And Michel turning his hand over that quick, it wouldn't indicate a bluff. But wow, I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes, because Michel has got his hand caught in the cookie jar. And he could have avoided this by double barreling the turn there.
Exactly, and that's the issue I have there. And you know something, Dan, I know these hands that don't have the best equity on the turn, but like, you can always put the pressure on the 9x, you can get flush draws to fold, you can even put pressure on the 10x, that you can bet jam, or bet in general on that ace as well, because that's going to put 10x in a hell of a spot, literally just in painful spot.
And you got to give him credit, ladies and gentlemen, for having the heart to fire 3 times into the chip leader.
6.5? 6.7 behind. Is that right?
Seconds.
6.7 behind.
1 million. 1 million.
For raise 1 million.
Alan Kessler saying some are fake online caches. It shouldn't count online as WSOP caches. Okay, what about online bracelets? Do they count? Top pair for open.
Good check.
Complete width for Squiddy. Has been knuckled over to him. And he's going to set fire to 600k. No, Martin saying NFG, Henry Anker saying no, they don't count either in my book. Heard it here first, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Each to their own opinions, I get it. Alan Kessler. Squiddy picking up equity on the Queen of Diamonds, and 9 would now win it for him.
Check.
Picked up 4 outs. You can see the payouts in the chat. Everyone now guaranteed 314,000 euros for their efforts.
Six bet 1.6.
Squiddy has found a sizable double barrel 1.6 into 3.4, just a pip south of half pot, setting up a very natural river jam as the three of clubs finds its way to the river. Pretty much all the draws bricking bar the 7-4s of the world. Hearts and diamonds, 7-8, 9-10. Grafton unblocking both hearts and diamonds. Wonder if he finds the follow through here.
5 seconds.
Orpin slips over the rope. .8 in the middle. Does Grafton just wave the white flag? Does he say run it?
5 seconds. On time, Ben, please.
Doesn't.
3.5.
3.5.
Does effectively jam. Fires a third barrel for 3.5 million. And you got to give him credit, ladies and gentlemen, for having the heart to fire 3 times into the chip leader. Picked up equity on the turn, hence the turn double barrel. Has followed through on the brick river with all the immediate draws. All the obvious draws, rather. Bricking feels like a decent hand candidate to do it with. Unblocking hearts. Unblocking diamonds. Blocking some of the stronger hands, and wow. Gets Orpin to fold the better hand. And Sam Grafton, ladies and gentlemen, is up to 11 million. Know the history. Yeah, you just don't know what's been going on at the tables.
Now, Ross, smells blood here. Mr. Bond on a downswing. Check back the flop with his good shot, and now Ross Gaff is going to try and steal this.
No idea. Not sure about this bet, not sure about this defend. I think this is very player dependent. And well,
that's just remarkable, really.
We now river showdown. Oh, sicko.
Mr. Bond.
The absolute
What has
sicko.
happened, this man? It's a completely different player to yesterday.
Gaff hasn't snap folded, by the way. Alright, let's see go. He looked extremely suspicious there. He's like, he's got ace queen with like the ace of spades. You just gotta love this guy, man. This guy, Mr. Bond.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of the World Series of Poker Europe. Not the 2K Pot Limit Omaha final table. To my knowledge, certainly not what we've been broadcasting thus far. Ali Najad, James Dempsey with you. The 25K GGMillions is what we've got.
I'm down for a bit PLO, but
on our hands.
But what I see instead is Martin Kabrhel getting mic'd up. He doesn't need his own mic.
No.
He can use our mic through the wall. It's soundproofed, Ali, but
you're right about that.
It's not Kabrhel proof.
You're absolutely right about that. Martin Kabrhel, a guy who just about anyone in poker that you ask for their opinion on is going to have one. Love him, hate him, you're going to have an opinion on that man there.
It's going to be hard to find someone go, yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
It looks like, Ali, we may have taken that break because of redraw. Must have befallen us, because the table looks full, and we see James Chen in the same seat he was in moments ago. Joined on this table. Odin as well, moving seats. So one presumes we're down to the final 16, in which case we're coming right to the money bubble. 14 paid. There you go, table of 8. Zaita, the shortest. Tim Adams with us again here. Gab Kim, who I believe has form in this tournament. But they're all trailing compared to Schwadley and Kabrhel. Schwadley, of course, the right side of aces v kings. The best coup you can get.
485,000, the shortest of the stacks involved, belonging to Diego Zeider of Switzerland. Adams staying with us here. Orpin Kisachoglu, first opportunity to observe him here on this final day of the GGMillion. 600,000 euros up top, 14 places. Going to be paid. Min cash will be 41,000 and change. Everybody just getting settled in. James Chen, by the way, got pulled away from the feature prior to that last frame of play coming to a close, and now here he is back in.
Yeah, back for more.
Jerry Odin also sticking with us here. Money bubble.
There we go.
Being approached here, just 16 players remaining.
I was having a look, Ali.
At present.
I knew the Gab Kim name was familiar. I've just seen why. He came second in the corresponding event to this last year, right here, the 25k. This time round, it's the GGMillions. Last time round, it was sponsorless, but nonetheless it was 25k buy-in. He was beaten by the man we call Boss. Paul Porter heads up.
There you go.
So the Boss not in the field this time means the pathway is clear for Kim. I mean, probably 15 guys have got something to say about that, but
yeah, I don't know that you can look at the remaining lineup who really comprise some of poker's best to ever do it and say the path is clear.
1 hour? What is the delay? What's the delay of the stream?
Nevertheless.
What is the delay?
1 hour.
1 hour?
Yeah.
Diego, by the way, I see the Swiss flag there. Believe he is Argentinian. Let's see. Gab Kim. Did he just?
Yeah, I don't think that can be right.
Under the gun, this feels
that's
a bit suspect. Zeider
yeah.
Does rip it in here. Shortest stack in the room at present, 2 away from the money. Orpin asking for a count. What does he have in store, though? These are the questions.
Remind me, Ali, min cash in this, mid 30s, low 30s, is it? Payout in this 25k event?
You guys have it there as well? Like the cables?
Min cash, 41,000 change.
41. Alright. Not on me. Hefty. There's the hippo. Means one thing. Kabrhel. The mountain.
I believe that hippo once upon a time met its fate. Perhaps this is a backup hippo.
There's been a few iterations, one would imagine.
We'll leave it at that. Odin folding the button. Tim Adams, ace-5 suited. Curious. But does let go, and that's good news for Zayder, or Zayder rather, but obviously having his jack dominated is not good news.
Yeah, the Kim was just it was a misclick from someone.
Hey, are we playing?
So on their backs they go, and you can see Diego
Are we playing
needs
like
help.
amount of hands per table? Like you're counting? You're tracking in?
Is he going to find it?
Oh.
Hasn't lost his appetite, has he?
Might be all he's got left off this. Those chips at risk. I'll just
Don't put that on him,
I was
James.
having a little listen in there. The players were discussing if it's hand for hand or not. And it's not actually a hand for hand yet. Two
No,
away.
not yet, but look at this. Top pair for Orpin. Can't quite rest comfortably, though, as the all-in man has an open-ender here. Doesn't come in on the turn.
Thank you.
And now,
Thank you so much.
only the 9 or ace will keep Zayder involved, and instead it's a board pairing 3. So, new featured table. Tenure was a short-lived one
Almost.
for Diego Zayder. The
Yeah,
Argentine.
I mean, Triton, they do it
Out of
way
there.
earlier.
At least he's got some takeaway, I suppose. But that which he will be taking away will not include a min cash, as we are now on the direct money bubble, James. Hand for hand should be coming into play. Just to ensure no imbalances in the pace.
Okay.
All the other people's wait.
Can you call a service, please?
And it's not even bubble, it's even money. Just to make it
Co? No dobrý, už jsem si zavolal.
Open. Have a little start the feature. Knock someone out. Solidify your stack.
We began the day with 33 players. By the way, James, those who busted, Axel Halle of France. Elis Parsonen, we saw him on the rail, one-time bracelet winner. Showered along with Chris Brewer.
What are we waiting
Joe
for?
Chwen,
What are we
I
waiting
believe finished second in an event already here.
Okay.
Earlier in the series, out in 30th. Joachim Anderson of Sweden, Alexander Shilko, Santor Suvarna, Ben Heath, the bracelet winner. Also, rail side.
Well, here we go, Ollie. They're all playing hand for hand. Action. The secondary table.
When do we get more?
What have we?
Final table?
When I say secondary table, purely in location, not in caliber.
Right.
Some really cool features in Triton, like, I mean, James can
Dvoress.
attest to it that they have this app
Nacho.
where they're tracking every hand. And you're
Among
able
those
to
involved.
see
It
everyone's
looks like these guys have just finished that hand early, so
Exactly, yeah. And
we
you
will
know,
therefore,
stats,
from here on,
also hand histories. Up
Řekni, ať na mě není drzá, že mám docela rád.
And then you can
Řekni,
just,
že mám docela rád, ať na mě není drzá, jo? Okamžitě.
at the other tables, and it's like very good.
Carrying on with the dearly departed, Jonas Hagström, Fakhreddin Mustafov, Johan Gilbert, Yo Viral, whose cash games will be coming our way.
Yeah.
Or if you get moved to a
Also
new
out of there,
table,
Ian Bradley,
Yeah, you can be like, yeah, exactly. See who.
Laszlo Boitas, Patrick Yaros, Ren Lin, Tune Mulder,
now come on, Ollie. Laszlo told us how to pronounce his name yesterday.
Boitas.
Something like that, I don't know. It's like
Yeah,
you'd remember.
great, okay. He said just go ahead and pronounce it more in the anglicized manner. He was authorizing us, and thank goodness for that. Felipe Ketzer, also out of there, who we were sitting with.
Cože? Můžete, no.
All right, here we go. Hand for hand. Jackpot on the Clove machine up to 10,500. Just thought I'd point that out.
Do you have a piece of this jackpot company, by the way, James? That we
I'm
need to
planning,
know
I'm
about,
planning
or
having a piece of the jackpot.
what's going on? I mean, you're really deeply invested into.
I actually forgot to take my cash out with me on the break. Left it in here.
It's probably for the best.
Or for the worse.
Next just sec, please.
It's the antics begin, Ollie. I love it. I wouldn't like it sat there, but as a viewer, I love it.
Yeah, you know, Martin, not afraid to stir the pot. Let's call it that. And believe the nickname, whether he likes it or not, that few have given him is the Mosquito. Just due to his propensity to be buzzing around, kind of an annoyance.
An annoying noise that no one wants there, and you can't really get rid of. I think that's the theme. So that's not my opinion. That's just how it's been relayed to me.
Yeah.
Get that clear.
Gab Kim now off of 1.3 million at the 40-80 level.
Like, I'm all for it. Poker needs villains. He embraces the role.
He's got Kim dominated here. Pre-flop. By the way, that last break we took was for the redraw down to 2 tables, not a scheduled break. 2 diamonds, 2 sevens, and a 5. Neither player hits the board. See what ensues.
Yep, the flop that certainly favours the usual big blind range. Slightly skewed this time around though, because it is Kabrhel with the big stack opening and Kim defending off a pretty shallow stack in the big blind on the bubble. So the ranges are a little bit more blended. Kabrhel with Queen of Diamonds against that guy who doesn't want to get out of line. Should just come with a small bet here. Kim to any bet. Not much you can do with that hand. 155. He's gone for a couple of blinds. Make it a little easy. Just apply that little extra lever. Oh, Kim's suspicious. Suspicions were correct. Not much you can do with 10-9 of clubs on a 7-7-5 no club board.
So Kabrhel picking one up here. This is home casino. Martin. Very familiar to all the staff and all the regs.
I'm just going to put one card up over, one card under. I don't even know which way to.
Are you able to do something with this?
Yeah, Schwadley drawn the bum seat here because he has the same stack of Kabrhel, but one to his right.
Thank you. Like 6 million?
And Kabrhel inquiring as to how much the stack is. He's going to look down at the dominating ace-10. Wonder how aggressive he's going to get. Can he just pounce on Schwadley's under the gun open from +1 with ace-10 offsuit? Certainly a hand he can consider doing it with. Kind of hand you can't flat with Ali. You can certainly bluff with it. You understand Schwadley will have a slightly wider than usual opening range from...
No. Time bank is 30.
Bank is 30.
30 seconds.
Yeah.
Already up to stuff.
Schwadley is the chip leader overall.
Was. Took Kabrhel on the last pot.
Prior to Martin.
Yeah, and he is going to pounce on this open.
Overtaking him.
590.
And now 3-betting him.
Surely I can. You know, he got down aces versus kings, so we're not getting the violin out just yet. But this is the worst seat to draw on this table. Maybe he likes to ever continue here with the ace-3 suited.
I mean, this is the one man in the entire remaining field here on the pure money bubble that has him covered, and it is perhaps the toughest to pin down in terms of what's afoot.
Yeah, I think people talk a lot in the poker world about Kabrhel, and when they talk about him, they talk about his antics at the table, his speech play, you know, the way he gets under a lot of players' skins. But what people don't talk about very often is his play. The guy's got serious results, Ali. This is it gets overlooked sometimes, just how much he's won at this game.
11.7 million in career live tournament earnings.
Yeah, and it's not like he's playing every event all around the world.
But a staggering number of victories under his belt.
Yeah. Feels somewhere weighting it. I mean, in terms of his results compared to Bayern's are very, very impressive. There he is, just stretches slightly further ahead of Schwadley with that 3-bet steal. I say steal, had the best hand of course.
Yeah.
He was a steal nonetheless. Open as well, look at this, 3rd in chips. 2 to the right of both those guys.
Right, not great for him either. We expect limited involvement.
We can play one more hand, yeah?
Out of Kizilchoglu. By the way, October of 2018, Martin Kabrhel's best ever recorded result in a 100K Euro buy-in. That was the super high roller right here in Rosvedov, 2.6 million in euros, almost 3 million US. That much he picked up, courtesy of that finish.
4 raise to 160.
Martin straight back at it, 8-5 suited under the gun. Dean 25 blinds and ace queen offsuit +1. This is horrible with the whole table there behind you.
And by the way, as bad as it is for Orpin and for Schwaderly, Cedric, to be directly to the right in succession of Martin, it's equally as wonderful for him to be to their direct left, because he's got clarity. Once the two of them are out of the pot, he can just abuse this money bubble.
Yeah, it's true. Great draw for him. Kim, wow, good recognizing the situation here with just 15 blinds. That the flat from +1 can be some dominating hands like this ace queen. Odin's disincentivized to get involved, so realizes that even though he's just flat, this is a very strong range.
Two overs and the Broadway gutter. Martin looking over at Odin and then trying to see what Odin's looking at. This is classic Kabrhel.
I just love it.
Credit to Odin, by the way, not indulging at all, just turning his head away, hood up, hat down.
It's funny because you see these great players, so much experience, but they don't have much experience of playing necessarily against someone like this, who acts kind of odd, and it just puts people outside their comfort zone. It distracts you from how you want to play the hand by what this guy's doing. Even though Kabrhel hasn't even said anything this hand, just the way he's looking and studying his opponent. Kabrhel.
Yeah, a bit of a stutter step there, and the 150K gets flatted. No, by the way, that Kabrhel just tossed his bet in before Jerry had actually delivered, you know, what could have been a raise or a bet. Would have been cool to see him not do anything and then come with the raise, just, you know, to be Martin-esque in his approaches. Obviously, this is not the hand with which to do it, but this is the turn with which to take the lead as Kabrhel's 5s and backdoor hearts now look up at 3 diamonds on board and a 3rd overcard.
Yeah, and this is a board that Kabrhel won't have loved to see Jack 10-5 against the peeler from +1 off that stack size, but deciding with the 5 and backdoor hearts, just have a small probe. What a good turn cards he could find. That obviously one of the worst cards he can see. In the hands like the king queen suited, the ace queens have improved, maybe some queen jack suited. Those kind of hands all now going nowhere. Not many combinations of diamonds though that Odin has, so he's not too worried about that, I don't think. You'd expect ace king of diamonds to, of course, 3-bet pre, and it's not like he's peeling with ace-8 of diamonds in this spot, given we're on the bubble.
And Odin's procedures here, in spite of having a lot of hand, the function of just having 1.7 back, James, and being up against the wily character in Kabrhel, direct money bubble.
Yeah, you just want to try and get it to showdown. Don't want to get check jammed. Like I said, I mean, Odin has a lot of really strong hands here.
810.
And yet,
Kabrhel.
look at Kabrhel. A full pot-sized bet, just about.
Yeah, but this is, well, it's good for Odin to have checked back turn, because now he can at least call this and
Yeah.
see some cards. This would be a horrible spot if you had a hand like Ace-Jack or King-Jack suited.
Imagine how much more awkward it would be if Kabrhel asked for all 1.7 as like a 2x pot bet.
Well, especially as I say, because Odin doesn't really get to have many flushes here, with the Queen and 10 of diamonds on board. It's like King-Jack of diamonds, Ace-Jack of diamonds being about it.
I would certainly appreciate if Jerry knew that he was already going to make this call. If he went through all 30 of these seconds, craning his head forward, looking at Martin, blinking, looking up at where Martin's looking, giving him a taste of his own medicine. But the weird thing is, those who have tried to do that have realized he is completely unaffected in those situations.
Yeah.
I've never seen him be flustered by somebody giving it back to him, so to speak.
Yeah. I feel like Kabrhel just doesn't get to have none of the hands hit too often, because I think he just bets turn, goes 3 streets with them. But then it's confusing to see this pot size bet on the end. Surely for Odin, having caught that card, it's just too much hand. He does make the call. Entirely reasonable. Take your time, Ali. Playing for big money here.
Yeah, and a big call there, and a big infusion of chips as Kabrhel slips off the chip lead. Was only there momentarily.
Sorry, what?
And when that 8-5 suited gets shown down too, James, we kind of
Oh yeah.
pay attention, you know, realize that
1 second.
Martin's
because we discussed even if it is 10
doing big stack things out here.
I did use time bank and I didn't pay that.
Just one.
Time bank marker being paid by Kabrhel.
Cooler.
Cooler, yeah.
Very lucky you are. Very lucky.
Oh, I give you Martin Kabrhel, ladies and gentlemen.
I love it.
Excuse me.
Stands alone.
Ozzy? Is it?
5, raise 1.
Yeah, they didn't make 2 of him.
But it was delivered.
Imagine they did.
It was delivered.
Imagine a heads-up match, Kabrhel v Kabrhel.
Just put a mirror in front of him.
Yeah.
You know, like a parakeet.
8, 2, pass.
Alright, Odin. Under the gun? Odin's now coming up to Kabrhel from under the gun with King 8 on the bubble. This is not a hand I'm expecting to see open from this spot.
Well, we will have round 2 on our hands, courtesy of the
Round 2.
flat.
Ali,
That's our line.
You're out of a job.
Well, listen, if Martin ever decides to get into the booth, that may very well be the case.
Big blind.
As we know, he can carry conversation for hours on end. 7-6 deuce here.
Huh?
This would rate to be the big blind defense
Honey.
in the face of a min raise.
I don't need for sugar.
Range advantage.
Good one, yeah? Good one.
Good Adams. Just
I think he's engaging Adams in a conversation.
Yeah.
Whilst in a pot with Odin.
mm-hmm.
Curious.
4 on the turn as both players check and Kabrhel hits the side card.
Yeah, obviously, it's not as clear as certain that Kabrhel's got the best hand when this 4 comes against a check back, because Odin is going to take some pot control lines despite the fact he now has 40 big blinds back. But he's going to feel very comfortable that the 4 is best, and on a board that
260.
does favour the big blind. No surprise to see him bet. Odin having picked up a gut shot on the rainbow board. Still be ahead here against some 5x and perhaps some other 8x type hands.
I think this is a line that even had the 4 not rolled off, Kabrhel would be willing to take.
Right, if there was another card down there.
But Odin
I like this.
Ace queen.
calling the 260.
Must be ace queen.
Wow! How's your luck?
This is incredible. Odin hits what he has to imagine is the second best card in the deck for him. The 5 obviously was what he was on the hunt for. And yet here he is with top pair. And it very much feels like Kabrhel could have air or just one pair. Now he has kings up. And Odin in a bad way.
Yeah, whenever he goes super small here to try and induce some raises.
Oh,
he is going to have some...
630.
630, 2/3 pot. I think this is just a very standard flat.
Yeah.
Coming.
No,
from
1.6.
Oh my god, I thought he said
Over
630.
No. Yeah, far more chips in the middle than that. And again, like, Odin's just been... just like the last time, I think, a spot where you just kind of have to call having made that hand. It's one of the stronger hands in your range as played. Remember, he opened pre under the gun. Check back flop.
5-4, showdown.
Called. Brow just reaches the chips. One motion, flip the cards over, pull the chips back. I love this guy.
Yeah. You know, it's easy to love him from when you're sitting here in the booth, James, but out there in the 25K stone money bubble, you know, you can understand why he gets under your skin. And look at Jerry. I mean, you know, we're not reveling in his misery, but obviously he's just like, why me?
Yeah. He
Right,
had such
Timmy?
joy from the hand before. Next hand, disappointment.
Maybe Lucky River. Maybe Ace Queen. 50-50. Maybe Lucky River and maybe Ace Queen. What do you think, Tim? Ace Queen? 50-50? 60-60. Very tough table. Like, very tough table. But it's World Series of Poker, so what should we expect?
Wasn't very lucky river, Ollie, just not the way he imagined.
Timmy, it's bubble. It's bubble. You are very brave. Brave guy. Brave guy.
Obviously, we are doing our best not to cover any of this Kabrhel chatter. Know many of you pointing out that our voices are considerably louder than the table talk. This is
175?
by design somewhere.
That's a big race. Big race on the bubble. I think it's fair.
No team with a suited ace and the big and a headache already. Send the man some aspirin. Maybe just... yeah. Thinking scalp ball suited ace surely, but must have been tempting on the bubble.
So Adams dominating Kabrhel, and Odin in turn smothering Martin's spades. 3 players taking the flop.
Big
Ace
blind.
5 deuce. Jerry with a chokehold.
Yeah, and Adams with backdoor hearts, having opened under the gun as Kabrhel highlights on the bubble. Does have a very solid range, and I expect to see him fire here, given he has those hearts. Doesn't have to go big, Ollie. You kind of apply pressure on Kabrhel. It's more believability when you're firing 3-way.
6-bet 140.
And now the funny thing is, things spin around now, because Adams is the covering stack of Odin. So question for Odin whether he wants to play this. He could announce himself now. Just check rip, sure. Run a bubble, kind of play it safe, run the equities. Try and get paid by ace king, ace queen, those kind of hands. Or do you just call and allow Adams to potentially continue to bluff? Because as the covering stack, he gets to wield the hammer on the bubble.
Now the thing is, he's definitely hoping he's up against the big ace, and obviously, you know, Adams is supposed to have a super tight range, given the bubble, given the presence of Martin in the blinds. So he is going to play it as a flat, not worried about 3x or 4x.
Wow.
Deuces and 5s not supposed to be an issue either. And now a sopping wet Jack of Hearts on the turn, hits Adams, but when you fire through and you do get called here, you are mindful of the fact that club combos are really that which you beat
Yeah.
most often.
You can just put so much pressure on
that you can.
A bad ace here. With so much equity. If you are behind. Of course, Adams would be left with dust if he got this wrong against Odin. I just don't see how we do anything but apply the pressure. When we open this hand, bet this flop on the bubble, we cover a guy, and we have the Ginnis turn card for us. Adams finds the check back. Wow, what a wizard, Ollie. He just thinks Odin doesn't defend that wide from the big blind in this situation. Just gives him credit for having some strong ace-X. Not sure he's going to fold it. Decides he's ahead, Ollie, against the clubs. You mentioned them. Obviously, with king high, he is beating those hands. Wow. I'd be sitting there, Ollie, with 125k left if I was playing this tournament. Tim Adams is going to be left with $1 million.
5 bets 300.
Very, very well done by Tim.
Aussie.
Faces a bet on the river, but I don't know what we can beat here. Ollie, he's thinking. But the clubs are completed. The fours filled in. Again, it's not like Odin has much 4x. Because Kabrhel did call from the small and Adams was open under the gun. Maybe how like pocket fours. Even then, he may even have just... actually, fours were going to call the flop. With the gut shot, but yeah. Well played, Tim Adams. That's the difference right there.
So, Odin able to take it and really surging here. In contrast, Adams.
Timmy?
Yo.
What's the brand of this?
Nike Yoga.
Nike Yoga? Good one, yeah? Good one?
Yeah, it's really comfortable.
Yeah.
Deeply gratuitous inquiry there from Martin, especially right after the guy loses a pot. It's these little kind of oblivious exchanges, you know, and credit to Tim for engaging. And by the way, there's something
Congratulations,
mildly
Timmy.
condescending.
I was thinking you make it like 60-60.
You know,
Big congratulations to you.
Oh, nice.
Being called Timmy, especially provided that I don't think these guys go back a long way as friends.
Okay, later. Timmy. Raising UTG like a boss to my small blind. Bad idea. This guy is even more crazier than me. I wouldn't raise his big blind. He's paying like 1.6 million on the bubble like nothing. So it was a really bad idea. Right, Orpen? Right.
Always.
He has big balls. Big balls. How much?
He raised 160.
I have no cards today. Like no cards. Just no cards.
Sometimes it goes like that.
It's crazy.
King 4 against King 8, and the guy's one of the biggest stacks in the room. All the oversights present.
At my table, correct?
Oh,
225,
something else.
sorry, man. And then boom, 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 free hands, 3 million, yeah? Maybe 4 million. What a player.
I started 3 million and now middle class.
You
class.
run bad like me, eh? We are both running bad. But there is a good chance we still play heads up. Good chance. Because Timmy, not in his big form today. Feel that? It's not your day, Timmy, right? What do you feel?
We'll see.
Huh?
Can always change.
But you feel it's not your day, yeah? So far. So far, yeah? No, really. Like, you can feel that. Raising this guy big blind, it was not a good idea. He's way too crazy. Way too crazy.
Creative line with 6-7.
Huh?
Creative line with 6-7.
6-7 you have?
Him, open ripping 15 with
Bluff him.
10s.
You are very good.
Scary.
But it's easy. Timmy is good target to bluff. I always try to bluff.
Just 1.2 out there. It's so
Unfortunately, I
tempting for
always
someone to
make a
try to
hand
burst
with
the
when
money
I play
bubble
with
for
him.
15 bigs if they've
So I
got
can't bluff.
the deep stacks.
4 or 5 pots.
Yeah, this is just one of these why'd you deal me 10s, I don't like it.
Like screen ball come in the money.
Adam's going to look down at ace jack and
Seems like
really
screen
doing
ball come
anything
in
with
the
this
money that we feel
on the bubble. Recognizing 15 big blind jam is going to be pretty tight.
You know, you should like promote it, like Jack Effer. Like Jack Effer, you know? Welcome in the money players. Yeah, microphone in it.
1.230.
Right? Emotions. Emotions. This guy was very lucky to make money. But now he's there. So it's good.
Very lucky person.
What do you buy for 40k? In my country, you can buy a house.
Yeah.
For dogs. But still. I'm sorry.
Did you say goats?
No, you're right. You're right.
I thought so. Buy a house or goats. Maybe buy a house for your goats.
230.
Adam's ace jack here is small blind.
Yeah, we
just 810k, James.
Yeah, he just has to fold this.
I don't think you know.
I mean, Kim's jamming range isn't. It's 15 blinds on the bubble.
Right. This isn't a sub 10 big blind stack, and yet
You play like first or second league.
Wow.
Adams is going to spin the wheel here.
Oh, look at top right, Ollie. 13 left.
Ah, looks like the money bubble did burst elsewhere in this
Wow.
hand, and that has
Thanks.
to be
Yeah.
associated with this decision.
But then I recover, so it's all good.
Yeah, that's all right. That makes me feel better. I thought I'd gone mad for a second. I saw him cool off with ace jack here.
Wow.
Straight
what a
flip.
gamble. I would fold.
By the way, that bubble was burst
Not
courtesy of
daring.
bracelet winner
I would
Nacho
fold that. I
Barbero
think it's a
on the
mistake to call.
stone money
Mistake
bubble
call, yeah? It was not
at
good.
our other table.
Oh, really? You would call
15th place finish for him.
Yeah.
I'm
I
telling
didn't want
but
to spoil it
maybe
for
he
you, Ollie. I
ran
was talking to him on our break,
more
watching
important
the
than
football with him, so he told me he'd pure bubbled.
But I think
It was an ICM for poor people
says
situation, he
pocket
told
tens
me.
win, sorry.
He actually had these two
Hippo
10s.
Always.
Yeah, he 3-bet jammed them with his 12 blinds.
Well, let's see if they
Without a lesson.
fare any better for Mr. Kim. And so far,
Hippo knows.
they look to be doing that.
Hippo power.
Turn or river? Turn or river?
No, just blank. No 10. Hippo!
Well,
Okay.
10 on the turn,
Easy.
ices it.
9 hearts. Good luck.
So
Not your day,
Adams
but good luck in 100k.
9 hearts.
Good luck.
pursuing a spot there with the knowledge that 41,500 was already locked up. And he finds his way to the exits in 13th.
Yeah, it's funny, Ollie. I'm sitting here saying Tim Adams is going to fold this hand. Then see him call it off. And he's such a great player, Ollie. But I'm sitting in here feeling insecure, second guessing myself, thinking, what am I missing? Why is Tim Adams calling this off? What do I not know? Because I
900?
do know. He's a far better player than I.
Angelo Constas, by the way, the man who collected the first of our 41,500, or 41.6, I believe
Yeah,
it
crazy
is.
call, yeah? I would mark it in a
Yeah,
second.
41.6 payouts.
That's a lie.
Why not?
Hmm?
You do anything within 10,
Finishing in
10
14th.
seconds, you mean?
Now.
Sorry?
You do anything within 10 seconds.
And now you talk with me. That's very nice, Mr. Ace Queen. Who's playing me? Why are you smiling, Franz? Why are you smiling, Franz? I think you go for final table. Or pen 60-60.
That means I go.
Huh?
That means I probably go.
60-60.
60.
160.
4 raise 160. 5, 7.
But you play very good today. I see zero mistakes.
We are on a
Zero
payout
mistakes.
bubble, James.
Fine.
As
And Mr. Puketens, he even plays better.
12 remain in the field. The jump, modest
Is
in
it,
relation to the 25k buy-in, just about
is it-
4,000.
It's 900 final table or 9?
Because
Kim?
I told him I would mark ace jack. That's why he goes all in. Because he knows I'm able to fold. How much,
Parlay.
please?
200. 2 million.
Kabrhel just jack 5 suited.
Can you beat Ace Jack?
So funny
Yes.
that he's
Can you beat Ace
specifically
Jack?
this, yeah.
You are better than Ace Jack?
I don't understand. Yeah, maybe better.
Maybe better?
I don't know.
Look at your cards, please. How much? About 2 million? Okay, I let him live. It's okay. Open, please. Open.
You
Please.
see the TV, yeah.
No, I'm not watching TV. I don't have TV at home. I don't have it. Orpan, you have TV at home? You are a very smart guy like me.
I suspect that
Maybe not like me, but you are a very smart guy.
Martin could simply stand where one would normally place the TV and then
Ace King?
serve as the entertainment.
Ace King, yeah?
Yes, often you're smart like me, guys.
No,
maybe not,
Ace
maybe
Jack,
not like
no.
me, but you're smart.
No, you don't go all in Ace Jack. Maybe tens. Ace King. Ace
Go all in the Ace
No. Why? You have so many chips.
No many chips.
You wait, Orpan bust, and you are final table.
I don't care. In the money. It's just happy.
Wow, you are a true gambler, man. Where are you from?
Yeah.
Where are you from?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Maybe China or Japan.
You don't know?
I guess Korea.
Yeah.
No.
No, my friend.
Easy read. I have like no cards today. No cards.
4, 5.
You really did bluff him? In the spot? 300 on the river?
7, 6.
Really, yeah? I don't remember, but you bluff him, yeah? On the river. I was thinking it was
All
possible.
the cards.
What is this, walk? You guys are brothers?
Yeah, we are brothers.
Brothers, yeah?
Yeah. Same pay.
It's okay. It's okay. It was already 5100 last hand? Good. Gamble starts now.
You know, this is what makes a guy like Kabrhel
5100,
dangerous.
yeah?
He's capable of picking up hands, and yet because he's always chatting, because he's always trolling, because it seems like he's just got a big stack and he's willing to do whatever, he shows up, and suddenly you ask yourself, can he really have it? Maybe I can get after it. Get caught in a spot. Granted, 9s are not aces, but nevertheless, facts remain.
Yeah. People, not necessarily people at this table because they're all very accomplished and used to playing high stakes, and they probably, I'd imagine, all got experience of playing with Martin, but it's certainly the kind of antics at a table that can throw people off their own games and make people make moves they don't normally make. And, well, Orpan making a move here, 3-betting to 800k with 2 cards that we're yet to learn. And this is now really tough for Martin, because he's always playing Arlie with that in his mind as well. Are these people playing their normal ranges, or are they perhaps adapting out of line? Are they adapting tighter? He does make the call of the 4x 3-bet in position. We've got 1.8 million in the pot as we head there, with Orpan holding just 2.8 back. And we're playing this one as if we were Kabrhel.
Blind to what Kisachoglu has. So 1.8 in the middle, and 9s full for Kabrhel.
Sir, can you put the cards, please?
Ooh.
You gotta believe that Orpan's range is pretty narrow here, James, don't you?
Yes and no. I mean, Kabrhel's got the widest opening range at the table.
Can you put the cards, please?
You can do it at the end of the hand.
Yeah, okay, but I mean,
What's the issue here?
I think Kabrhel is aware that Orpan's cards won't scan. I guess what you're saying is, if he loses this pot in an hour, he wants to know what his opponent had, because he hasn't scanned his cards. Don't know how he's aware of that, but
yeah,
it's quite funny gamesmanship. He's doing this whilst flopping top boat.
Yeah, this is very strange. We see him obviously slow playing, just an absolute strangle.
Yeah, so Orpan, remember, 3-betting to 4 times the open from the small, seeing a 9-5-5, checking it over. Now, of course, as I always say, these players are so good at being balanced that Doesn't mean Orpen still doesn't have strong hands, but certainly leaning now towards looking like he's got a hand like Ace-Queen or Ace-King. But figures will still be good, just trying to get to showdown. Maybe pick off one. See if Martin now puts out a really small bet. No, just maximum rope extended, just desperate for Orpen to catch something or have a stab. I still think a really small bet there just doesn't get too many folds, builds the pot, makes it a little easier to get it in on the river. But then, obviously there are plenty of hands and Martin doesn't want to put any chips in here. Plenty of hands where he's happy to check it down. He's got a hand like Ace-Jack or Ace-Queen, pocket eights. Wouldn't want to see any chips hit the middle. Third check from Orpen now. Does Kabrhel just go for it all? We've seen him utilize the overbet already. I don't think he needs to, because you're really going after ace-high ranges here, Ollie. So I think you can just go for something between a half, maybe between 2/3 and 3/4, something around there. You don't have to overbet this. Rare silence.
Obviously tethered to some deep desires to sell weakness by Kabrhel.
$2.425.
Well, he has gone for the overbet, as he's been prone to do. And maybe this is the Kabrhel effect. Say Orpen has a hand like Ace-Queen. Is he more inclined to call overbets against this player than others, Ollie? It's fun being Kabrhel. You get to do different stuff.
$2.4 million into 1.8.
Yeah.
Can't blame Orpen for feeling a bit confused, for lack of a better way to put it. I think he just recognizes this is all or nothing, and in this case, as we can see, it is very much all. Just what does Orpen have? A dilemma. That much is for sure.
Yeah, well the thing is, when he's gone this sizing, you can rule out he's not trying to get value. Oh, he's called.
Can he put the cards on the line now, please? No, like...
I mean,
it's reasonable.
We're at showdown
Can he
here.
put the cards on the line, please? It's not... Please. Can he put the cards on the line? Dealer? So, what do you do? What? Can he put the cards on the line?
Time bank, please.
Excuse me, he asked... So they have it, or what? Why are you ignoring me?
I'm not listening to your orders. Time bank, please.
I was asking you politely if he can put it to the line, yeah?
What's the bet?
It's not normal, really.
Oh my god.
We didn't see what Orpen had there ultimately, James, and I doubt that he called and then just folded. I mean...
No, yeah, he called, obviously he's got shown top boat, can't beat that, mucked his hand, but his hand never hit across the scanner, so we know what he had, and that's what Martin's saying, is it's not fair that he's not showing his hands on the scanner, because Martin wants to know in an hour's time. And it's not often I'll take the side of this man, but I think he's got a point there. It's part of playing in a tournament where there is going to be a featured table. You agree to show your cards. Look at that, Ollie, look at the lead he now has.
Almost 11 million in front of Martin Kabrhel. Schwaderly, a distant second. 60 bigs. Gabkim has spun it up to 23 bigs. Odin obviously part of the equation in terms of Kabrhel's surge. James Chen just spectating. Neck and neck with Odin, and of course Orpen. Decimated. after having made that call against the overbet, not having scanned his cards. Rare moment where it appeared something really did get to Kabrhel.
Amazing stuff. Only just desperate to get to this final table now with 11 left. That bad seat to the right of Kabrhel. Kim, meanwhile, is happy for any action he gets.
215,000.
Raising into the Kabrhel big blind.
See if Martin's got anything that could get him into trouble. 8 deuce offsuit.
You don't care, yeah? You gamble now when you are in the money, yeah?
I don't care.
Take it. I don't want to play with you.
Thank you.
I'd say he just doesn't want to play with
too big gambler to
dust.
me. If I go all in, maybe you call ace jack now, yeah?
Yeah, easy call.
Yeah? Easy call?
Yeah.
Wow.
Why not?
I like to play solid. Minimum full house. Minimum full house.
I'll take your watch and I'll put that.
Wow, you're folding the big line.
Huh?
You're folding the big line. Amazing.
For you.
Thank you.
Only for you.
Oh.
If this guy raise, I call any two. Any two.
Difficult to know when to speak up from in the booth here, as we are desperate to allow Martin's comments to make their way to you at home streaming.
Yeah, I know if I'm watching at home, I'd rather hear what he's up to than the thoughts of these two idiots in the booth, are we?
2 idiots, James?
What do you have?
I was just trying to give
Speak
you
for
company.
yourself.
1.35, 1.45.
1.5, yeah, about.
1.6 with a big one.
1.6?
Jamming for 350,000. Again, having not scanned his cards. Schwanley on the button, Queen 7 suited. Likes it for the 3.5x, and that will get Kabrhel out of there promptly. Odin now, 1.5 million and ace 9 off suit.
I'm a little surprised he's playing this for 3.5 blinds.
Schwaderly, that is?
Yeah, just with Kabrhel behind.
Right, able to squeeze.
And
1.5.
Odin behind as well. Odin just squeezed jamming.
Yeah.
There we go.
Leaves himself 120 back.
And what good news is this for Orpen as well.
So Schwaderly dispatched. And this is nice for Orpen, as he's only got to go up against one opponent, but has a shot at a triple up plus.
Yeah, amazing situation for him.
No? Diamond?
Playing with live cards.
60,
Yeah.
60, 60.
But no stranger to big situations in this very room. Saw in the last break the highlights running from the 50k last year where he was in the final 3.
10-7-4. Kizchakoglu's Queen Deuce has itself some real issues. Well, wait a minute. Heart draw on the turn here for Orpen. Can he hit and stay alive? With 11 remaining, no, he can't. And so the ace 9 of Jerry Odin. We'll see him collecting the 1.2 million chip pot.
Thank you.
And with that, we have lost
You had 1.5, right?
Orpen
1.6.
Kizchakoglu, a regular on the Super High Roller Series circuits. 11th place finish for him.
Excuse me? 5 and 5? One player and we are... and break, yeah?
That leaves us with 10. Orpen collecting 45,500 euros.
Ace 9, all in, yeah?
Well, Shemian, by the way,
Against
did finish.
Nancy?
in 12.
Crazy all in. Ace 9.
French people like their pseudo connectors.
Maybe he has
So on
ace
the
jack.
final table bubble now, James.
He wouldn't
Well,
fold,
then-
I think.
A bubble that comes with it.
I
A
think he
pay
wouldn't
jump
If he had ace jack, then 9 was coming.
of
You
9,000
have all the
euros
insurance, yeah?
for the field.
I'm a very lucky person.
You look like. Sorry, James. Amazing. Thank you.
Shout out to Twitch chat. See Apocalypse in there. We're just being careful. Want to flood you guys with too much. Asking for some more interaction with the chat, but with Kabrhel on the table, it's just hard to know when we can talk.
And obviously we, like yourselves at home, aren't looking to miss a beat.
All in.
So our apologies for
A bluff, yeah? Bluff.
not having been a bit more
Semi-bluff.
interactive.
Kabrhel with the raise call.
See a good hand.
Hmm?
See a good hand I go with.
This is good hand. It's not
14
good hand
blinds.
in my country. In my country, this is trash. Trash. Complete trash. In French, trash. Medium.
Well, may we be on the final table, Ollie?
King 9.
King 9.
Ace Jack 5. Top pair for Kabrhel, but
yeah?
note the presence of the club for James Chen. This is 1.6 million.
He possessed 2 red cards coming, so
Needs
only king and 9 red.
assistance.
Huh? Hippo lying.
Right color, wrong suit on the turn. And unless we find a club on this river, we're going to be at the final table just like that, James. What does the deck have in store? A king. As Chen connects,
Final
but
table,
not
congratulations.
adequately.
Okay.
And Kabrhel brings us to an FT upon the departure of Taiwan's finest. In 10th, 45,500 euros going to him. 54,100 euros locked up as we will be redrawing to a single table of 9 players.
Yeah, James Chen with a pretty rough ride on both this table and the previous feature he was on. Getting some pretty tough spots, but this man, anything but a rough ride, Ali.
Yeah. Chen, by the way, 9.1 million in career live earnings. He'll be adding to that.
Check, y'all.
See the players on their feet, waiting. The other 5 in the room who will be racking up and making their way over to the Martin Kabrhel show. 124 big blinds in front of Martin. 12 million in chips. Could be plenty of formalities that the boys will need to undertake here.
Well, there you go, Ali. 22 minutes to get this thing underway.
Yeah. Who will dethrone Martin Kabrhel, if anyone? Only time will tell.
Special mystery giveaway for you. Prizes include the new iPhone 15 Pro, PlayStation 5, AirPods Pro, and vouchers for hotel, shop, and shisha. To enter the giveaway, you need to collect the codes. You can get the codes by purchasing online and in-store at King's Shop, or by watching your live streams and completing challenges and getting the codes from your favorite commentators. The lottery starts today on 27th of October, and we will have a special live stream on Sunday, November 12th, where we will announce all the winners. I wish you all good luck. See you at King's.
540. 540.
Good luck.
Straight flush?
Straight flush draw. It's crazy.
Straight flush draw.
Full house.
8 of spades. What? Straight flush. Huh?
Ooh. 7 of spades.
Spades.
7 of spades, I see 7. I stay calm, baby.
You get champagne from the casino.
Yeah.
You don't have a spade?
Yeah, but he has straight flush.
Oh oui, oh. Ouais, j'ai pas vu.
T'as pas vu la 4 flush?
Non.
Fait mal la 4 flush.
Never easy.
Et je te jure, je me dis, ouais, il joue pas le set de pique.
Il joue tout lui. Il joue des foules, il joue des couleurs. Sortez. Wow.
See, I don't want to fly, I stay to see that this one is straight, I hope.
Just you three.
Yeah. Sounds juicy indeed. So I wonder if his chicken is as juicy as this cash game.
Indeed. This one is a little bit low.
Shame of losing the fucking pain.
What happens
It's
to me?
bigger than-
What happens in Amsterdam always is that heads up, guy gets stacked 2 times, 3 times, and still has to pay for his new stack for the for the stand up.
Yeah, that's tilting. That is tilting.
Fold.
Bunker.
7 fold. They raise 1000. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold.
Haven't seen much from Philip then, as of late. He's been relatively quiet from my perspective.
He had a score there about 6 weeks ago, 279k, and he was very aggressive, put on a masterclass. I think he got second in the end. He's been quiet at this table. He hasn't had too many big hands. I don't know what you call a big hand at this one. Things haven't gone too well for him, but he hasn't lost any massive pots, I don't think.
He started to play 5 cards.
He's just sort of maintained around that 20k zone.
And then in the end,
Hard to keep track of all the action. I don't remember seeing him re-enter. Maybe at the start.
different than I thought in the beginning.
I'm sure we'll find out on the screen.
Calling it a
And they
completely
show an
different-
update, the chip counts.
It's a bit of a reach, but
You like this card?
no. That's a completely different. See, that is a completely different game. Worse. Who likes to play that shit? I really. Because it's the worst, man. It really is the worst. So many people say that as well. So
Yeah. It's
so
not even fun for flips.
It's just no, for flips it is fun. What do you mean?
Yeah.
Just because you're dead less often, so you can sweat to the river more often. But
When you keep it close, yeah.
But it's just terrible. Oof.
Yeah.
Just another.
Impossible to look at your cards.
That's another one. But it just plays terrible. I don't know why. It plays terrible. I guess because
the way you feel about this card, a lot of people feel about 5 cards wrong.
Oh come on! I don't think so. You think? You think people call 5 cards a stupid game?
Not anymore. You have in the
when I'm
past?
losing. When I'm losing.
Yeah, like any game, no?
Long time. It took me a long time to get.
Curry with a big raise here.
Because when I started playing Holland PLO, I was playing low. I started playing 5 card. I was playing minimum 25-50, you know.
Yeah.
So it's. I'm not gonna play 1-2 just to get ahead. Try to know the game, you know. So.
I had kings.
Twice?
What is going on here? Look, I had kings.
You had kings?
I had kings. Like, what the fuck?
3-way all in.
How do you fold kings?
Huh? Kings? I had kings. I'm like, I had race all in.
Really shitty one.
With 46.8k in this pot.
Really kings? I like my hand a lot.
Max with 58% equity. Very flopping a set and is
Oh,
still
now it makes sense. Kings, king, jack, and jack.
just
Wow.
33% to win this hand.
Who has the ace queen? So twice, right?
Yeah, twice.
You got the jump stack? Yeah, attack.
You really like your
twice? I really like my hand twice, yeah. Twice?
They're only burning one out, just 110.
Duarte, you want me to pour it?
Sure, it's this one, yeah. Yeah.
Turn is the 10 of diamonds and
Yeah, there it is.
See the tech mark for.
it's good for Max on
Maxi!
the first one.
Hey, now you do it fast, huh? Now the button goes very fast.
There's the second run out. It's the 8 of spades.
No, spade's not good.
This you?
7. Yeah, that's me.
50-50 between Ferry and Max as we hit the river. River is the 9 of hearts. Max wins both of them. Wow.
Oops. So I'm out.
Ace 10-4 is the flop. Pasma top pair. Vega with a good shot, but with 2 clubs on board, don't see him continuing. Although it wouldn't surprise me after seeing that 6-7 of spades hand. Turn is the 6 of diamonds, and now Vega with his good shot might decide to try get some picture cards to fold here, something along those lines. Although a lot of picture cards would just bet this flop. Yeah, I think it's best to just check. Pasma is going to bet 450k here. I think once Vega has checked flop and turn, 2 flush draws on board, just needs to be folding.
Yeah, strongly agree, bro. Strongly agree.
It wouldn't have surprised me to see him lead there, Alan, considering what he done there on the King 8-8 earlier. Just a few hands ago, really.
Exactly, yeah. That is true.
And they were talking to each other pre-flop.
Oh, he's
I
cut-
told you
he's
I
cut-
wouldn't. Okay, I didn't say raise, but I thought I said it wouldn't surprise me if he does some form of a continue. I wasn't expecting to see a raise to 1.7 million. Talk about putting the pressure on Pasma here. This is a horrible spot to be in for Pasma, and you can see it on his face.
The only thing I'd say about this, mate, is because there's a lot of draws out there, which you obviously unblock every single one of them, clubs and diamonds. You know, there's a lot of 4 or 5 of clubs, 4 or 5 of diamonds, 7, 8 of diamonds, 8, 9 of diamonds, clubs, etc. There's a lot going on here. King, queen of diamonds, etc., etc. So, you know, having position here. The thing is with this 4 or 5 of spades, man, on a non-flush completing river, this is one of the best combos to always bluff on blocking the folds. It's very, very important. Now, the thing is, you can improve here, but I don't think 5x has that much showdown value here, unless you decide to check call here against missed draws, which is also a thing as well, which would be unbelievably sick if he finds it.
It's important to note that the flop went check.
Yeah, I'm aware. There's no worries. So either way, it's still a really nice spot to
shove in Vegameister's shoes.
Well, the thing is, as I said, man, you know, you improved on the river technically, but 4-3 got there as well if you have that from the big blind, and he does check. This is okay, just checks back. I mean, I don't mind that. The thing is, it's one of those things where if you do face a bet in the river here, it's going to be quite a polarising spot in terms of what Pasmat is going to be value betting in the river, because if he's checking back all these ace-X, especially the weaker kickers, then what he's going to be betting on the river there is going to be, you know, strong ace-X, 2 pairs, and just some missed draws, man.
It's the World Series of Poker Europe, where players from all around the world come to win a guaranteed prize of 15 million euros. This amazing tournament starts already on October 25th at the King's Resort. With worldwide players for a massive prize. Get ready for an intense showdown. Mark your calendar for October 25th and head to King's Resort for the World Series of Poker Europe. It's your time to shine.
Important thing was as-deuce of clubs versus sevens, I think. Yes, and then the river comes to us. Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerves out there at the moment. Naturally enough.
Exactly. In this exact situation, I mean, again, there's so much money up top, man, being 110k, and not only that, we're literally on the ticket bubble too. So a lot of stuff to take into account, guys. A lot of money up top, a lot of decisions that are going to be very, very important, whether you preserve your stack or not. Got to be careful, got to be very, very sure every decision you make is going to be the highest EV decision. But I've no doubt that these players are more than capable of doing that. Especially they've outlasted 3,500 players, guys. Just shy, or just over, I should say, 3,500 players. Ridiculous field. A lot of days to play. But we have Swinesetter on the button, opening the sevens. Wow, we got an all in here. The ace-2 versus the sevens. This could be it, Dan. We could be on the bubble of the ticket here. It could be bursting.
This could be bing, bang, boom, and just like that, the bubble bursts unless Bees can get lucky. He's got 33% equity. Can't find a much better spot here with 6 bigs. I think he was forced all in here. Actually, the blinds had just gone up, so it was less than 5 bigs total. Also having your big blind invested and your big blind ante.
Exactly.
There are some arguments you could make for folding here on the exact bubble, but that is not the cloth that Emil Bees is cut from. 10-6-5 is the flop, and nothing in it for Bees, and he's going to need help on the Turner River, or the fan favourite at King's Resort will be eliminated. Turn is the Jack of Spades, now down to 1 card and 3 outs.
Not the first time we've seen an ace in the river, Dan, when we've done comms together. Well, wouldn't be the last time. We'll see what happens.
Oh my God, he hits it! The king is back, man.
Disgusting, and I just said it too, bro. It's like I knew. Trust me, I didn't, by the way. Just to make that very, very clear.
Always a surprise around the corner for the king.
Man, this is stuff I'm not going to say you'd see online, but it's just in this situation where it's just like on the bubble of the ticket. It's just always these sort of things that like always happen. It just makes great, great content.
Yeah. Yeah, well put. You just don't know what you're going to see next.
Yeah.
It brings... Poker is amazing because it brings people from all different walks of life, all different skill levels.
Exactly.
You know, what I love about this place is no matter how much money they're playing for, you'll see them talking to each other at final tables.
Yeah.
Always jovial. I think I've seen one argument at each table since it started, and that's 18 months.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have that ratio in Ireland.
No, for sure. There'll be always one lad saying something to another lad in Ireland. I can guarantee you that much, and both me and Dan can verify that.
Yeah. Maybe I was involved once or twice. I don't
Likewise,
know.
but you know, things happen. We brush them under the carpet and we move on.
we will get a few catchphrases though. I like what you're saying, but just so we're clear, I'm coining a few of them. If we're going to have Action Man Dan merch someday, that's one of the phrases I'm coining. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings, and Shy Baby don't get no sweets.
True that.
Michelle raising to 625. Yeah, you wouldn't try that in a small town. It is. My whole point is everyone is just so happy to be here.
Yeah. Both you and I are definitely, anyways, mate. As I said, we're thoroughly grateful for this one. Basically, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that neither of us could turn down when asked. As I said of last week, it was just a no-brainer altogether.
Glausch is going to call the additional 325k.
Michelle's cards are unknown, Dan. This could get interesting if we see some aggression from the man himself.
Ghost Malone here playing in the dark. On the 10-9-3 though, this is going to be tough for Glausch to continue. We have seen him continue when he has a piece of it, and he does beat a lot of these draws, and he blocks some combinations that he would want his opponent to have. So maybe calling one small bet here is okay, but I wouldn't be getting too carried away on this kind of board.
Yeah, I mean, you just have very little backdoors as well. You know, if the 10 was a diamond or something like that, you'd be way more happy with the call here. But yeah, you kind of still have to call versus a small bet, but versus big bets, I'd probably be folding the flop already, bro. I think it's just one of those hands that's just like going to play so poorly on turns that, you know, you can probably just get away from it on the flop. But as I said, only versus a big bet. Versus the small sizing that D. Michel used on the flop, never going to be folding there.
Yeah, so I have a question for you. So, Alan, if that you just said we would fold to a big bet, then does that make it more of a big bet if we're in D. Michel's shoes?
Well, if I was playing this hand online, Dan, I'd be definitely using big bets on this flop. I mean, look, stack sizes are a hell of a lot different at this moment in time. But, you know, even a half pot size in here, bro, given the stack sizes in general, it's a tough spot with 3x here, especially King 3 of diamonds. You know, I'm not going to say King 3 of clubs, but that doesn't make sense. But as I said, if the 10 was a diamond or the 9 was a diamond, we'll be way more inclined to check call versus, like, we'll say a larger size and say if he picked half pot. But yeah, it definitely makes a difference, because the bigger the size and the more polarized the c-bet range is between nuts and air, or, you know, high equity draws or high equity hands in general. And then obviously there's meant to be some not semi-bluffs, but just like weak parts of his range as well, that are just like, we'll say, air hands as an example. So yeah, this is obviously a really annoying spot. But the thing is, Glausch made one of these calls against Pasma earlier on as well. But I think in this spot on the Ace River, it's just way more likely that if, you know, D. Michel had 9x, or he had some 4-5 suited of, you know, whatever, diamonds that might have just bet the flop, now improved on the turn, or had some showdown, it's just going to check this back on the river. So, you know, any sort of marginal hand is just going to be checking back on the river. And any draws like that, the Queen Jack, the King Queen, are probably going to start betting on the turn as well. So I would just check fold here with the King 3. I think that's more than reasonable here, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I think that was fantastic analysis. It makes a lot of sense.
Thank you.
Just wondering, yeah, between the smaller and bigger bets, and that makes a lot of sense to just bet bigger there. Here, I would not like to see Glausch putting on his cape, but he does put on the cape. And Michel turning his hand over that quick, it wouldn't indicate a bluff. But wow, I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopedic shoes, because Michel has got his hand caught in the cookie jar, and he could have avoided this by double barreling the turn there.
Exactly, and that's the issue I have there. And you know something, Dan, I know these hands that don't have the best equity on the turn, but like, you can always put the pressure on the 9x, you can get flush draws to fold, you can even put pressure on the 10x, that you can bet jam, or bet in general on that ace as well, because that's going to put 10x in a hell of a spot, literally just in painful spot.
Hi, Kings fans.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Final table time here at Kings Resort. It is the World Series of Poker Europe GGMillion's final table, down to the final 9, and I'm joined in the booth by none other than Mr. Nanonoko, aka Randy Lou, who back in the day, Randy, at the inception of the GGMillions, you were in the mix in the online streams covering this very event, the online variant that is. And now fast forward to 2023, we have a GGMillions live edition with the bracelet up top, and it is Martin Kabrhel, chip leader with 600k up there, my man.
Yeah, and obviously the bracelet event is very prestigious in itself, but to throw in that
100%.
GGMillions on there, there's a lot on the line. As you can see, 600,000 euro for our champion and the hardware. But you know, looking at these names, you know, I see Nicholas has said that's a player who plays the GGMillions a ton. Also Daniel Dvoress. So, you know, they're gonna be right at home trying to cruise their way through this field. But it is Martin Kabrhel at the top. 124 big blinds is massive. But even Michael Rocco's got a lot of big blinds in second of 96. So this is gonna be very interesting, as they will be the ones dictating the action at this final table.
Incredibly exciting final table ahead of us. I mean, it's not too often that you have two runaway chip leaders. Then you've got, you know, Cedric, Nicholas, Didi, Dvoress, kind of in that middle of the pack cluster, very healthy around the 50 big blind mark. Then a significant drop off to Gab King rather, and Jerry Odin with 25-ish. Then Leonard Maui and Tamas Adamski. I mean, everyone going to be keeping their eye on Adamski for now, as he is the immediate short stack. All guaranteed 54,100 for their efforts. All eyes on that top prize of the 600,000 euros that will be going to the eventual champion as the players just get mic'd up. We are playing down to a winner, and I'm going to let you viewers know now, this could be a long one. Expect us to be here for a good 5-6 hours, given how many bigs are in play. There you go, get involved. All things Kings Resort. I would highly recommend checking us out on Instagram for behind the scenes content, some BTS with some of your favorite players, giveaways, exclusives. Then facebook.com/PokerRoomKings. If you haven't already, check us out. We have a ton of profile photos over there from the tournaments. You can find your friends, your family, your favorite poker players, perhaps yourself, for a new social media profile pic. And then for all things Kings, I always recommend heading over to our main website for hotel reservations, bookings for airport transfers, and of course finding out all of the tournament series that are coming up at Kings. But for now, our attention. Oh, hello.
No, talk about this.
Okay,
Henry,
okay.
Come on.
Tomorrow, 5:30, Yo Virals game, 2 days in a row. I was here last year for it, Randy. It is one of the most ridiculous out-of-line games you will ever commentate on, and I know you've done a bunch of cash game stuff. This is really out there. So tomorrow, 5:30 local time, we'll be bringing you that. But for now, I want to talk a little bit about the history of the bracelets. A regular WSOP bracelet worth around 5k US. High roller events and WSOP Europe main event awards special bracelets with stones, 15k in value. Then the WSOP main event championship bracelet. How much do you think that one's worth, Randy?
You tell me.
$500,000. What? $500,000. I have a fun story that I will tell later on about the main event bracelet. Got our final tablists taking to the main stage, lining up in front of that bracelet for a bit of a shot. Before 1976, winners received either a silver cup, a Corny trophy, or a silver plate. It wasn't until the year 1976 that the bracelet was actually introduced, and obviously fast forward, what, 47 years later rather, we all now know just how prestigious a WSOP bracelet is. It's considered the most coveted non-monetary prize a poker player can win. Couldn't agree more. Of the 3 top WSOP bracelet winners, only Johnny Chan still has them all. I know Helmuth likes to give his away to friends and family. Johnny Chan's like, no, I won them. I'm going to keep them.
Yeah, if you want one, you go enter this 25K GG Millions edition and take your shot at it. You know, it's hard to win.
Yes, indeed.
It's tough talent out there, and look at that bracelet.
In 2008, the main event bracelet had 291 diamonds, totaling for 2.81 carats, set in 168 grams of 18 karat white gold. That is absolutely insane.
Oh, they're touching it, but only one. Oh, Gabion, you need to put your hand a little closer if you want to try and win. There you go. Touch that box.
Is that Kabrhel, the chip
Kabrhel
leader?
just pointed at it.
Like, I've already got one. Wow.
This was the toughest part of the tournament, guys. The toughest guy of the tournament for sure.
In 2019, I'm loving these facts by our team, by the way. A standard WSOP bracelet appeared in an auction on eBay. Originally awarded for a $2,500 limit Omaha event, it reached a final sale price of $50,000. But perhaps the best known case of a poker player selling their jewelry was that of Peter Eastgate. He won the WSOP main in 2008, becoming the youngest ever player to do so. 2 years later, he opted to sell it to raise money for charity, and he received a staggering $147,500, which all of which was donated to UNICEF. According to the Hendon Mob database, there were a total of 1,987 WSOP bracelet winners by the end of 2022. All the facts coming in hot from the booth. Dealer is ready. Players are ready, Randy. Those are the positions. So I'll stack and line up here. A disastrous seat draw for Michael Rocco. 96 big blinds, comfortably in second, and has
What's that?
Martin Kabrhel just 2 seats to his left.
Yeah, I agree with you. You don't want to be
Tim's,
out 2 seats over from the chip leader who is
Brewers.
super active.
5 sekunder kan jag få äckla, sen är det
I will
GG.
say all eyes are definitely on Thomas Adamski.
Thank you.
The 3 big blind stack. I mean, are we just rounding him up with that 1% of the chips in play?
Thank you.
Sure.
It could be less, right?
Sure. So for those of you just joining us, of course, up until now, it was none other than Ali Najad and James Dempsey to get us down to the booth. What's up?
Oh, I like that we can see the chat so easily.
Yeah, we got it all now. We got the full setup
What's
here.
up, chat?
How we doing?
Talking to you on YouTube and Twitch.
A shout out to James and Ali.
Why didn't we get to pick the seating?
The A team's in town now.
I think they drew, we just weren't. Oh, yeah.
Got a funny feeling.
Oh, you get to
We've
pick
got
the
an epic final table
you have less
ahead of ourselves.
Oh, how lucky is the short stack wins
I don't mind
the
being a little
button
to the
draw.
side.
So he gets a whole orbit of hands.
Štivka, jak sedí, zjistí, jak se
Wow.
jmenuje a nějaký na to,
That's
na
pretty
news,
insane.
najdi Henry.
Talk about run good.
Jasný?
Gets a full orbit.
Just a reset,
It's kind of music to the ears of Martin Kabrhel, right? He's like, okay, fantastic. That gives me 6 hands to just bully everyone else.
What is that little trinket on top of Kabrhel's chips?
Great question. Hopefully we get a little close up. I'm sure we will. If I'm not mistaken, it's a hippopotamus. I've seen it.
Pretty sure hippos are gray last time I checked.
Well,
at least in cartoons.
Sure. Do you want to bet that it's a hippo?
I'm a little worried now.
Bearing in mind, out of all of the commentators in the world, I've commentated the most on Martin Kabrhel. So it's up to you.
You know what? Maybe I just keep my wallet full today. That's a good idea.
Kabrhel and his hungry hippo. So let the show begin. You can see Leonard Maui already kind of laughing.
He's just looking at everyone like, hey, you guys know? Reminder, I've got all of the chips.
200.
6 raise 200. 7, 8, 9, pass. 1 pass.
Here's our short stack. Adamski, king 10 off. So if he can find this spot, even though he's got a full orbit of free hands he could get, he'll be getting in great shape against Kabrhel. Oh, he's found it. Nice.
How much is it?
Bravo. Got to give him credit for taking the spot, as Randy alluding to. He knows how wide Kabrhel's going to be, even from early position. Rocco has an interesting one here. The American venturing out to kings.
There's a little bit of a problem in the sense that the action can be reopened. Right, it's 110k on top of the 100k raise. Looks like he is going to
like 10?
make the call. Hope for the best.
9.5? Thank you. 310, yeah? Correct.
So Kabrhel does have a step. In theory. Rocco's come along for the ride, Randy. And given the lack of a side pot, is
950?
there... Wow. Any incentive for Kabrhel to 4-bet, which he does, to 950?
Yeah.
And a potential triple spot for Adamski.
Yeah, it's great for him. Kabrhel definitely wanted to get a heads up.
All good in the hood.
It's all good in the hood announced.
Where is the bracelet? Where is the bracelet? Okay, don't go away. Don't go away.
First all in of this final table as it comes. Ace, King, 8. Adamski way out in front. Just 2 cards away.
Opportunity.
Uh-oh.
If you survive
From
this,
doubling
you are a
up.
player.
Kabrhel looking for a heart or a jack for a chop.
You are a really good player.
Good start.
Doesn't find it, and with that, the short stack tripling up and then some, Randy, from 3 bigs up to 11. You hear Kabrhel saying that's good for me.
And what he means by that is it's not the end of the world that the shortest stack kind of still has a micro stack where everyone else has to play tight when he raises.
Lucky river, yeah?
Yeah.
Very lucky. But it's all good in the hood.
I'm just scanning through the Hendon mobs.
Alright.
I will introduce to this final table.
Turn on now.
Introduce
Turn it off.
to the viewers around the world.
I feel like that hand already made a statement to Michael Rocco that he's going to hear from the chip leader with that big stack, because there are a lot of people who might just call the 10-7 of hearts and let Michael Rocco in there,
You
but...
don't care about pay jumps? You don't? Wow. True gambler.
He's a
True
chatter
gambler.
one, isn't he?
Have you ever commentated on him before?
No. But
oh, wow.
It's enjoyable already.
You're in for an absolute treat, mate. You've never commentated on Martin Kabrhel.
8, raise 200, 9 plus. 1 plus. 2 plus.
The only player.
Oh, hello, Nicholas Estet, also known as
yeah.
Melina 900.
King
Pocket
10
Kings on the
Bravo.
button.
Play like 2 million start.
Bravo.
It could get tough for Odin here
475.
because he knows that these strong, like 50 big blind stacks can lean on the 20 big blind opens.
4 plus. 5 plus.
Thomas, počkej. Můžu?
See if Odin goes with it here.
It's a lot of hand.
Swede on Swede violence. These guys have played tons of hands against each other online, Randy.
He also saw the shortest stack just triple up, which isn't as much of a danger zone. And
did he just?
He said all in, didn't he not?
No.
Or did he say call?
Wow.
Whoa. We got confused for a second.
I mean, there was people at the table that thought he said all in as well. 1.2 in the middle. And it's come 9-3-3.
Looks like they might get it all in anyways on this flop.
SPR of just 1.5 as that online phenom. One of the most decorated online players in the history of the game. A statement that I feel quite confident in saying out loud.
Comes in with 20% pot, and this is just ideal when you're holding this overpair on this type of paired board, especially against these stack sizes. Easy to get it in post flop. For Dean here, he might even just check jam this one, trying to just fold out some like ace queens, I suppose. Hands that have equity in position. Check calling is certainly fine too.
Did open from +2. Some hands that he's ahead of can maybe fold out. Oh, he's announced himself and he's going to get snapped, Randy. He is live, looking for an ace or some hearts. Seeing the top right-hand corners of your screen.
Can you run it twice?
I don't think you can run it twice, Randy.
Might as well ask.
Gonna be a sad king on the turn, buddy. Sad king on the
Wow,
turn.
That's a big statement,
That
my
is
friend.
bold with 2 cards to come.
He's alive.
Sad king on the turn, 3.
Oh my god. Really?
Looking for an ace or a 3. Just the second hand into this FT is Odin showered
You did.
straight off the bat.
Wow, perfect.
Jerry Odin, also known as Perry Mechson, online, another online crusher. 9th place here, 54,100 euros for his efforts. Is going to be having a word with our team about his run here. But not the start, and not the fairy tale ending for our 9th place finisher.
Can you tell me please, how did you bust?
I flopped a not flush draw in a 3-bet pot against my good friend Niklas, and he had kings. So we were basically flipping, but it was 2 frees on the flop and then it came a 3 on the turn, so I was basically dead.
What would it mean to you to win this bracelet?
I mean, it would be awesome. Like, I really like the idea of chasing bracelets for sure. And I have one already, and it was my best memory in poker. So yeah, and also this is the biggest buy-in I've ever played. So a lot of things. So yeah, it would be really cool.
How did it feel for you to play besides Martin Kabrhel?
How it feels? Yeah. I mean, today was kind of okay. He's really obnoxious sometimes, like really rude. I think his behavior is dog shit, but today was fine. I tried to ignore him, but sometimes he says something funny and he cracks me up. So, but some of his antics, not today. Didn't do anything bad today, but it's not okay in my mind. Thank you.
Well, some loaded questions, perhaps, from our interviewer there as Kabrhel's opened. I do apologize, Kabrhel's in the big blind. So the elimination of our 8th place finisher, Jerry O'Dean,
It's 4 or 5 big
gives us our first ladder.
4 or 5.
Hearing him say it's his biggest buy-in event of his life. Good friends with Nicholas,
4 or 5?
who has now moved up to 3rd in chips. GG's Jerry, I'm sure we'll be seeing more of him in the future as Adamski has started this final table on an absolute flyer. 145,000 in live earnings. Career best cash of 51k. He's already eclipsed that here with this guaranteed 8th place finish. Absolutely loving life. Man from Hungary. Got Leandro in the chat saying the interviewer wants blood. It's kind of what Randy was saying in the booth.
I mean, you know, it's kind of odd to ask how would you like to win, how would it feel to win the bracelet when you already busted? But you know, I see what she was trying to get at. Thankfully, he did already have a bracelet under his belt.
That's true. That is true. Imagine if he didn't.
Because my answer would have been like, it's not possible anymore. I don't care. Look at Nicholas' stat on 8 million in chips after busting out Odin.
Nicholas, can you tell me how much you have about?
I want to say he's got like the most experience at this FT. He's won so many tournaments in his career.
Like 8?
About 7.5, a little bit more than 7.5, yeah.
7.5, yeah? Thank you.
And Leonard's got a front row seat to the Kabrhel show. Dvoress has a legit hand out on the big.
Shouldn't get too much action out of a stats hand, Queen 10 offsuit.
$900. 900.
8 raise 900.
Well, with a big sizing. We tend to see this a bit more when they're in the middle of the pack, trying to force it in pre.
Cheers, yeah?
I'm looking at the viewership, Randy, on Twitch and YouTube, loving the numbers. To 1.7 thousand over on King's Resort YouTube channel. For those of you that are perhaps new to the streaming platform of King's Resort, it's not just home of the World Series of Poker Europe. There is weekly live streams,
Can I get a bottle of sparkling?
as well as hand history breakdowns and all sorts of poker content. So if you haven't already, do drop us a like, drop us a subscribe, as we continue on our efforts here at King's to grow the poker game in Europe, taking it to new heights year in, year out. Production quality as good as it gets, as well as the setup here. I mean, you saw it. 3 tournaments running at the same time, as well as dozens of cash game tables, all different stakes. Would really appreciate the support. And also, if we don't get up to 300 likes, Randy's gonna lose his job. So do it for Nanonoko.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Randy.
Well, if I lose my job, I'm going straight into whatever bracelet event is still running. So don't worry, I'll be fine. Now Dvoress, get in an ace-queen. Had ace-king just last hand. Will be interesting on how he proceeds here. Because he's playing a healthy stack of 4.7 million. He's still going to go for the 3-bet against Kabrhel, who's got king 8 suited.
Yeah, Dvoress out on the small.
He plays so fearless.
I mean, he's one of the most feared and decorated players in the history of the game. Quick intro for those of you that don't know Daniel Dvoress. 27.2 million in live earnings. Best live cash of 4,080,000 as Kabrhel, undeterred, with the king 8 of spades. Gonna pill. Let's see 3, Randy. 1.8 out there.
Good luck, Daniel.
Usually you say that when it's all in. He said good luck on as we go to a flop. Interesting. No texture for Kabrhel. Dvoress does have ace of diamonds working. It's a low board.
.8 in the middle. Does get awkward at this stack depth. Dvoress comfortably in the middle of the pack. And this c-bet, Randy, designed to just fold out these types of hands with equity, right?
Just fold out everything that is unpaired, that doesn't have some kind of piece. Maintain control so you don't play a guessing game. Also, with the ace of diamonds, you do have more firepower on the turn to multi-barrel. Say it comes one more diamond. Kabrhel doesn't even have a backdoor spade, so it's going to be hard for him to do anything.
Pitches it. Nice little pick up there.
Kings?
Always.
Yeah?
Why did he put the card so far
If I
from the
have juice
dealer?
8, I would continue. But
Then I'd be in trouble.
yeah, maybe he could hold. Maybe kings can hold.
It's funny,
New killer?
I tuned in when Ali and James were in the booth. They were both touching on how difficult it can be to do commentary with someone like Kabrhel at the table. We all want to hear what he has to say.
Co měl? Nebylo to tam?
That's how things stand here
Neukázal?
after less than an orbit.
Jo, ono se to ukáže. Jo, na konci té handy by to měl ukázat.
Warm welcome to everyone just joining us. People are keeping the score, Randy. We've got Zorro in the chat saying Dvoress versus Kabrhel 1-0. Okay. I'll let you guys keep tabs on the Kabrhel versus everyone else. But we do have some giveaways to take care of, Randy, if I'm not mistaken.
We do, yes. We have many of them to go. You got one ready to go already?
I was going to let you.
Me?
Yeah.
Okay.
It can be random, right?
Can be anybody. I'll give you. How about a stat about me? What was the month and year I cashed in Rosvedov?
There we go.
It's a single cash. You can find it.
First one to find out the month and year in which Randy Lou, aka Nanonoko, got his first cash at King's Resort. Let us know. Randy's trying. He's checking his calendar. That's Kabrhel. Ponders over the ace deuce. Leonard Maui. By the way, 3.5 million in live earnings. Best live cash of 768,000.
Who hit it? Someone hit it.
They did. It looks like it was Belgian Duke. March 2017. GG's, my man.
Nice. That's a true fan right there. I think he memorized it off the top of his head. He didn't even have to look it up. He didn't need Google. Or Hendon Mob. Okay, so Gabyon Kim with ace-6 off, so going to defend the big against Maui.
Let's come Jack 4 tray. Swing and a miss for Kim.
Playing a short stack of 1.1 million for Mal. Just praying that the C-bet gets through min-bet.
Bylo to tam, jo?
Gabyon King just ace-6 off from South Korea. Oh, he's getting in there. Ooh, that's the turn card he was looking for.
That is the spicy one. Open-ender now. 750 in the middle.
It's actually kind of tough for Leonard Mal here because some wheels do get there, right? Ace deuce. He does kind of want to protect against like the ace 5 and 5-6s, but if those hands check jam on him, he's not really sure what to do with 2 9s. Of course, he fears the jack. He's kind of asked, does the Jack X check raise me sometimes against my stack?
Does get awkward to bet here and then get jammed on. And how about that for a run out? Had Apocalypse in the chat saying, Henry, Kim already finished third in the 2K PLO event last week, 39k, looking to go a few spots better here in this 25k.
Trap.
He's got the absolute nuts here, given the way this hand's played out.
I like this trap because his opponent might try to represent the ace if they don't have it, given that they should have more aces in their range in the hijack against the big blind. Also, if they do have the ace, they might come in for like a block bet and he can kind of just check jam. So Gabyon Kim gonna win this pot with his 6, and everyone's gonna take note that he tried the trap there.
Long straight.
Thank you.
Never heard that term. A long straight, a 6-card straight. When do you start using that?
Thank you.
An annoying run out for Leonard, obviously. Currently sits 24th on Germany's all-time money list. Had 10 victories throughout his career. A couple of high roller events here in Europe, out in the States. Most famously, a runner-up finish earlier on this year during an EPT main.
Were you talking about Gabyon Kim? Or who are you speaking of just now?
Leonard.
Leonard.
Yeah. That's why, you know. I said his name.
Sorry, I heard
That's
the
alright.
I heard the results.
I know.
I didn't hear the name part of it. Forgive me.
I get it. I used to
visit-
get it from my ex all the time, you know. In one ear and out the other. And then they'd be like, what was that? What was that you said? Didn't know I liked repeating myself.
Got an ace-9 opening the button. And Kim's got ace-8 suited, which is a hand that could play back. Big blind's now 120,000. Playing about 25 big blind stack. It's one of those hands where like you kind of want to reef shove, but in 25 big blind seems a bit excessive. Does see the short stack in the big.
$850.
So Gabyon Kim gonna play this as a 3-bet. And it looks strong for him to 3-bet from the small because the big blind only had a 1.1 million stack. So he's basically 3-betting a hand that has the advantage against a big blind that happens to wake up with something. It's not like Kim's going to be 3-betting like some 5-6 suited in this spot, knowing that the big blind, he'll be forced to call a reshove given how short that opponent is. Back-to-back pots for Gabyon Kim, up to 3.5 million.
I had the chance to speak with Bertrand Gospelier, also known as Elky. Just getting sent some photos as well.
What is this?
That's awesome. Look at the in-house photographer.
Oh. You guys are matching.
Yeah.
White on white. Backstreet Boys, Millennial.
Well, he's going to be awarding the trophy to the eventual champion here.
Okay. We talking about the bracelet trophy?
The bracelet? and the GGMillion
there's another trophy?
He's travelled with it.
So he's been paying the weight fees around.
He has, but his trip back home is going to be a bit lighter. Rocco rocking up from the States. 3.9 million in live earnings. A win here today would give him a career best cash.
Yeah, Rocco loves the World Series of Poker. Traveled over to Rosvadov to take his shot in this 25K. Do have Nicholas Estet with the 10-8 of hearts in the big. Definitely a hand that can come along. And they are very healthy in terms of stack size.
That's done a fantastic job. Grinding his way up towards the top of the chip counts.
Not much here for Estet, so should be a quick one if Rocco does decide to throw in a continuation bet. Gonna take him up to 9.6 million.
So first elimination from this final table, 25k GGMillions bracelet edition, first of its kind, was online legend Jerry O'Dean falling victim to the kings of his good friend Nicholas Adster. I guess if you're ever going to bust a tournament, it's nice for
Where is our clock?
the chips to go to a close friend. Those two obviously go way back on the online streets.
He didn't say that in an interview.
He didn't, but they've been holding down the fort together over the years. Oh, the hippo
You won the last hand?
fell down.
Uh-oh, that's a bad sign. I wouldn't play this hand.
Kabrhel asking Rocco if he won the last hand. Now he's in the big blind.
Like, he likes to talk, right? Like, he just, even if the questions aren't relevant, kind of just keep things going.
I don't know. I don't get it. It's very entertaining, but I can imagine out there, if you're playing, it's very frustrating. But also Rocco strikes me as the guy that just doesn't give a damn Randy. I mean, does this guy look like Kabrhel's going to get to him?
You have like over 12, right? How much do you have?
Me?
Yeah.
Like 13?
Not quite. Close-ish.
And you now about?
It's like 9.5 or something.
9?
Yeah.
I love this strategy from Rocco. He's just playing ball with Kabrhel. Just not letting him get under his skin. Just answering his questions. Just
ask him back.
Yeah. Play him at his own game. As it comes ace, ace 9. Potential trouble spot for Kabrhel here.
Could see him go small because 10-9 offsuit is a bit vulnerable to overcards.
$220?
Fernando should be a standard call for Rocco with his queen 9. If it comes low, he might be able to find a spot to get some value on the river.
Action flop for these two hands. Strap yourselves in.
Yeah, one of those pots where often it kind of goes 1 to 2 streets of value going in.
650.
Oh, actually check raising.
Hello.
This is interesting.
What's the plan here, Randy? Are we just folding out those suited broadways that a stabbing makes our life a lot easier?
Well, clearly for him to check raise a 9 in this spot means he's check raise bluffing at a decent frequency, so he's trying to balance it so it's not weighted towards just bluffs and diamond draws. As the hand is played, I don't really see how Kabrhel could ever fold. So right now, a nice sized pot.
Yeah.
Likely going Rocco's way.
No, I couldn't agree more. It makes sense. 2 million in the middle. This is first and second in chips. Biggest brick in the deck.
This is actually where it gets really interesting to kind of see where Rocco's head was at. He does check. Because while yes, Kabrhel is the chip leader and opening a lot, Kabrhel still has a lot of ace-x in his range. Now I would think that Kabrhel's pretty happy to see his opponent check. He might bet to kind of set his own price. Charge some weak diamond draws that might have made a move. Could also check as well and play a little bit of a guess game. And looks like he's just going to bet against the diamonds.
May even get the better hand to fold here. After Rocco did decide to check raise flop. Gets uncomfortable. It's currently second in chips.
I think I'd be pretty surprised if Rocco folded right now, especially holding no diamond in hand. Those are the hands that Kabrhel could easily bet call flop and bet turn when checked to.
Martin Kabrhel, two-time bracelet winner, looking for his third.
Comes Rocco. Cutting out, calling chips.
What's the plan on bricks here, Randy? For Kabrhel.
Well, I mean, for Kabrhel, he's got decent showdown value. You know, he can still beat the king high flush draws that might check raise flop and check call turn. Definitely would be interesting if they didn't have showdown, if he didn't have showdown value. But I think as played, I'd be pretty happy checking down 10-9.
We have ourselves a new chip leader. Michael Rocco calls Los Angeles home, venturing out across the pond from the United States to take the chip lead here in this 25k bracelet event.
That's pretty sick value he got of just queen 9 on that double ace board. Really made a big statement right there that Rocco's not going to play standard, you know, coming with check raises, mergey. It's going to be hard to put him on a range, which is what you want, especially with these deep stacks.
We did say the hippo got knocked over before that hand, Randy. Just mentioning it, you know.
I told you should have folded.
No longer the chip lead. Kabrhel. Tank folding the 10-7. Let's see how long it takes for us to get agitated in the booth.
No, I mean, I don't mind. He's, I mean, sure tends. look at Daniel Dvoress. He looks like Mr. Burns. Excellent. He's.
He does, doesn't he? I love it.
Look at it. It's synchronized.
Cedric gonna activate here. Haven't seen much from him. Obviously very early doors, just 10 hands into this final table. Do let us know who you guys are rooting for. Who do you want to see heads up? I see some love in the chat from JJ7 for Rocco.
Nancy.
Kabrhel has been chatting. Belgian Duke saying he wants to see Adstedt versus Kabrhel. Lena 900. Squaring off against Martin would be quite the heads-up match. Seeing a lot of first-time chatters in the building as well. Welcome to the stream, Randy Lou, also known as Nanonoko, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, in the booth for this final table. I want to give some love, of course, to Arlene Najard and James Dempsey, who are also here at King's, home of the WSOP Europe, and home of poker in Europe. Here for this World Series of Poker. We'll be in the booth for the next 10 days or so, bringing you non-stop action, bracelets, as well as high-stakes cash games. You do not want to miss it.
I'm going to put you on the spot, but how do you say Cedric's last name?
Great question, Randy. I'm going to go with Schwederelli.
Maybe the chat can phonetically spell it out for us. That would be nice. Rocco's got pocket deuces on the button. He's playing against a pretty sizable stack where he could try and play this one in position.
Schwederelli, that's what I'm going with.
Schwederelli. Okay, I like that.
Or maybe Schwaderli.
Well, some guy in the chat said he speaks French and can't even pronounce it, so it might be tough for us.
There we go. We're just going to go with Cedric.
Cedric's flop top pair, king kicker. And this is actually a decent board for Rocco. You know, he's got only one big card out there, which is what he's worried about. He's got backdoor wheel potential. Does check to him. It wouldn't surprise me if Rocco fires in like a third pot to see what's up. Maybe just take it down against unpaired broadways. It's tricky though, because players these days when out of position love to just check the majority of their ranges. Allows these like weaker hands that called pre to take a stab and put them in tough spots. Now King Jack in this spot probably could check raise, but I don't think he will because he's very comfy sitting on 5.3 million in chips. You need to kind of adjust your strategy when you're at a final table where we've got these ICM implications and payouts on the hand. So here comes a 205 check call.
Cedric playing passively, beautiful turn card for the Frenchman. Loves to see the three pairing. Very unlikely for Rocco to have him beat here unless he's specifically got ace jack or ace three. Perhaps pocket fours some of the time. Jacks we would have heard from pre. Does check through, and the 3-3 run out, Randy. Is there now a world in which Rocco loses chips on this river?
It's very possible because Cedric Schwaderli can easily have like a backdoor broadways that check called the flop, say like king queen of spades, king queen of hearts, or diamonds. Then again, those hands can show down a little bit, so maybe they don't always bet. Regardless, he's going to try to get crying calls out of all the pocket pairs loaded in a jack.
Cedric comes out firing 1.2 in the middle. Goes for close to 3/4 pot. And Rocco wasting no time. Bravo.
He knows where he's at.
Non-decision in his mind. lets it go, knows this +1 open. Still going to have all of the over pairs and bigger pairs and deuces. Just one elimination so far, and perhaps not the one the viewers would have expected. Randy, is Tamas Adamski from Hungary came in with just 3 bigs, managed to get a triple up. Hand number 1, I believe it was, of the final table.
That's mine, right?
And then has just been chilling on around 11 bigs. The departure of Jerry O'Dean in 9th has secured him a ladder.
What about his biggest live cash? It seems like it was 51,000. What is it guaranteed now?
Guaranteed 66,200 euros, so he's already smashed that. And we're just 2 eliminations away from a 6-figure score. And Cedric again, early position.
No, close to 700. Oh, 700. Oh, shit. I thought you had more. I mean, you can get...
When I see a confrontation can definitely happen here. 2 8s is a monster hand when you're holding 1 million. He's the clear short stack.
But it's an under the gun open, and he knows Cedric. He's kind of middle of the pack. He's going to run it. The Hungarian with the snowman.
I think it's the right play, just given that his opponent's opening off of 6 million, which is pretty healthy. Oh, and actually, Leonard was the shortest stack, which is 675, so he's going to be happy to see this.
Yeah. King 10 hitting the mark. Dvoress is going to ask for a count, but I don't think he can ever entertain this spot.
No, I don't think so either, but he wants to get a count just in case it happens to be a very small jam. Maybe he can call and then the undergun player calls as well, or maybe the action can't be reopened, for example. In this case, clearly can.
1 million and 80?
1,030,000.
That's for 9 bigs total.
Co děláš?
Does have Cedric behind to worry about. It's a weird one because we're so deep here. I mean, average stack 50 big blinds. Does get out of the way in a snap call, of course. From Cedric, cards on their backs, Randy. Potential elimination here. If Cedric can connect with his ace-king, Adamski. Slight equity favourite. Good news is there's already a king in the muck. I love this shot. This is just the dream for poker. Well, how about that? 8-3-3. Cedric drawing to running aces, running kings, or running threes. Dead on the turn. What a start to this final table for Tamas.
1,030,000.
Came in with just 3 bigs. He's now playing 2.4 million.
Yeah.
And is no longer the shorter stack.
And Leonard's thinking, man, wish I got that page up. Now he's going to have to make a move soon off his 675.
He is indeed. Love to see the numbers growing over on YouTube to 2,200 viewers now. Would love to get up to 300 likes by the end of the day. So if you are enjoying the show, please do take a couple of seconds out of your day to click that like button. Become a part of King's Resort community by becoming a subscriber. Plenty of content outside of the WSOP Europe. Not just this event here. Yeah, high stakes cash games. Non-stop tournament series.
You're having fun?
It's Michael Rocco from the US out in pole position here in Roswithoff, 90 bigs. Kabrhel still doing well. Second in chip 76. Nicholas Adstedt on 61. Cedric and Daniel hovering around the 45 big blind territory. Then a significant drop off to Gab Kim, who's kind of chilling right now. 29 bigs. Tamas Adamski on 20, and Leonard bottom of the chip counts with just 6 big blinds.
Oh, Leonard's found pocket queens off of this short stack, and he's gonna have to get looked up by Adamski given how small the rejam will be.
엄마 미안한데 저기서 에너지 드링크 하나만 사다 줘.
Dvoress with pocket fives, kind of a similar spot where there was a raise and a jam in front of him.
Awkward.
But this one quickly laying it down. Another pocket pair, fours.
Sorry, 675. 2.8.
Any explanation? How is this possible?
258?
2.8.
2.8?
Well, the sevens never folding.
Good hand.
Both suits covered.
Ooh,
Mamacitas
Oopsie-doopsie.
for Leonard to get back up to 1.7.
Both ways, no?
Be tied. Oh, he's going to stand up with the best hand, Randy. Not sure how I feel about that. He's doing the old walk away. The reverse jinx.
He's thirsty. He wants to get up and
Okay,
grab his
stretching
drink.
the legs.
Alright, he's going to sit back down right now.
You know what the Germans say, always coming 7, perhaps that's why.
What are you upset about? What are you upset about?
Hard to explain.
Comes ace 10-6, has the hearts covered.
A little bit of opportunity for straight draws.
Oh,
right there.
Ooh, hello. From 2 to 6 outs at the turn of a card. Doesn't matter. Leonard gonna hold with the ladies. Back in this fight.
Could be the case.
Adamski and Mao is dead even, 1.7 million apiece.
Button moved.
3.5 million in total live earnings before this event here.
Yeah. They'll make it, yeah.
Been having quite the year
Maybe put the oranges in 20s.
in 2023,
Trying to count.
2022. Been doing alright for himself. Got Dr. Spod saying just got back from dinner. What did I miss? One elimination so far.
Yeah.
We had Jerry O'Dean busting in 9th, a Swedish online legend, tournament crusher, part of that crew that Nicholas Adstedt belongs to. They've been putting people in the bin for a very long time.
The bin, just straight trash can, not the blender.
In the blender, mate.
Blender in the bin.
All of it.
Here comes the chip leader, Rocco.
360.
And Rocco is actually opening through 3x. And Kabrhel's got pocket 9s. This changes things when someone puts in the bigger sizing pre. Still, the hand is too strong but to flat call in position.
Starting the hand, second in chips. See if anyone behind wants to tango as Cedric with a very playable King Queen of Diamonds, Randy.
Yeah, this is a hand where he easily could go for a squeeze, but he probably is a little bit unfamiliar with the 3x open from the chip leader. Does come in with call. We're going to take this one 3 ways.
Inflated pot, 1.3 in the middle. Kabrhel with the best of it with the 9s, Randy. Jack 7-6, 1 over to the pocket pair. Has position as well. Swing and a miss for Cedric, although wrapped around that Jack of diamonds. 60% of a royal flush. I joke, of course.
It is a pre-flop raiser that does have the backdoor heart. So he is thinking about taking a shot here. But trying to make, what is this flat call in position? The 3x is supposed to shut out some of the dustier stuff. Gonna make it 450. And it feels like Kabrhel's hand is just a little bit too much to kind of just let go on the flop, and especially because he has those backdoor straight draws and flush draws, added equity. I think the position is the most important part of this hand, where he gets to see his opponent act first and respond accordingly. Just 60% of flush, well, flush is out. That's a great card for Kabrhel. Going to be hard for Rocco to kind of multi-barrel bluff when it pairs the middle card, which hits the flatter a bit more. They've got more 7-8 suiteds. Also, Jack X, of course, would go nowhere. You can see that Kabrhel is thinking about maybe trying to take it down on the turn or check and decide. It just gets tricky where sometimes you check and an overcard drops or an ace and you're really not sure where your opponent's at if they opt bet. I like the bet though. Just 520k to find your opponent's range. It's very hard for them to ever check raise you. And if they happen to, then you've got a really easy fold. You've only got 2 clean outs in case you're behind.
Nice little pick up there for Martin Kabrhel to retake the chip lead from Rocco.
Are we zooming in on the hippo?
That is a very hungry and aggressive looking hippo.
Mouth is open.
Not want to be on the receiving end of that stampede. So 66,200 guaranteed for these final 8. Few players in the mix playing for a record cash. Tamas Adamski has already beat his best live cash. Nicholas Adster also looking for a career best cash, as is Michael Rocco if he can close this one out here. Kabrhel, 2-time bracelet winner, looking for number 3.
280.
Cedric needs just a couple more ladders to beat his best live cash.
280, yeah? Only small chips on the side, yeah?
Yeah, I got like 10-5 or something.
Seems like Kabrhel always wants to keep an eye on Rocco's stack. Gabyon Kim with Queen Jack suited in the small. It is in +1 open, which is going to make this uncomfortable for him. A hand he definitely is very keen on trying to get involved, but is going to lay it down. He knows there's short stacks out there, Adamski being one of them. 10-8 offsuit in the big. There's a little bit of a race between him and Leonard Maui, who's on the short stacks, so he's going to lay it down, and ace-4 offsuit. Nice pickup.
Excuse me, sir. Can you please do a little bit lower? Sure. Thank you so much.
Rocco with king queen. Gonna get involved back-to-back hands.
Don't know what your read is, Randy, but Rocco looks like he's in his element, mate. He looks comfy, doesn't he?
He always looks intimidating to me whenever I see him at a featured table. Like he's got that don't mess with me kind of look.
Yeah, and I feel like the way that he was engaging with Kabrhel, I shut up for a second because we do have a spot here. Cedric in the cutoff. With ICM, does this make sense, right? This feels right with 10s against an under the gun open.
Yes, so when you're playing these 30 to 40 big blind stacks and you're holding like pretty strong hands, but not hands you're looking to get in against someone who covers, you do play them more passively. So like ace queen, ace jack, 10s, 9s, 8s. That's why having the bigger stack has got so much advantage. You get more flops than you should be allowed to get away with, and does flop top pair, or not top pair, second pair, but still best.
Enough of a pair to vault into the lead against the 10s of the Frenchman. Rocco now opting to check over on this ace-high board to Cedric. Interesting spot because it feels like a board texture that you would expect Rocco to continue on with close to range, and this could go either way in terms of leveling if you're Cedric.
Check.
Just 15 hands into this final table.
And Cedric should be pretty happy to try and check this one down against the worst pocket pairs. Doesn't want to value own himself against an ace or king, and plus he's blocking the hands he wants to protect against when he's holding the 10s. There's a chance Rocco fires in a small milky bet.
Check.
King queen is good.
Am I right in saying, given how deep we are here, that we can kind of expect to see these stacks, the likes of Cedric there with around 5 million, to not necessarily tight, but a lot more cagier than they would once we get down to, you know, the 15-20 big blind average?
Yes, because with like the 40 big blind stack, you're very healthy. You see multiple players sitting around 10 to 15 blinds. You know that the pay jumps are massive. They're not going to be raising speculative hands, especially in early positions where they may get 3-bet. You know, they don't want to play out of position. They're going to play passively with strongish hands like the 2-10s. It's really just how you need to play if you want to give yourself the best chance of making the most money at these massive final tables. Keeps getting dealt some cards to play with. There comes King Jack offsuit. And Dempsey's got ace-4 suited. This is in the hand class that likes to rejam. Expecting a lot of fault equity. Got blockers to the ace that can call you pre. He's gonna stay away.
Nice little raise and take there for Cedric. Now for those of you just joining us, we are playing down to a winner here today. Champion will be crowned. 600,000 going to the eventual champ, as well as that coveted gold WSOP bracelet and the GGMillions trophy. That will be presented by Elke, the GG Poker Game Ambassador. I managed to have a word with on break earlier on before jumping into the booth. Warm welcome to all of you that are just joining us. Long old day ahead of us, by the way. Plenty of poker to look forward to.
Got a spot where he needs to try and pick up some chips in the cutoff.
700.
Puts in half his stack, just in case there's heavy action where he can get away. So Leonard clearly the short stack of 1.3 million now, after folding that big. Not every hand's going to be a super big pot at these final tables. It's about how to bob and weave and try to like tread water, stay in there, let other people kind of bust out, but find opportunities to attack and trying to accumulate a little bit of chips.
Dvoress, who we haven't seen that much of, understandably so, given how deep we are here.
320.
7 raise 320. 8 plus. One plus 2 plus.
That's just been ducking and diving, bobbing and weaving. Does have two of the chip leaders on his left.
He's chilling.
He is indeed.
Nothing wrong with that.
And I think we're going to see this for a while. Even Martin Kabrhel has been a bit on the quiet side. Nice little close-up there. The facial expressions. Not even interested in defending.
He needs 40 back.
What do you think he wants to
No,
play?
I just said you need the change.
40. All good, yeah?
Yeah.
You have like 6 mil, yeah?
I had like 5.4 before.
So almost 6, yeah?
Yeah, a little bit under.
5-8. 5-8, yeah?
If we're rounding the whole numbers, technically it's closer to 5 than 6 million, just saying.
I just love how he asks before the cards have even been dealt. It's just like, we're blind v blind. You know, how much are you playing? It's like, hey pal, there are 7 other players at this table for you to worry about.
I think he likes to remind people of his presence. You
Precisely.
know, just in case.
It's very effective.
Like, it's a close spot and they're like, hey, he just talked to me and like, maybe he's going to attack me soon.
No, I couldn't agree more.
Don't think it works on these guys, but it's definitely something that sometimes is in the back of your mind and could work out for him. Gabyon Kim opens the 9-8 of clubs and will likely take this one down shortly now.
Well, Sonny in the chat saying happy birthday, Henry.
It's your birthday?
It's not, but it's it's a 5-year bit, Randy, with the viewers at King's Resort. I first started doing commentary here way back in 2018 for the World Series of Poker Europe when I was just the...
So they said it was your birthday literally every single day.
Yeah, I mean, I did commentary, I want to say, on average 3 days a week for a good 1.5 2 years, and got very close with the Kings community, and it just became a bit of a joke.
That's a great way to never get a birthday present, my friend.
It's a great way to never miss my birthday. If you just say happy birthday to me every time, every day, you know, you're gonna get it right 1 in 365 times. I'll take those odds. But my birthday's actually in 10 days time.
I mean, come on.
So
No
we're
one,
close enough.
You're bluffing.
No, I'm not. 17th of November.
I mean, we start to say it's your birthday every day.
I mean...
Oh, 2 9s gonna run to 2 kings, and this is bad for Adamski. He's just gonna have to get it in after he puts in 750 of 1.7.
He did such a great job at working his way back into this fight, but with the blinds going up to 80k, 160k.
There's actually a little bit of a decision for Rocco on whether to smooth call or put in like an ISO 3-bet, because there's still a decent amount of stack in Adamski's hand, where of course 2 kings wants to get in with that. But then again, he might flat call most of his range just to kind of balance that as well. But he is going to click.
1.275.
There you go.
Right. That's 590 more than the big blind, so you have to make it 590 more than 750.
Fantastic.
He said 1.6 something.
No, he said 1.25 or something, but it's 1.34.
Okay.
You don't have cards.
One
right?
might have backup.
And I think you're owing like 2 time banks.
you owe 2 time banks
for
for
make sure it's right.
letting us know, Daniel.
Well, all the
Very
money
important, I think.
has found its way into the middle.
Could be.
Yeah, very important, yeah? Very important.
Yeah, right.
Adamski was off to a dream start, hand number 1.
Predictions?
Almost quadrupled up.
Predictions?
Kings win.
Because King's Casino.
King's
Yeah, very
surely
smart
going to
idea.
hold
Didn't think
at
about
King's
that.
Casino on King's owner's Leon Sukhanek's birthday, 50th birthday. Queen 3. Adamski does have some running hearts as an opportunity. As the 7.5 does present itself now.
You said the kings always hold.
From 2 to 9 outs. 5 of spades going to complete the run out. Tamas Adamski's run from Hungary is over with here. Record cash for the Hungarian, heading home with 66,200 for his efforts, crossing the 200,000 in live earnings mark, and hopefully we're going to see him in the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Rocco rocking on. Down to 7, chip leader. Looking for his first live bracelet.
You know how much you're playing?
3.2, maybe 3.4.
Did see someone in the chat say Rocco has one already. Looking at his hand and mob. None coming from a live WSOP event. So I'm going to assume that if Rocco does indeed have a bracelet, that's going to be from the WSOP.com online bracelet events during the World Series. Let me know if anyone has that info. Would be appreciated.
It has to, yeah, 340. Okay.
Is it good?
It's good.
Math is correct? Oof.
You want to know what the minimum is for
yes,
you?
please, tell me.
I can't give you that information.
So why you asking?
Well, I asked if you wanted to know.
Of course I want to know. I want to know everything. Everything.
The way you said everything. Want to know everything.
Well, perhaps the wheels are slowly coming off,
me, okay?
Randy.
Don't need me, okay?
It wasn't a needle.
I don't like it. I think you should apologize.
Later, maybe.
Later? Okay, I take it.
3.4.
340. You're on the button. Yep.
I think a nice tactic would be for Dvoress to keep talking to Kabrhel and try to get him to burn one time bank to see how steamed he will be. Gabyam Kim in the big with 10-5 suited actually has 2 overs to the pocket 4s. Now just queen, queen 8. Not much for him. Rocco can just fire something. We'll take this one down a lot. Paired boards, you tend to go small. Let's see if Rocco does that.
Pretty good.
There's a very different approach
Niklas,
to
what are
market.
you waiting for?
Me?
You are waiting for money?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, waiting for money.
We are already in the money. You didn't know? It's not bubble anymore. It's not bubble anymore. Okay? You want jacks, queens, or what? Huh? Yeah?
That would be good.
It's okay? Jacks makes it? Or queens? Better queens, yeah? I can see that.
Do you notice how that Rocco doesn't engage with Kabrhel, whereas Daniel Dvoress is willing?
Yeah.
Quite a different approach.
No, I agree.
Rocco's all business, playing well.
Ah, jacks coming? Or queens? Jacks or queens? Queens?
It is incredibly entertaining.
Ace
Pocket
ace?
ace, yeah.
Pocket aces, yeah?
Yeah,
you know
of
that.
course.
This guy, he's nuts player. Only nuts.
No.
Only nuts he plays.
He's your best.
Huh?
Best player.
Nuts player.
I don't know about that. I think he waits for nuts.
It's a good image to have, in case you are
Pretty
bluffing.
good strategy.
That's how things stand. Michael Rocco out in front. Bit of a lead now. 30% of the chips in play.
Here comes Cedric Schweder. Roll. Ace-9 offsuit. Rocco in the big 9-7. One gapper. He's out. That's a lot of respect, even with the chips he's got. Realize that Cedric hasn't been too out of line, doesn't want to get involved in these dicey spots, likes to just maintain control of that lead.
Leonard on short stack duties. One spot away from a 6-figure payday. Do apologize.
We're already playing 180, yeah? 180 level. It's middle level. Middle one.
Yeah, we're halfway through this one, so it's the 180 level. He knows.
It doesn't work like that.
Yeah. A really nice joke.
I learned from you.
I would love to hear it again.
This guy is so sharp.
I think advantage Kabrhel.
Rocco just leaning in, asking Leonard how much he's playing. He does have a jam spot. Maui gonna fold. Has to pitch it. Down to just 6 bigs now. But has just been through the big, so still time for a spin.
I was thinking you waited on Nicholas bust. Then you go. Queens, yeah?
Mark Little saying there is a distinct lack of bucket hats on this table. That is true, Randy, something we didn't touch on. Another giveaway. I feel like we're only 3 giveaways in for those of you that didn't know. Big opportunity during these live streams to get involved in our giveaway. Give you an idea of the 35 prizes that will be included in the mystery giveaway. We'll be holding a live stream
$500,000
on November the 12th. An iPhone 15 Pro, PlayStation 5, AirPods, King's Resort Hotel vouchers, as well as King's Shop vouchers and King's Lounge Shisha Day Pass. My question is, and I mentioned this just about 20 minutes ago on stream, what year
How much you play?
did I first do commentary
3.1
at King's Resort?
3.1.
First one to get the answer in the Twitch chat
Like together, yeah?
will win an entry
3.1 together.
into that giveaway. Boom, you guys are lightning fast.
You got good. Would you be
Lightning
upset
fast.
if I didn't know the answer to this question, Henry?
Randy, we already have figured out that your hearing is in one ear and out the other. It's okay, pal.
Can I guess? Was it
I like to play with you.
2018?
Open.
It was.
Okay, just because I know you said something about 4 years, I thought it was close.
You play very good.
Why
I see,
every time is
I
just-
see 0 mistakes so far. 0 mistakes. Very good player.
Thank you.
Very good player.
Buttering him up.
It was 2018. Just 400 followers away
Not too tight like somebody.
from 60,000 followers over on Twitch.
Yeah. I see 0 mistakes so far. Daniel, I see maximum 2 mistakes so far. Maximum 2. Which is not bad. Not bad at all. Somewhere I see more mistakes. Somewhere I see more mistakes.
See, this is where
It's a very
I'd be
difficult
asking,
game, this Walker.
what 2 spots did you think were a mistake,
Very
Martin?
3.5.
I think
Hello, you
Dan
wanna steal
Dvoress
both my
regrets
blinds?
engaging in the first
No, I
place.
like to, but enough is enough. You want both my blinds?
I know.
Oh, Leonard Mal's got the pocket jacks and Kim's got ace queen, so we're definitely going to get a
much for the
collision between these two unless someone else wakes up with a hand. That'll be a classic flip.
How much?
Kabrhel's got pocket fours. a little bit tricky because it's not a big jam, but he does see a raise in the 3-bet in front of him.
It's a +1 open as well.
Like
Gonna
that
get out of that. As will Dvoress, so we're going to be flipping for Leonard's tournament life.
Push it in.
2.1 million chip pot. 76 hands into the day.
So you were waiting for Jack. You were right. You said Queen. Queens would be better.
Yeah, I know. Maybe it
Now
was a
it's
mistake.
very dangerous.
It might be a mistake, you know.
Huh? Mistake?
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe mistake.
We'll find
We
out.
will see. We will see.
Yeah, 7 on the
Jack's
turn.
out in front. One card to come. Leonard needs to fade an ace or a queen to double up and get back in this fight, which he does.
How much?
Was paint, but not the right kind.
850? My friend.
And the German pro climbs here with 7 left. This WSOP Europe GGMillions 25k. Fifth aid saying Randy 40 tabling on the side whilst commentating isn't the best idea.
You got me.
I can't.
Oh man.
Sorry.
You said you don't care. Just one time.
Imagine if that
one
was
time.
true.
No, 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 no.
No?
No.
Okay. First we need to bust this guy and then we play Stratos.
Sorry.
No straddling.
Short stack. Yeah. Yeah. Karma. Karma. If he puts Straddle, huh? Karma. Yeah, normal.
25.
Normal. Now
It's
you
gonna look
wish you
strong
put
for him
Straddle,
to
yeah?
open under gun with 8-7 of clubs off of his stack.
Very. 325?
Cedric's got the king 4 of hearts and the big.
2 point, everything? 2.5.
2.5?
Yeah.
Thank you.
865.
This is a hand that can definitely come along in the big, get in the right price.
Straddle call, option, check. Option, check.
Shuffle. Lucky ones, yeah.
Kim getting a bit frisky at this stack depth with that open from under the gun.
How far than you?
Flops best.
35.
Sorry?
Pretty solid board for
35,
him.
yeah?
Middle pair, ace high board from under the gun.
No?
His opponent really can't mess around too much.
Playing every hand now, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, straddle.
Can you straddle?
Straddle one time. One time. No? You pass on that?
Pass.
Maybe queen's coming if you put it. If you put it.
That's a great question, Randy. I don't believe
No, you can't, of course.
straddles are allowed, although you could blind raise, perhaps, from under the gun if it's your thing. A 25k with 600k up top and a bracelet. I, for one, would not be recommending an under the gun straddle, but each to their own. Kabrhel, try to maybe push a bit of action from the online legend. Nicholas adds that.
Maybe you've got to do it yourself first and try to get some followers
Right,
after, you know?
right.
It's not just, You jump off the bridge first, and maybe I'll come along.
Make it a 500.
The action on Kabrhel didn't scan his cards properly.
325.
She's got 325.
King 6 suited is the type of hand where sometimes you do get a little aggressive, although his 5 million chip stack is pretty healthy.
13.
Okay, so we do see it is Queen 8 off in the cutoff. Dealer telling him to rescan.
What about you? You have like 7 stuff?
1,050,000.
Yeah, these King 6 suited and Ace 5 suited are very popular to use as 3-bet bluffs. They block hands willing to kind of give you action pre, unblocking hands that will raise fold off of that position and cut off like the 8, 9, and 10 X's.
I got the Ace 9
Left.
out of the big to fold.
7 bluff? Or kings? Kings?
Kings Casino.
Was a bit of a semi bluff.
I would like to play in Aces Casino. There you get Aces always, yeah? You know some casino which is called Aces?
No, actually.
No?
They should make one.
Or fives? Fives.
Well timed 3-bet there from Dvoress. I'm curious to ask the viewers around the world, who do you think's been handling
Who is the big blind? Tide man? Tide man.
Kabrhel's table talk the best as he looks down at a couple of ladies? Has started chirping a bit more recently.
It's the first time he's got a real hand.
It is.
$325.
Super. If anyone wakes up with a legit hand behind.
No queens?
Unfortunately for Martin, just the raise and take it. We've got someone in the chat saying Kabrhel's jokes are worse than Randy and Ali's. That's a bit... Hang on a minute.
Oh, who's that? Do I have the authority to ban?
To ban? The ban hammer?
Maybe a timeout.
Bring it down. The dealer doing a great job. Pete saying, wonder how Eric Persson would deal with Kabrhel. Great question. Perhaps a heads-up battle between the both.
Heads up for rolls?
Yeah. It would be... without commentary, of course, wouldn't be needed.
Za těch 47 minut, prosím, ať je připravený. Jabko mrkev jenom, jo?
Kabrhel just ordering a coffee. Knows he's here for the long haul.
Did you actually understand that?
I did.
Okay, so...
He was also polite enough to say, thank you.
Ace 9 very playable in the hijack off of 5.8 million, but actually going to lay it down in good timing because Cedric wakes up with pocket kings right behind him.
They did just have that conversation about pocket kings whilst at King's Casino.
Kings also were fortunate for Nicholas Estet busting out his opponent. Looks like it's going to get folded to Rocco in the big. He's got pocket deuces. This is a hand that can crack those pocket kings.
Let's see a flop. Chip leader. Just been playing his game, not letting Kabrhel get to him.
Going set money.
Blinds up to 160k now. 890 in the middle. come Jack 9-3.
Check.
Not really the board for Rocco to want to continue too much unless the bet is very small. Does come with a 250k bet for Cedric. It kind of depends on how often he thinks his opponent would follow through with double barrels with some semi-bluffs. Enough respect to just lay down the twos right now. Cedric has been able to maintain his stack quite well, sitting on 4.8 million.
Sorry? But I don't understand the rule. But I don't understand. You understand?
What is the rule that he doesn't understand?
I'm trying to figure that one out. Does have something he can work with, the King Nine of Clubs. So he does bring in the raise immediately.
Almost.
Looks like it's gonna get over to Leonard Mao, and he's got ace-5 off in the big. Something he can definitely try to fight with, especially with kind of the best wheel kicker. It's something that he's probably more pleased with re-raising if it was a later position open. So he is going to come in with call instead.
Well, doesn't connect on the 10-7 deuce, and unlikely led to win this one, although the SPR is shallow. I think the under the gun open should be continuing here.
He wouldn't need to bet too much given how short Leonard is. Did throw out 180,000 just north of min. Leonard's got nothing. He has to fear Leonard the gun having a strong range. He doesn't really have the chips to kind of play back with either.
About to move.
So in 2018, in 100k super high roller, he won that bracelet for 2.6 million euro.
That was, to this day, Randy, one of the most epic final tables I've ever covered. And it was one of the first events I ever had the chance to cover. It was my first introduction to Mike Kabrhel, and it was a stacked final table. Dominic Nietzsche, Julian Thomas, Sontimer.
Was he talking at the table?
Yeah, David Peters was there as well. It was just an epic final table. Did ask David Peters if he wanted to make a deal because the heads-up match was for around $1 million. Peters declined, by the way.
Punished.
And then lost the massive flip to win it. Oh, sorry, for Kabrhel to win it. Sixes against Ace-King. I still remember to this day.
Sorry, guys.
So Rocco's opened up 6-5 of hearts on the button, picks up an inside straight
What's funny, Daniel?
draw with the backdoor
Daniel, what's
hearts.
funny? Huh?
Check.
Let's go check, check.
Check blind.
And
What's funny,
Kabrhel
Daniel?
said check blind.
What's funny, Daniel?
Check.
Check blind.
Well, 7 high is good at showdown.
Rocco should be firing now, especially when the ace drops off. He's played his hand like an ace. Gonna try to rep it. Just the minimum.
Kabrhel's got just 7 high.
Well, maybe he can come in for big raise and just try to represent some slow played jack. I can see it. Look at this. 360. We clicking out here.
Clip this hand, ladies and gentlemen, because we're playing some street poker. See what Rocco comes with, by the way. This hand might not be over with when we got 7 high v 6 high.
Yeah, but it's so hard for Rocco to ever represent a hand. He's got the chip dominance. He probably would bet a jack by the turn. But he's actually thrown in a time bank chip. Can he really play back at this?
Edge of your seat stuff, because you know he's capable of it. And I don't think the hand would actually be over with.
He knows it's so hard to represent anything.
560?
Oh, he's gonna click it back to 560. This is the final table of a 25k bracelet event. Limped pot. Rocco,
I put
limping
360,
button.
yeah? I just changed it, okay?
Kabrhel. Check this big blind, check through on flop. Turn
360.
Kabrhel. Checked river. Rocco bet 160, Kabrhel clicked it to 360. We now have a river 3-bet click to 560. And I don't think this hand is over with.
I have not seen a street poker hand like this in a very long time.
We're really deviating here as Michael Rocco sends a message to the rest of the table.
Maybe, yeah? Close.
Clip that one for the highlight reel.
What was your kicker? Huh?
Ace.
Ace? Then you were better. Ace jack better than jack 10.
That was one of the coolest hands I've seen in a very long time.
Bravo,
No more
Rocco.
tie, Mr. Queens. No more tie.
Bravo.
Mr. Queens.
Hand number 82. We're going to remember that for a while.
Se hraje nebo ne? Se hraje?
Fantastic hand of poker.
Obrázkuješ, jo?
Hope you're all enjoying the show. 82,900 euros guaranteed. Up to 2,300 viewers now over on YouTube. Almost 1,000 on Twitch. For those of you just joining us, my name's Henry Kilbane, joined by Nanonoko, Randy Lou in the booth. If you haven't already become a part of the King's Poker Room community, would really appreciate you guys engaging in the chat. Let us know where you're from, who you're rooting for, and if you've got a couple of seconds to spare, drop us a like, click the subscribe button or the follow button as we continue to grow the game that we all love. and put out this world-class poker production live from King's Resort. That's all we're asking for.
I need a minute because my brain exploded and the
was
brains are
amazing.
bleeding out of my ears right now.
It
Trying
was
to
amazing.
Understand what just happened. That was so street.
It was amazing. Such an epic hand of poker that we just witnessed. There's Dvoress. Flops top and bottom. Time to be angry in the chat saying, Henry, my friend, how you doing? Doing incredibly well. Thank you for asking. Just enjoying this GGMillions 25k bracelet event. Randy and I have had the rare opportunity to mute our mics, courtesy of Kabrhel's table antics that we always enjoy.
So Kabrhel opened the small and now c-betting half pot with just queen high. Dvoress with top and bottom in a spot where he likely wants to just call, especially with no flush draw present. He's holding the strong parts of the board where if he was to raise, maybe his opponent gets away from something that's drawing very slim. So it drops into 500k. Turn card is a 3. Looks like Kabrhel is looking to give up, and Dvoress has got an opportunity to try to still get value from some 10x, maybe some ace, queen, ace, jack. That would still check call the turn. He can represent some busted straight draws himself. Of course, he would never get paid off by queen 5 high, I'd imagine. Although that last hand was a bit out of this world.
What do you think of the min open, by the way, from Kabrhel, blind v blind? Very precarious kind of spot.
Not exactly the biggest fan of it because you can see it didn't even shut off the king deuce off. If you made it a little bit larger, maybe that hand would get away and...
Kings?
Kings. He did.
Casino.
He did have kings.
Or you slow play.
Just in case flush comes.
That's how things stand.
You're too smart. Too smart.
Thank you.
He did not have kings. He did have a king, but not
pair
kings.
Of kings.
Michael Rocco doing a fantastic job of separating himself. Top of the chip counts. Shout out to Leonard, by the way. Still battling. In with the chance. 8 bigs. Shout out to South Korea's Gab Kim, of course, representing Korean poker. Seen a lot of love in the chat for him as well. A lot of love for Randy. Question for you from the Twitch viewers. For how long did you play the 1,000 tables a time style? And what have you been playing in your career since those days? That's where we remember you from. It is Nanonoko, the man that... Whoa.
I didn't know I was getting... Do I get a little giveaway ticket? Like, answer this question.
Just answer the damn question, Randy.
I don't know. It's been a long time. I don't really know.
What have you been up to for the Kings viewers that perhaps haven't had a chance to engage with you before?
I haven't been playing as much poker. Mainly been doing commentary. This is why I'm here.
That's why you're here.
Opportunity. Trying to be a family man a little bit. But yeah. And we also have to do that giveaway. Now, it seems like a good time now, right?
It does feel like a good time. As Rocco doing what chip leaders do, this time with the legit hand as well. Are we doing a random one or a streamed related one? Your call.
A stream related one seems
stream
fair.
Related one.
Make it as hard as possible. Don't make it too hard. But they've been getting it very quickly, so maybe let them think a little bit.
Okay. For the Twitch viewers and for those of you watching over on YouTube, if you want to get involved in this giveaway, I recommend that you head over to our Twitch channel because there is a chance to win an iPhone 15, a PlayStation 5, AirPod Pros. We're doing that draw live on stream on the 12th of November.
As well?
The question is,
You having fun? You look like.
what's the biggest pocket pair we've had dealt at this final table so far? First one to get it right gets an entry. There we go, straight off the bat. Straight off the bat. Congrats.
So what was the answer?
It was kings.
Okay. Because I saw someone write aces, I'm like, he's just guessed. Gotta pay attention if you want to increase your chances of winning those giveaway tickets.
How much you have?
2.5. 2.5.
2.5?
Oh, there's no dinner. The next break's 15 minutes, but I just looked. That was what I was asking. Okay, is there
That's
a
going to be the last
point?
of the giveaways for a while.
Okay. No worries, it doesn't matter.
So, do stay tuned, but pay attention.
No, they can come at any second. We technically can do another one at any moment. So don't
Feel free,
leave
man.
and come back. I'm just saying.
Feel free. I'm just letting them know to pay attention because it's likely to be stream related. Belgian Duke, you did win. Second time today, congratulations, another entry.
I'm just gonna watch the stream and think of some obscure question that no one's gonna get. Like, no, I'm not gonna spoil it yet. We do have a three-way confrontation. Gabion Kim in trouble of 9-8 off, so as Dvoress has got pocket nines on the button. Kabrhel opened 10-4 off in the cutoff. Out of line much?
He has been getting after it.
Not surprised that 10-4 offsuit doesn't have any piece. So he does check as the pre-flop raiser, which puts Dvoress in a tricky spot just because there is one over. He needs to fear the big blind sitting on that check jammable stack of 10 big blinds. And he's not comfortable bet calling off nines. The 7 is actually a card that should hit Gabion Kim more. It's just difficult for him to bet off of his stack because if he bet and gets called, well, makes him have a very unplayable one for future hands. I wonder if Kabrhel wants to fight now, thinking that no one is paired. Just not too often you see raised pots where someone's holding 10-4 offsuit, and he is going to fire away. 1/3 pot. That's played. Dvoress has got a pretty comfy call.
I'm so confused at what's going on here. Kabrhel with a pretty out of line open.
Not pretty, like extremely
it's
out
as
of line.
out of line as it gets, and I wonder if that's due to Leonard.
He's trying to attack players in the big who are very short that has to play straightforward.
Right.
Dvoress not letting him get away with that pre when he flats in position.
Some interesting table antics. Kabrhel throwing his 500k in the middle as well as Dvoress's.
Oh.
To me, has always kind of come across as, you know, Kim's gonna fold. He's always folding here. Some mind wars, perhaps.
I'm surprised that Gabion Kim is actually throwing in a time card in this pot, given that there's a bet and a call in front of him. He's only got 2.1 back. Is he really gonna check raise like to 1.3? It probably would work, but if he's wrong, he would have nothing left, and he's grabbing chips. There's no way he can do it, can he?
Base least of what we've seen at this final table so far.
It's been unpredictable and very exciting.
If Kim can pull the trigger here, doesn't find the jam.
He needed like 10 more big blinds in his stack
Right.
to make a play just in case he's wrong.
Couldn't agree more. Almost found it. Kabrhel's River Showdown now. Beating some ace highs, some clubs. Feels like there's no need to now continue bluffing.
I'd be pretty happy checking down to 4, just enough showdown value. And I think for Dvoress, if it does get checked to him, he's going to be content as well.
Pair.
Shows the 10-4, everyone sees it.
That might get some eyebrow raises. Dvoress doesn't care, as long as the money's coming his way.
Collecting.
Lucky river.
So Daniel Dvoress won the Millionaire Maker. So much money. It's online WSOP in 2020. Total live earnings having 27 million. He's a killer.
You know who we've got in the chat, Randy?
Tell me.
None other
Martin Kabrhel
than Tom Axel Badell.
Oh, is he?
He is
Is
indeed.
he looking for bucket hats?
He came third in this very event back in 2021 here, 2 years ago, in the 25k Platinum High Roller.
Nice. What's up, Badell?
Shout out to Tom Axel Badell. Regular appearance and attendee.
425.
Kings.
He's really upgraded his 10-4 offsuit to 2 10s. Let's get that chat going. We're reading it.
We are coming up to our first break of this final table in about 25 minutes time.
Haven't seen Nicholas Estet play a single hand lately. But 7 deuce of clubs. He's in there trying to get at Kabrhel. Oh, he's flopped the flush draw on his king high board. This could get interesting.
7 high flush draw. 1 over to Martin Kabrhel's pocket tens. Does have a club in hand.
Ideally, he would like to just take this down now on the flop. You don't really see flush draws that aren't nutted check raising these flops too much when they've got the healthy stack at final tables. Usually you'll see a check call, which he does. Oh, that's interesting because now he picks up that open-ended straight draw, which may make him activate and get quite aggressive.
2 million in the middle. It's open-ender and a flush draw. Is this too many outs? That's that. And does he slide it on over to Kabrhel? Or does he want to be the one leading as he does come out firing?
700?
He's firing because he doesn't ever expect to get raised on the turn because he has way more straights in the big. So it kind of protects them and allows him to kind of just bluff out some like high card hands. Does get called, so he is going to be a bit worried.
Quick call as well.
And the 3 blanks out. Nicholas Estet needs to fear the king a lot and does give up. I think Kabrhel has played this hand very well to get a lot of chips in there. With the best hand despite 1 overcard to his pair of 10s.
Yeah, it's that no nonsense. Tried getting something to happen on the turn.
He's actually thinking about going for some value. This is actually quite nice. It's a great read. Surely, yes, 7 deuce is not going to play and give it a call, but it's very hard for a set to actually represent a king to lead turn and all of a sudden check. I think that Kabrhel feels that he's up against like a 7-8, 6-7.
Or semi-bluffer.
Queens.
Kings. Kings.
Casino.
700. What is this 700? Bluffer. Why are you bluffing me, man? Why? Everybody bluffs me. I don't know why. Only seat 1 solid player like me. Only seat 1 solid player. And seat 4, sorry.
5 plus. Raise 400.
Kabrhel just doesn't slow down. Activating with the king deuce. Dvoress has done a fantastic job at chipping up nicely. Oh, and look at this. Cedric with the ace king in the cutoff. Currently 5th in chips with 23 big blinds. Just gonna jam with ICM. Doesn't want to be inducing. Happy to just pick up the pot here, or if so necessary, flip for his tournament life. In this case,
4 million.
Dvoress comes with.
It's going to be hard for him to get away from ace queen.
Yeah, I want to.
Is there something to be said
Next time, you mean? What?
about perceived edges?
Just saying it doesn't matter anymore.
There is, but I don't think he's up against a pretty strong final table, so he wouldn't pass up close spots as much here.
4,290,000.
Yes.
That's correct.
4,290,000.
So he's put in 2 big blinds himself.
Can see Yo Viral in the background. Checking out the lineup, he was in this 25k.
How often is he dominating in this spot, like an ace-jack and ace-10? It's a crying call.
Does make the call, and Dvoress gets shown the bad news.
What a call.
Out-pipped by 1.
Nice hand. Bravo,
Cedric in fantastic shape to double up to 9.5 million. As it comes, queen high.
Dagger.
What a brutal turn of events for the Frenchman, with 2 cards to come. Drawing to just 3 outs now. Looking for a king and a king only on the river to stay alive, which he doesn't find, Randy. We have our 7th place finisher. Love to see the sportsmanship from Korea's Gabyong Kim there, shaking Cedric's hand after a rough beat.
That's my specialty. Post-flop player.
That hurts. It really does.
Queen, yeah.
Just 1 ladder away from a 6-figure payout. But for now, the Frenchman gonna have to be okay with 82,900, but that one could sting for a while.
Wow, how can you do that? Now you have
Who's next?
Huh?
Who's next?
I think you. I think you. Now it's like,
Didn't you see how I play?
Huh?
You saw how I play, right?
you play very good.
GG's.
Yeah, I'm almost supposed to bust.
You wouldn't gamble with ace king, yeah?
No.
Ace high tournament
Queen ace
life,
king is,
kind of crazy.
yeah.
What do you have now? 10?
No, it should be like 12.
Chip leader.
Getting those ladders, as is Leonard, by the way.
He's got more.
He's like
Short stacks, all guaranteed 106,600 for their efforts now.
Yeah, they were celebrating inside when
No, he's got like 14
Cedric
something.
got unlucky there of Ace King versus Ace Queen.
He doesn't.
I have not seen Nicholas Estet win a pot in a while.
Black chips.
I don't see black chips.
He had about 8 to 9 million in chips at one point.
Okay. That's what I.
Not just 5.3, but does pick up this one with the A7 offsuit with the button race.
How much you raise, please?
Pay attention.
Can you tell me, please?
500.
Thank you. Very nice from you. I think I know who is the next. I think I know. How much was the
How
raise?
about that?
500?
Nicholas Estet, total online earnings of over $46 million.
I think.
But just 2 million for live earnings.
You're mistaken.
Can we not be negative Nancy's in the booth? And can we just reiterate, over 46 million in online earnings, Randy?
But why only 2.1 in live earnings?
Because he enjoys grinding from the home office, you know, the grind house.
But I guess he'll step out of it if it's an opportunity to become bracelet winner.
Precisely. Does battle in the GGMillions leaderboards online. Looking to pick up a bracelet here. It's a tournament that he's actually taken down. But what an insane online resume.
What is it? You don't know?
All I have.
Yeah, I don't know. Million?
140.
I let you leave. You should say thank you.
I had a good time.
Black, yeah? Under pair
You
my,
profile.
my overcast. But who can know that?
Tomorrow we do have Yo Viral's game.
8-7, maybe I should.
I can't wait for you and James to be exposed to that. The shenanigans. Bird saying 46 million online earnings for... That's the... You did indeed read that correctly. Goes by the name of Lena 90.
900, buddy.
Oh,
90. Here we go.
It's 90 times 10.
90 times 10 is 900.
I was just testing you.
Okay. I thought about it though. Noticed
I
the
mean,
hesitation.
you got it right. You got it right.
What's 9 plus 9?
A pickup.
Pocket nines, that's right.
Of
Pickup.
the 500k out there. As the South Korean fans go wild.
Germany. Northern Germany. Brunswick.
Brunswick?
Yeah.
How far is Hamburg from that?
Cameron in the chat saying, doesn't everyone think Rocco looks adorable with his cute scarf? I have to agree.
Both in lower
The
section.
fashion of Rocco
How much is it? Like 80
on point.
No, like
Looking to eclipse the 4 million
150 to 200.
in earnings here today, which he's already done, by the way, with this run. A win here would take him up to over 4.5 million in live earnings. It'd be his first bracelet as well. Coming over here from across the pond, calls Los Angeles home.
425.
Bit of a gangster. Gives me Nick Shorman vibes.
Got a spot here for Gabyon Kim, who is going to rejam pocket fives and might get looked up by Ace-9 suited in the hijack. Ace-9 suited definitely right on the cusp.
No, not 0.5. 0.4.
Levin's just loving life. I mean, he's
2.3.
down and out. Couple of ladders. that perhaps he wouldn't have expected.
I mean, his kicker is pretty good in this spot. Does lay it down. That's a nice one for Kabrhel Kim.
He'll take it. He will happily take that pickup.
Yeah,
Can't wait to see that one.
Button moved. If you would have won, you had such a good hand there. What?
I had a hand you would call probably. I don't know. I don't know if you're supposed. I don't know. You know these things better than me.
Yeah.
I don't. You'll find out.
Absolutely flying in terms of viewership. Love to see it. Almost
Right when he
3,000
shoved,
viewers.
Right before he shoved, I was like, "You need to fold." Something. I was like,
I get
okay,
it,
yeah.
I get it.
On
I was like,
YouTube.
all right. Fuck it.
Closing in on that target that we set. 300 likes. Would love to achieve that. That's King's Resort and the production team. Continue to go from strength to strength to put out some of the best poker content. I mean, you can't argue with this.
Just make sure you like and subscribe, because tomorrow and the day after we've got Yo Viro's cash game, which is apparently super sick and high stakes. Then of course later, then we've got the WSOP main event.
We've got the 50k diamond high roller before that. We've also got a day off to check out the Ultimate Texas Hold'em tables that they have on offer here.
I should ask that
It's my
question.
favorite.
What's your favorite?
We can ask it later on. Yeah,
we could.
we
Okay.
could potentially throw that out there. You never know.
Okay. Maybe tomorrow.
I'm up on the trip.
It's a little too fresh right now.
Hence the good mood. But you know, similar to Ali Najad,
Oh,
should things
what
go
is this?
south, you'll know.
Attack of my
How much are you up?
Didn't work.
Can we talk about that?
We don't kiss and tell in the booth, okay? We're having a good trip though. Likes flying up. Just 400 followers away from crossing the 60,000 follower mark over on Twitch. Love to see you all showing up to support King's Resort.
I'm trying to do my best, okay?
Yeah.
Trying to do my best, okay? Don't worry.
Kabrhel telling Leonard Malley
We have
that
chance.
I'm trying to do my best to eliminate people
We have
for you to
chance.
get some pay jumps.
He's like so tight, so tight.
Kabrhel Kim got ace-10 off. I like this. Rejam these
Like
solid
3 million
hands.
now? 3?
3 million something? I don't know. Maybe 3 million.
Count please.
Kim did just pick up the last pot, so isn't exactly sure what he's got.
Okay, just for you, Germany, okay? Just for you. Okay. If there is any chance I can call, I do that. How much?
Yeah, I mean,
Why?
2930.
Over there.
So 3 million basically.
No, it's fine because the break's short.
Kabrhel Kim, 2.3 million in live earnings. Best live cash of 686,000.
Used to play with him quite a bit, actually. It's good to see him.
Open.
He's
Open.
third
Open.
on South Korea's all-time money list. A win here today, Randy, would move him up to the #1 spot in South
think you
Korea.
must have aces.
A
He's
lot
so
more than
short.
just money
You
on the
you
line
must have aces.
for
Champion.
Kabrhel Kim.
Champion. Aces.
Got a
Aces?
lot of people rooting him on.
Yes or no? Aces. Yes or no? Be a man. No? Aces, yeah? Aces. I can see that.
Ace is just call. Just call.
Aces just call?
Yeah.
You are very tricky.
Just call.
Very tricky.
Flop check.
Cap saying.
Turn back.
Yeah?
And you fish like.
I never bluff. That's the problem. I never bluff.
I'm loving the table banter. Facial Twitch saying, comms, you gotta say HY sometimes to the chat. What does HY mean? How are
Hi.
you? Hi?
I don't know, it sounds like high, H-Y, high. He just typoed. Is the Y next to the I on the keyboard?
Pass.
No.
Okay.
Well, it kind of is, but
Fat fingers.
maybe. Shout out to all of our moderators across the board as well, doing a great job. Appreciate all of you keeping the viewers in check, so it's
Kim?
not getting too out of line.
Is this, what, 3 in a row?
I mean, he's almost doubled up without seeing a flop, turn, or river.
What?
One raise all in.
On an absolute spin.
He's really trying for you.
Now they're
He's
thinking
really
he's
trying
got to
for
be getting
you.
out of line soon, right? Of course, King 9 suited.
Daniel,
Too much for that one.
No kings? No kings.
No kings.
Polívku ještě? Nudle maso? Polívku nudle maso? Dojdu na restauraci. Okay?
I thought that was
Jo?
my small
He put out the small blind.
Dojdu tam, jo?
Like I thought that was my small blind from last time.
Yeah. Sorry, just put it out. Like 1/10 of my stack.
You know, like
Aces again?
I know, yeah.
Aces again?
No.
Yeah?
Ace just call. I say, I told you.
You are true gambler, man. True gambler. Ještě jednu si dám, jo? Where is my big blind?
Blinds are one. You only put out the big blinds.
Sorry. I gave you...
So now
I gave 200, yeah?
Yeah. And 2 more for the
I mean, his VPIP has increased drastically. Now he's got
Correct,
ace-8
yeah?
suited in the
Correct.
hijack. Normally, though, it has been people opening first, so he's been
Aces
picking up
only
that extra
call?
raise.
Now I know. Aces only call. This
Oh,
guy,
he
I
limped
read
in
him like a
hijack.
book. Like an open book. No, really. You said aces only call.
You raise only call.
Aha. How much you play now, please?
I don't know, maybe 4.5.
4, 5, pass.
Nice comeback.
Yeah, thank you.
I can't fold, yeah? Or I can, yeah? But I don't want to.
So we got a rare limp from the hijack.
Let's play
Rumors
some poker.
in the chat
Let's play some poker, Mr. Aces.
that Rocco once beat an army sergeant at a burpee contest. I can see it. Queen 6-4, both players remain unpaired. Kim with ace high, no backdoors of the diamond variety.
For what it's worth, burpees are too tough for me.
I never even doubted that for a second, Randy. I wasn't even going to entertain the conversation, but I'm glad the rare self-burn, you know, it is appreciated. Self-deprecation is a gracious form of humour. Something that we've all become accustomed to, especially around Ali Nishad. You know, it happens. He rubs off on us.
Kabrhel Kim going to try and just bet out any hand. You gotta remember, this is a limp pot, so the big blind has a lot of just pure trash. We'll just have to fold. The King Jack is actually kind of interesting because it's stronger than he's expected to be holding in this spot.
Right. No, I couldn't agree more.
I think the Queen High boards are quite nice for the limper because they tend to want to limp these kind of Queen Jack, Queen 10s.
You trust me.
Open.
Okay, 1 ace.
What an orbit for Kim.
Aces, yeah?
Showed an ace.
Because
Up to
you
5.2
said you only
million.
call with aces.
Closing in
Very
on the
easy to
break.
read.
Very easy.
Gamble. Gamble.
I love it when these rumours start circulating. It's so fun. Steven saying Rocco did 300 burpees in 30 minutes. I could actually see it. I actually believe that.
Is that physically possible?
It is, but you have to be in the top point, you know, 0.01% of human beings. Kim on the spin, looking to become the #1 ranked South Korean poker player of all time. Looking to eclipse the 2.5 million in live earnings.
Well, Leonard's looking to pick up some chips with this big slick on the button.
We are going on break
Million?
at the end of this hand.
1 mil ball.
140. 1,040,000. 6 plus.
Are we going to be six-handed, or are we going to be coming back with 5?
It's how
I
much?
think we're going to say six-handed.
Dvoress with 200 already invested.
Oh, he's packing up either way, given it is break incoming. Would love to get action. He's going to get action.
Yeah,
just
I can
10-4
see.
suited.
I mean,
the right price, just a little bit too short. Maybe one big one more. He gets away.
I expected queens, but okay. You said you would not gamble on 8 high. Oh. Shoot it, okay.
oh man, he's not gambling, but Leonard is the player all in at risk. 37% equity for Dvoress. As it comes, Jack deuce deuce. Dvoress still live, backdoor spades, as well as the 10 on option. Leonard looking for a club, ace, king or a queen now to stay alive. As he finds it, the backdoor Bangkok, Randy. 9 of clubs to get him out of jail and back up to 2.4 million. How about that for a final hand before the first break to keep us on the edge of our seat? So with that,
17 lives.
3 eliminations so far
But strong one.
at this final table of the GGMillions 25k bracelet event. Michael Rocco tied atop of the chip counts with Daniel Dvoress. When we return, we'll have continuing coverage, playing down to a champion here today, and said champion will be walking away with 600,000 euros. Randy and I will see you guys in around 20 minutes. Peace.
We have a special mystery giveaway for you. Prizes include the new iPhone 15 Pro, PlayStation 5, AirPods Pro and vouchers for hotel, shop and shisha. To enter the giveaway, you need to collect the codes. You can get the codes by purchasing online and in-store at King's Shop, or by watching your live streams and completing challenges and getting the codes from your favorite commentators. The lottery starts today on 27th of October, and we will have a special live stream on Sunday, November 12th, where we will announce all the winners. I wish you all good luck. See you at King's.
chips in the middle.
She knows.
She
knows what she's up against. But what I always say about these heads-up battles, one double up and it changes things drastically. Suddenly you're looking at 8 million playing around 10-ish. So he's 14, so we'll be getting close to even chips.
This is the thing, Dan. A lot can change at that point.
300.
7 doesn't change much. Bird says that it's that she should be calling with the 8s. It did seem like she folded very quickly.
Yeah, didn't give it much deliberation. I agree, Bird. You know, there's a couple of things that she could have stopped and thought about there. You know, as I said, Omar is going to be leading that turn there pretty aggressively, especially with hands like that where it's a mandatory bet, given he unblocks hearts as well. So would have liked to seen her think about it a little bit longer, yeah.
And look at this, they've both flopped flushes.
Wow. And heads up, Dan, I think this is a pretty unique situation here, so we'll see how this is panned out.
I think it's just a call though for Diana. Doesn't want to bloat the pot. Turn is the 10 of hearts.
7 check.
There's one thing I will say about this, Dan, that, you know, Omar is going to be more than aggressive with, like, you know, just a naked queen of clubs here. Even the naked 10 of clubs, I would think, because 10x wouldn't have that much showdown value here. So if he has the ace of clubs, it's going to be very, very similar. He's going to find the bet line in these kind of monotone textures as well. So I would not be surprised if Diana ends up calling this down, but he's really putting the foot to the pedal here with the queen 8 of clubs.
I was about to say he's betting 1 million. I would like to see him bet around 1 million. He's gone for that exact amount. It really does set up a nice river jam.
It's quite polar indeed, mate, and that's why I'm thinking if he has the queen of clubs or the ace of clubs here, he's going to pick the exact same size. And so again, Omar just can't do any wrong here, man. He's just targeting that range. Of course, it's very unlucky for Diana to pick up a flush as well, or to have a flush heads up, especially when you have 3 clubs in your hand already. It's going to be very unlikely that he has any of them. But yeah, it's going to be a tough spot on the river here for Diana. I have to imagine as well, when from Omar's perspective, when he check calls twice, or when he faces the check call twice from Diana, that she's going to have 2 pairs and potentially lower flushes. So this is obviously going in the middle, Dan.
Well, Bird just says if she finds a fold, it will be the biggest PLO heads up fold ever.
This is it. This is the problem. And Omar will find bluffs here, guys. Omar is more than aggressive and more than smart enough, more than good enough, and there it goes.
That is enough to put her all in. You got a feel for her here. Not much she can do.
Wow, that's
she does
it,
call it off, and that
it.
is it. Omar coming, yo. He has just defeated this entire table. Is now the World Series of Poker Europe PLO €550 buy-in champion.
This was fast.
I bust in a pretty standard way. I guess I was fairly short, and the guy on my right limped, and I just checked behind him. He was in the small, I was in the big, and I flopped a set, which is fantastic when you're, you know. And we got it in. He had a flush draw, and but he didn't make his flush, but he hit runner for a straight. But it was like I was waiting to the last card, so I was in there with the chance.
Sweat.
Always a sweat. 10 of diamonds hits the river. Kim going runner to eliminate Boatman in 5th place, and he looks disgusted.
It's been a pleasure.
But really, the pot that did for me, I nearly folded earlier when the guy had kings, and he'd re-raised me, the guy who was the short stack at the table, and I nearly didn't. It was so short, I thought he could be doing it with a lot of hands, and it was a shot to knock him out. And so I just, on the chip stacks, I decided, although I was probably behind, as it happened, in that hand, I flopped a pair. I wasn't in bad shape. So it was those two hands, really.
You end up gagging and almost throwing up at the smell of your own, you know. So to counter that, this 12-hour solo commentary stint, felt like you guys would give me a bit of space, a bit of leeway.
You just love poker.
And let me off the old sock and sandals grind.
It is.
You know, like my one-time pass. Lam saying never an excuse. Boots saying agree, sock and sandals is brutal. Alright chat, okay.
But apart from that, I'm all good. And issues with our central nervous system. But other than that...
Celebson saying getting paid millions for it. Millions. Alright chat, alright. Okay, no more socks and sandals. I see how it is.
Or society.
So we jump back into this.
Other than that,
Button open from Nikki P. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small with the queens. This could be a chip lead pot, ladies and gentlemen.
5 seconds.
Orpin has woken up with ace queen O in the big.
One time button.
Button v small blind v big blind. Chat, does Orpin just rip here? So 33 bigs. Oh wow. Oh boy. 3.1 million from Orpin, the cold 4 out of the big. Sean Deeb looking for bracelet number 4. In a great spot to either just pick up this 5.6 in the middle or get it in with the queens and be a 3-1 favourite to have over half the chips in play. Hand number 102. Nail biting stuff here. Can't fault Orpin for 4-betting out of the big. Deeb with the 3-bet out the small. Nikki P on the background saying he's going to shove over the top of this 3-bet. Does announce all in. And Orpin with a snap fold. Sean Deeb picks up a monster pot without even having to sweat 5. Up to 14 million in chips.
I see, yeah.
It's history about to be made here.
If I call, is Rob allowed to raise after or no? No? If he makes it how much? Is 800? 800? This time you try, yeah? Imp is strong.
How much in a pot?
3.9.
3.9.
Rob doesn't like limps. If I call, is Rob allowed to raise after or no? No? Because he makes it, how much was the raise?
I am.
Was 38?
Because of 100, it's not
39.
So I can...
It's possible or not possible? Impossible. Impossible.
Raise.
I wanted to play. 800 donation.
29. 3, yeah? Is that right? Oh.
66.9.
Wife. Oh yeah, wife. Showdown as well, yeah? Oh, you got the nut flush draw. Good luck. What's that one?
Wow. I flop set of sevens. It's like that.
What is
Count your stack, make it more easy. 20, okay.
You don't need to count. We have more. So we have more.
Wanneer maak je nou een nummer?
What about this? This as well, yeah? Nice.
Renato raising to 12k. Luca in the hijack with ace king. We've got action here. This is going to be a big flip, one would imagine.
Can I have a count?
Yeah.
What? 47?
Is for almost his entire stack, but with a hand as strong as Jack's here, not going to get much better opportunities. Calls it off. All in the fella. Call the other fella. 301,000 in the middle here.
Good luck.
Must be a jack burned somewhere. Luca 57%. The Jeffries 43. Queen 8 deuce. Hits the flop, 2 hearts. Great start for Renato. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Great turn for Renato. Luca needing an ace or a king on the river. It does not come. Luca has been eliminated.
It's different in this situation.
Good game.
Bro? Bro, you have to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Eight of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket fives. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what the
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
all-in and calls.
5 away
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
from either being down to 4.
As a spectacle.
Did you have
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
favorite spots? Oh wow. I mean, I had naked sixes. Like sixes, the worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair, and it's just like.
Yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn?
I mean, it's just like a nasty spot.
Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Open, looking for a 6, 8, 10 or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100k victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short in bracelet event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros.
Hi, Kings.
What an epic day of poker it has been here in Rozvadov, King's Casino, the home of the World Series of Poker Europe, the home of poker in Europe. We've got ourselves the 25k GGMillions bracelet event final table with this lineup. Michael Rocco out in pole position, Daniel Dvoress in second, Kabrhel in third, Gabion Kim in the mix, Nicholas Adstedt, one of the most winningest online players of all time, and the German pro Leonard Maui in the mix. All guaranteed 106,000 euros for their efforts. All eyeing the top prize of 600,000 euros and the coveted gold bracelet that comes with it, as well as, for some, a chance at national glory. Gabion King with a win here today would move up to number 1 on South Korea's all-time money list. My name is Henry Kilbane, joined in the booth by my good friend, my co-conspirator.
Conspirator, I like that.
It keeps me out of trouble, Randy Liu, aka Nananoko. Randy, we've come into this FT with a 50 plus big blind average. We've lost 3 players inside the first frame. It's the American out in front. He's looked so comfortable out there, even though he's had a tricky customer on his left, that of Martin Kabrhel.
Yeah, he's navigated very well. I've been most impressed with his play at the final table so far. He's got this good table presence. You know that he's eyeing that top prize of 600,000 euro plus that coveted gold bracelet. But he's got a tough customer, Daniel Dvoress, a very experienced player, sitting on a healthy 11 million chip stack, who's folded to him in the small, as the big blind is now 250,000.
All in.
He's just going to rip this in. Gabion Kim wakes up Queen 6 of diamonds, not enough.
I looked at the queen first.
For sure, because he wouldn't be smiling when he sees the 6 of diamonds.
Snap look down at the second. Carl, we got facial twitch. And the other moderators over on Twitch do appreciate it.
12.5.
Saying bring Dan Rankin in the booth too. Would be a nice trio. Shout out
Daniel, you have 11? Or?
to Action Man Dan.
I had 11.2 before that hand. So it should be 11.7 now.
12.5. 12.5.
12?
Yeah. What do you have?
That's some
8.5.
incredible numbers in terms of viewership. Up to 20,100 subscribers over on King's Resort YouTube channel.
Heads up with you. Okay? I'm happy with that.
You okay?
I'm happy with that. Yeah.
Daniel, you okay with that?
Martin Kabrhel
Okay, we need to bust Daniel.
asking to play heads up.
With Rocco.
I'm happy with that secret stuff.
Do that, please, do that. And the knit will be third. The knit. Okay? Knit. How much you have knit? 3.5? 4.8 before I posted those two. I never seen such a knit. Race. 7 million. 7 million. Sorry, how much is 500. On the river, 7 million.
He just called Nicholas a 7 knit.
Did.
Sitting on 4.3. To be fair, he's been very card dead.
Knit alert! Knit alert! Unbelievable! Knit alert.
Chirping chips for Kabrhel, returning from break, perhaps well fed, fuel for the fire.
Thank you. Thank you. Daniel, it's my waters, correct? It's not yours. Yeah, it's yours. Thank you.
Also some love
from
for our other commentator, Alan Finn. They are the in-house crew. Action Man Dan, Alan Finn, holding down the fort here in the booth at King's. Do appreciate them passing over the baton, if you will, for this trip to us here. Best of luck to those gents in all future endeavours, as Nicholas has a rejammable hand out of the small, doesn't do it. Disciplined from the Swede, Rocco.
Smelt it.
Wow.
All the fun girls will be disappointed.
Now the decision here for Rocco is, does he 3-bet to induce or just 3-bet jam outright?
$1.6.
I like that he's going smaller because he probably has some hands that he would 3-bet fold, like an ace 4 offsuit or king x off as well. Entice some hands to make a play at him. It's never fun to get 3-bet when you're holding king jack, but then again, Leonard Val is sitting on 10 blinds.
Dobrý, děkuji. Ne, prosím pryč. Tu vodu nechat ještě.
Got about
Jo, tu
2x
vodu
this
nechat
stack.
a zbytek od ní, díky moc.
Do you want to take a shot
Danke.
against the chip leader? A side fold for Gabyon Kim. Correct though?
One time bank each, yeah? One time bank each. I'm not sure how. He did pay you, but yeah. Oh yeah. He gave me, and the other one didn't use. Both use one, no?
No, only him, but he threw it in.
Okay. And he did pay that, yeah?
It almost seems like he's got this side quest of trying to drain people's time banks.
Fault.
Which they can be very important in key hands at final tables if you run out.
They really can be.
I've seen it.
Always doing anything he can to get under the skin of his opponents.
Instead with the Jack 10, he needs to fight soon. Does raise Jack 10 off. And Leonard Maui has got ace 4 in the big. Let's put in the big blind ante. He's got 8 big blinds behind that. A hand that he could rejam. Depends on how loose he thinks Nicholas Estet is opening, and he is going to take that spot. Nice.
Does the money just have to go in here?
For Jack 10 off?
3 million in the middle, 1.6 to call.
I think from a chip EV point of view, for sure, we throw in ICM with 6 remaining, it starts to get quite tricky. He does make the call and is doing pretty good against his ace 4 off.
Okay, no more net hours. No more net hours. All good.
Kabrhel chirping on the sidelines.
Easy win, yeah? Easy. I think easy.
Potential ladder
No, very easy.
for everyone else here.
Pocket aces, yes. 10 jack.
If Adstedt can convert this 49%.
Very easy. Right?
Ace high flop looking good.
No, not easy.
No.
Not easy.
For Leonard.
Aces against 10 jack. Only runner.
German crusher.
Finish.
Never easy, as Kabrhel pointed out. Only losing to runner. Lena was live, but the 4 on the river gives the German the full double.
Better be net.
Looking to cross the 4 million in live earnings mark with a win here today.
Misstep. One. Just one, but costly one. Nice comeback, sir.
Thank you.
Sorry, what's your name?
But I was never gone, you know.
What's your name?
Leonard.
Leonard?
Leonard.
Leonard. Sprichst du Deutsch?
Yeah. You asked me where I'm from?
Yeah. Maybe you live in Germany, but only speak in English. Ich bin Ausländer und spreche nicht gut Deutsch.
2 million? Yeah, about. This is 2.
Kabrhel just showing off his multilingual talents. Has a point, maybe you're just from Germany, but only speaking English. Could happen.
I mean, I can only speak English. People often assume I can speak Chinese.
That's true, there we go.
So I can see where he's coming from.
Back to better.
Too late.
I know.
Too late, man.
4, 5.
Nicholas is set in good spirits despite getting needled by Kabrhel losing with the Jack 10 off. Oh, and look at this one. Kabrhel's in huge trouble. 2 jacks against 2 queens of Dvoress, and look at the stacks. If he 3-bets this one, he will lose.
Just called.
Oh, thank God he just called.
Wow.
Good luck, Daniel. You have King Kong?
Kabrhel avoiding a real car crash as it's come 7 deuce, potential trouble ahead, but the fact that he's just flat call out of the big.
He's avoided the first obstacle, but this is tough to get away from. Can easily lose 3 streets of value if it doesn't come an overcard to the jacks.
Continue from Dvoress. Rainbow board texture with 3 backdoor flush draws. Could see Kabrhel activate here, knowing that Dvoress is going to continue all of those suited ace-X, some broadways, as well as some ace-highs. Continues to take the passive line, Randy, and you've really got to tip your hat to Kabrhel here.
It's hard for him to represent a bluff by check raising, so he does want to kind of protect his check calling ranges when he has ace highs. The king is actually a great card for Kabrhel, and he doesn't realize it because he is up against an overpair. And for Dvoress, maybe a little bit worrisome to see the king. He could see some king X suited check call flop.
Right.
So I'm curious to see if he still goes for turn and river value.
Although it is the king of diamonds, Dvoress is blocking both king queen of spades and king queen of clubs.
Right.
Those would be 2 of the obvious backdoor floats.
Yeah, most of the king highs that do check call are coupled with the queen.
Right. Kabrhel trying to get a read. Indeed, he does check through. Safe river. If you're Dvoress. Block potential here, Randy. 2.2 in the middle. Come with something in the form of 500, 550.
Well, it's Kabrhel who's acting first, so I think he's actually going to block and value bet this one himself, because he can get called by worse.
725 announced. Third pot.
Wouldn't expect Daniel Dvoress to go for a thin raise, even though queens usually is best. You got to think about what hands are going to bet call you on the river. So makes the call and avoids disaster for Martin Kabrhel.
Oh. Neat. Neat.
Lucky river, yeah?
Kabrhel was so confident in tabling those jacks, he took back his bet. Expecting to win the pot, Dvoress tabling the queens. Scoops a nice one as he continues his climb. Up the chip counts, overtaking Michael Rocco now.
Never been too careful, yeah?
Can never too much too carefully.
Huh?
Can never too much too carefully.
You can what?
Carefully, can't ever too much.
Yeah.
Oh man, Dvoress is really piecing him up.
Lucky river. Lucky river.
Jonathan Fried, appreciate the kind words. Not just Randy and myself in the booth here. We also have Arlene Najad and James Dempsey. Jonathan saying he came here just to hear me say 6th. So apparently I can't pronounce the word 6th properly.
It's just... It sounds different to me, but I just figured that's the Henry thing.
Let's hear it from you.
6th. 6th.
Yeah, how much?
6th.
I don't know.
Thanks, guys.
You're not the only one I hear say it that way, so
It's a British thing.
It's a British thing,
Yeah,
I
I think
assume.
it's a British thing.
Pocket Kings for Kings Casino. Daniel Dvoress. In the big. This is number 1 versus number 2 in chip count. It's very close. It's separated by 1 million in chips.
2.3 million? 2.3.
Sizing up here, given the deep stacks.
Ciao. Masz mój ten, jo? Masz, tak to mnie dej ho...
It's a bit much from Rocco's King 8 of clubs. He is going to think about something because it's a tough hand to call a 3-bet with against this sizing.
It is.
I feel like if you do want to play back, maybe you click 4, but often just outright fold.
It's frustrating though when it's first v second in chips.
I think you just gotta stay away usually. And
4.1.
wow, he actually is gonna click it.
And this is a disaster turnaround for Rocco because Dvoress is going to propel into an overwhelming chip lead spot now.
Yeah, a bit of a misstep.
I understand it though, Randy. You don't want to give Dvoress that feeling that he can just bully you. You're second in chips. Ill-timed aggression.
He's trying to make a statement now for future hands. He's seen Dvoress kind of 3-bet large earlier, not against him, but against Kabrhel. Although Dvoress has picked up the goods, and sometimes when you got that reputation for having balance in these spots, you get value where others may not. And Dvoress clearly amazing player. Does jam.
Snap fold from Rocco.
Nice
That one's gonna hurt.
That has really shifted things
And pay your time bank.
at this final table, Randy. Look at the average stack, 7.4 million. Dvoress with that pickup
Easy life,
up to 18 million now.
Yeah, I think also that Rocco read into the larger sizing as polar. Therefore, he can just click and get all the dusty hands fold? Straight out of there.
Huh? You were expecting fold?
Play 2?
Yes?
275.
I don't know.
I wouldn't. I would only play with aces in your position.
It's close. It was kings.
Lite alert. Bang, 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 bang. Lite alert.
Look at Nicholas is set down to 2.1 million in chips. Under the gun as he does push in. Half his stack.
875 behind, correct?
Yes, started off the final table.
Got up to about 8 to 9 million.
Great form. Yeah, great form. And then just a couple of ill-timed spots that 7 deuce of clubs defend. Didn't go his way, and with the blind levels increasing, finds himself on the shorter end of the chip counts.
He is going to get this one through against the 7 deuce.
Huh? 7 deuce. I think he's
Nicholas
deuces. Button move. Deuces never
with the pickup, but still not out the danger zone just yet, Randy. 11 bigs, and he's about to be in the big blind.
Brother, yeah?
No.
Where are you from? Canada or USA?
No, I live in California.
California? What are you doing here?
I was just visiting Europe for like the last month or so. Came for a friend's wedding and stuck around. I didn't plan on coming here, but ended up happening. Yeah.
So you are tourist, basically.
Yeah.
Tourist.
Yeah.
Tourist 4.1 million and thought, yeah?
Yep.
It's a weird tourist.
It's a weird way to travel, you know?
It's your brother? It's your brother, yeah?
Yeah.
The EDM brother. Who is the big blind? Nitty Nitty? Nitty Nitty. How much you play? Can you tell me?
2 million.
2 million together.
1, 2. 2.2 million behind.
500.
6 raise 500.
So Kabrhel getting the chip count of the big blind. Then opt in to raise min. Dvoress with pocket 3s in position. There is a world where Daniel Dvoress just says all of it, applying maximum pressure on Kabrhel.
Wow.
He's gonna fold.
Tank fault. Bravo, Daniel. Tank fault. That's something new. That's something new, tank fault.
Gabriel Kim is out, but Nicholas has got 10-7 of clubs in the big, and he's getting short. This is a hand he can definitely take a flop with. Try to hit a piece, maybe do a stop and go, depending on the board texture.
Only call. Good luck, Niklas.
Thank you.
What do you have behind? Can you tell me exactly? 1
He does make the call.
1 8 1 9.
This is 1 5.
So 1950, correct? Thank you.
And he's flopped a flush draw on this ace-high board. This is where it gets a little tricky.
Minimum. What is it?
He's been trying
250.
to get something to happen.
Winner. Winner, winner, chicken finner.
The verbal jousting is just relentless, Randy. With just king high. Putting out all the moves, the table talk.
One in.
The needles.
Here's the check jam.
Hang on a minute. Nicholas finding the jam. 3.6 million out there. Kabrhel has an annoying card in the sense that he blocks queen high flush draws. A card that he doesn't want to have. He'd rather have like king, queen and diamonds, right?
Yes, exactly. But he's asking the question is, would Nicholas Asset check jam an ace? Like an ace rag. This is actually really interesting. And also 5x. He just made the call. What a call. King high for Kabrhel.
It was my flop. I don't understand.
Wow.
What a play.
He's bluffing me.
Makes the call with king, queen high. Just correctly realizing that a lot of Nicholas's ace-x are going to go in pre.
5 and 5.
Shouldn't have too many 5x.
Okay, no.
And they might even check call some of those hands or check raise small.
Right. Just weighted towards flush draws.
It's actually good he's holding the queen of clubs now as he blocks an out.
Finish, yeah?
On turn. Nicholas looking for a 10, 7 or a club. Ace or a 5 for a chop. Kabrhel looking to just hold to get us down to 5. The 10 of diamonds.
I win.
Hello. That's one way to get there. Up to 5.3 million and the demise of Martin Kabrhel, who was once reigning supreme over the field,
Thank you.
has now dropped down to, I believe,
You're gonna win that one.
I think you,
5th in chips.
But then when the turn came, I was like, then I felt
I like
it.
the turn kind of. I don't know why.
Yeah, when the turn came, I was like, I think I feel better about this one.
No king or queen at least, you know?
Yeah.
6 players left
pair
here.
against 2 pair, cooler. Complete cooler.
Was always going to get there according to the viewers.
But I mean, that hurts. You make a good king high call, 1 overcard to the board.
I agree. That is the problem though.
He played it well. Just couldn't hold.
All you can do is get your money in. Snowball saying hi, Henry. Thanks for the great commentary. Who's your host? Great question. For those of you that aren't familiar with the team out here at Kings for this WSOP Europe, I'm currently in the booth with our very own online poker legend, Nanonoko, aka Randy Lou. We also have Arlene Najad here, one of the most well-known voices in the poker industry for quite some time now, and James Dempsey also joining us, part of the team out here on behalf of GG Poker here at Kings Resort. That's that with a bit of life. Going to be getting involved out the small.
Sitting on just north of 20 blinds now. Rips it in for max pressure and also to kind of build his stack a little bit. He knows that when Rocco lost some of his chips with that 4-bet fold that he can't call light anymore.
You have like 10?
I have 8.5.
8.5?
Dvoress now observing the stacks around the table, understandably so.
Only you. I think that's fair. I think that's very fair.
Gotta give credit to Kabrhel, by the way.
It's fair, yeah.
Still just as chatty with the
Poker
short
is a fair
stack.
game. Poker is a fair game.
Very fair.
100% fair.
Gotta keep it balanced. It's been quite rough for him. Did also lose the jacks versus queens.
100K is a great fight. 4 people. 4 people.
Not a bracelet event.
The 100K?
Yeah.
Kabrhel Kim
The 50K.
says hello.
That one's just a side event.
And Nicholas instead of king queen on the button. This is tricky.
This is for
Easy to win.
14 bigs.
You go to there and make chink up. Easy. This is like a satellite for that.
He's trying to wait how often this is just some kind of worse broadways which he dominates. Does lay it down.
And even someone like Rocco just can't take the risk at the moment
How much was all in here?
with the threes. Kim with a big smile, loving life.
Supposed to tell me?
Too much.
6 players left here.
Nice.
How much do you have now?
WSOP Europe GGMillion's collaboration bracelet event. 25k buy-in in this one, with 600k up top as the Korean fans go wild.
Oh yeah, they're absolutely rooting on Kabrhel Kim. You know any Korean?
I had 2 pitchy crust.
I don't, unfortunately, know.
Annyeonghaseyo means hello.
Love that. Dvoress with more than 2 times average. 6 players left. Kim looking to become #1 on Korea's all-time money list. Rocco, currently on vacation in Europe, was in the vicinity.
You play very good.
Oh, I thought he's like vacation just sitting on some hands right now.
No.
Maximum 4.
He was in this part of the world and heard that the WSOP Europe song was like, why not? When in Rome. He was actually in Rome at the time.
I was like, am I going to engage with the in Rome comment? Because
no, he was in Rome when he got the schedule, and he was like, oh, okay. Head to Roswell,
I put you on
play
5,
for some
but
bracelets.
I want to see which 5 you have.
Understand.
Or ace queen. Ace queen possible.
Couple of short stacks out there now, Randy.
Short, but they're hanging in there. Oh, this is a great time to be short, because you're going to get action more, and you've got 2 aces. #1. Look at him trying to pretend he's weak, like, am I supposed to raise this pot? Alright, I'll open it up.
He's going to take it down.
Didn't work.
7 queens. May I see that? Please. I said please. Queens, yeah?
Better.
Huh?
Better.
Better? Kings? Kings?
Nicholas is at pocket 7s. He's going to raise it up. He's been kind of hanging in this 4 to 5 million chip stack recently. Lots of final table experience. Knows how to cruise. Rocco just queen 3 offsuit, which is interesting that he's actually giving this one some thought. He's going to lay it down. And Kabrhel quickly folded the ace-4 of diamonds. Over to Kabrhel Kim, queen 5 suited in the big. Something that he could invest some chips in there, try to see a flop. Suited paint, always worthy. A nice board for Kim, just because I shouldn't expect Nicholas to set to c-bet too often, so he'll get to realize his equity quite a bit. But actually, he is still going to come out firing, so excuse me. It is 350. Does have backdoor spades, pair of fives.
All options on the table for Kim, although against the under the gun open.
Against a small bet, I don't think he would be looking to check fold. Enough equity, beat some unpaired hands.
875.
Now this is actually really interesting. I didn't really expect the check raise.
All options on the table. That queen of spades wrapped around the king jack, backdoor spades as well as backdoor straights. On top of my favorite draw in poker, Andy, the bottom pair trip draw.
This is gangster.
We've had some gangster poker at this FT.
This just really punishes a high c-bet frequency strategy. Nicely done from Kabrhel Kim.
Cruising.
And that's the board that's supposed to hit the pre-flop raiser.
I give it a 1.
Really cruising along now.
He's good.
Are you using the 2 time bank?
All good, all good.
Yeah, I give it a 1.
He's saying he gave it to you.
No, it's all good. One only. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, I give it a 1, yeah.
He only one.
No.
One.
Yeah. No. I give it a... Yeah, 1.
No.
This one is
No. It's correct. It's correct. Okay, deal. New hand.
Kabrhel's like, you got less time banks? Deal. Look at the chip counts there. It is very tightly packed from 3rd to 6th. 18 to 20 big blinds, just separated by 2 apiece. Rocco pretty comfy with 33, but look at the chip leader. 69 big blinds for the meme. 17 million in chips.
That's pretty wild in terms of stack distribution around the table. Bit of an ICM cage for everyone as things stand. It's going to be Dvoress that just gets to lean into the rest of the field.
All in.
6, raise all in.
And this is one of the shorter stacks. Just open ripping ace-queen, trying to stop Dvoress if he happens to wake up a hand to kind of repress, and then he's forced to call off here. Wants to try to create some separation, and Nicholas instead wakes up pocket sevens in the big.
4.7
This
million.
is interesting.
4.7.
I think
It's an 18 to 20 big blind jam.
we're spinning the wheel
3,
here, Andy, because of how
4,
tight it is at the bottom.
4.5. Sorry, it's 4.5.
Both these guys are going to be
Yes.
more than happy to just go for the win.
4.575.
They know that if they pass up on opportunities like this, it could lead to them being the sub 10 big blind stacks being crippled.
Also, with 2 sevens, you are the slight favorite against these broadways, ace, king, ace, queens. And if his opponent's ever jamming like 6s and 5s and 4s, you're just printing. He might also expect Kabrhel to just min-raise open
Bigger pairs.
if he was holding like 9s plus.
Couldn't agree more.
I think the worst case scenario for him is pocket 8s exclusively.
Hey, your time bank.
The time bank, please. At it again.
Might be time to gamble, huh?
Might be time to gamble announced.
Okay, we gamble.
Let's gamble.
We gamble. We gamble for the win. Nicholas, a slight equity favorite
I think it covers by 200 or something.
with the best hand.
75, please.
I don't
Kabrhel
have.
needs to connect.
No.
I think so.
Then it's crazy call.
I love
No, really.
I love that he said we gamble.
More, yeah?
I am like you.
Okay. I was thinking you have more.
Kabrhel just acknowledging how crazy a call. Nicholas Adstedt, Lena 900 online, really living up to the ICM is for poor people. Over 46 million in online earnings.
It's a huge call, and they're playing for a 9.5 million chip pot, which could do some damage.
Such a sick flip.
Tournament defining for one of them.
So he has 100 more, right?
He has 100 more, yeah? Okay, let's go.
Run it.
Run it. Let's see 5 dealer. 8-6 deuce. Great start for the Swedish online legend. As the Queen of Clubs
The Queen
finds its way to the turn. And now Adstedt drawing to just 2 outs.
Okay, good luck, guys.
No, you're still in. You're in, but...
You had 100 more.
4,575.
9.5 million chip pot.
Yeah.
Going Kabrhel's way.
Correct. I will double check, give me that.
Lena down to just half a big blind after losing the flip. Doesn't look like he cares though, Randy. Still rocking a smile, but I think a lot of these guys that do venture out into the live realm after finding so much success online do want to pick up, you know, bracelets, trophies.
I'm the small line, right?
Leave a little bit of a legacy in the live arena.
Button. Button me?
So I think when there's a coveted
You're the button.
WSOP bracelet on the line, doesn't matter how much money you've won, you still want to take a tournament like this down.
Look, he made a read against the range he was up against. He was a slight favorite. But when you take these kind of risks,
Pocket 7.
you realize sometimes you just don't win the flips. And he's going to be forced all in the small with ace-4 offsuit.
He's all in, yeah? Sorry? Já hraju, jo? To už je můj čas, jo?
Gabjon Kim picks up Jack-6 offsuit on the button, so it's going to be a forced all-in, blind versus blind. Nicholas is set, the slight favorite with the ace-4 rag.
Almost.
Rocco's got king-9 of clubs. Trying to finish off Nicholas and get everyone else a pay jump.
While the online legend behind on the king high flop does have some hope, but things looking bleak.
It's not a great flop, but I mean, I have some chances, yeah?
Double gut shot now, as well as the ace working for
You
him.
don't flop an ace. Or if
11 outs once.
yeah.
Doesn't find it. Close, but no cigar. We're gonna lose the online phenom, Lena 900, Nicholas Adstedt in 6th place, going home with 106,600 euros
300.
for his efforts. So we're going to have a quick word with him as well in just a short moment's time. Everyone currently guaranteed 140,000.
How would you rate your online skills compared to your live poker skills?
No, I still think I'm stronger online, but it's the same game in the end.
Since you're a #1 player in the world online, what would you think is the best skills or personality traits that an online poker player needs?
Yeah, good question. Living in a Nordic country with dark, long winters.
And?
I don't know. I mean, that's quite important. like to be in front of the computer. That's another one. Yeah.
Was there any interesting spot for you in the 25K?
Yeah, I had many. The last one was quite interesting. I maybe I should fold my hand. I don't know. But if there is a bracelet for the win, I'm gonna gamble a little bit more. But yeah, no.
What would winning a bracelet mean to you?
No, not that much. But I always in there for the trophies and for the bracelets and trying to win as many as I can. But yeah, I don't have one, so it would be nice to win.
You probably have so many fans around the world. What would you say to them, or what would your wish be to them?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's always fun for people to support you. I mean, always happy to take a picture or always nice to the fans. So that's always cool. Thank you.
Sorry, what's your name?
Michael.
Michael?
Thoroughly enjoyed that short little interview there with Nicholas Adstedt. He's going home with 106,000 and got to hear, you know, when there's a bracelet up top, he's going to gamble a little bit more, and you have to ask yourself, did that factor into the equation where he's approaching this through a different theoretical lens, Randy? Not quite ICM, but more so, look, we need to play for the win here, or at least build a stack at this stage. And yeah, even the online legend Leno 900 a bit confused with that spot.
Yeah, and it makes sense that, you know, there's so much value to trying to win a bracelet. 600,000 euro up top as well. But I thought it was more interesting that he said you have to live in a dark Nordic country to be a great online player.
I mean, the dark, long winters, enjoy being in front of a computer. There you go. If that's you, if that fits your bio, perhaps give online poker a go.
What is it, 12?
Randy, really loving these interviews with some of the world's most talented poker players. Also loving the viewership numbers going up across the board over on YouTube and Twitch.
Sweet.
We've crossed the 300 like mark. Would love to get up to 400. If you haven't already, click that like button over on YouTube. Would be greatly appreciated. Both myself, Randy Lou, Arlene Najard, James Dempsey, going to be here for the next 10 days. Not only do we have this 25k, we have nosebleed cash games, a 50k high roller, and the World Series of Poker Europe main event. And all we're asking for is the click of a button. As Leonard gonna move it all in.
Tens is gonna have to snap this one off, of course.
From the small. Nobody sees this chip.
Well, it's definitely all on a call. You can see the triangles out.
It does indeed. Leonard looking for some help. Not going to find it on that ball, although some backdoor potential.
Just 16%.
7.5 million in the middle.
Oh, that's
as
the
he
one.
picks up the gut shot and flush draw.
I told you.
11 outs for Leonard now to do the dirty on Kabrhel, but he doesn't find it.
He's out of there. Fist pump to one side of the rail so far.
And just like that,
Sorry?
we go from six-handed to four-handed. No fist bumps?
He didn't want to fist pump Martin Kabrhel.
Okay.
That was odd. Didn't like the verbal jousting.
It's interesting because he was kind of egging him on a bit. There was a lot of laughter. But it's interesting when things don't go your way, how quickly Kabrhel becomes annoying. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess he kind of dealt the final blow. Kind of hurts. I don't know. I didn't felt like there was anything going.
No, neither did
them.
I. And I would have liked to have seen a fist bump, but hey, listen. Unless you're out there, it's kind of impossible to know. Was a bit of a slow roll with the tens, perhaps.
Although I think he asked for a count, then looked at his cards.
18 about, yeah?
Yeah.
So,
No,
no, he looked first?
he looked first.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's just a snap call.
I can see how you could be peeved.
Yeah. Me too.
Regardless, this is how Kabrhel takes on the game. And he's back to 13 million.
He is
Peaking.
indeed.
Thank you. Yeah, yeah. You gave me change, yeah? Thank you.
Does have the chip leader on his left to worry about.
$3.5?
So
Like
empty
including the
and,
big blind, right?
4.6 now I have.
You started with 4.9, right?
Yeah, 4.9 and empty and 4.6.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
4
Well,
million
with
behind.
that elimination,
No shovel.
everyone guaranteed 189,000 euros for their efforts now. You gotta give Kabrhel credit for how consistent he is. I mean, I don't think he would necessarily call himself a professional poker player anymore, pursuing many different business opportunities, but when he does show up, seems to just run deep. Dvoress tries limping in from the small. Kim happy to run it.
I believe he owns an esports team, if I'm correct.
He does indeed.
There's a lot of guys from poker who transitioned over to owning pieces of esports teams.
So Michael.
Look, he plays a very
You will
unique
take
style.
you will take him?
Not just the verbal
That's the deal?
stuff, but like how he maneuvers and navigates posts.
I
It's
started
quite
with
refreshing to watch.
Like 3, I think.
Yeah, 8.0.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. This is your first time ever experiencing Martin Kabrhel, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. And if you don't have a game plan, never played against a player like this, you really could be thrown off guard, and maybe you try and play back, or sometimes you just stay out of his way, trying to get some data points on how to attack the situation.
That's call?
Just gonna call. Four-handed. Limping in for us with an interesting decision.
That's a call, right?
It's interesting.
Yeah, one chip is a call.
Because there could have been a chance where they weren't sure if he was raising. Maybe he forgot to say raise, but it's going to be just a limp. So it might change how Dvoress responds, which is an over limp with this Queen 10 of diamonds. Kabrhel Kim gets to actually comes along in the small, but it's going to be hard for Rocco to attack from the big. Queen 8 offsuit. We could have a family pot here at a final table in this 25k GG Millions. We do.
Everybody in, yeah? 4 players.
Ace 9-8. Dvoress picking up an inside straight draw, but Rocco does flop best with his pair of 8s. Checking quickly over to Kabrhel. He's got the backdoor hearts, ace high board. He might be thinking that someone would have represented an ace pre after he limped, contemplating a stab in this spot. Once again grabbing his chips, does flick one in for the min bet. And with this price, it is going to allow Dvoress to continue drawing 2 clean nuts on rainbow boards. You know, don't have to worry about your straight making a flush. Now Kabrhel Kim thinking about chasing his little gut shot. It is a good price. He's gonna stay away and try to preserve those chips. I actually don't think Rocco thinks he's got the best hand, even though he does. Just seeing a bet and a call, but he is getting a good price to potentially draw to 2 pair of trips. He's actually going to lay down the best hand.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, Randy. Not surprised. In a bit of a sandwich, out of position.
Maybe Kabrhel has found a spot to maybe turn to top, not top pair, a good pair for him. Interesting, isn't it?
It's such an obscure hand of poker, and it all started with the pre-flop limp from under the gun four-handed.
It feels like a spot where you just try and show this one down now once you pair the king. Maybe Dvoress is holding like a 9x that wants to show down as well, but he's actually going to fire once again. 1.1 million. Now, this feels a bit mergy to me. Perhaps he thinks that Dvoress would often raise ace x pre, especially with the big stack, so he most certainly is up against straight draws or 9x. He's not blocking the 10 or jack in with his hand.
Bluffer.
What a play.
The bluffer. Michael, on my way to take it. On my way. But please do your job there, okay? Please. Good fault. Kings.
So can you please tell me your journey in the 25K? How was it overall for you?
Well, yeah, it was short the whole time, basically. Yesterday I had to rebuy a couple of times to, yeah, and then today I bought in again. I didn't have much chips all over the whole tournament. At the end, caught a little bit of speed, but then, yeah, run out of luck.
How did you bust?
Just blind, like versus Martin in a blind and strike situation with 70 blinds, so nothing really I could do.
And why didn't you shake hands with Martin?
Because he lowered me in the last hand, and I think he likes to try to piss off people, and like, I mean, yeah, then he doesn't get a handshake. That's it.
Which other tournaments are you going to play?
The 50K, I think, on Thursday, and the main event on Thursday. Thank you.
Well, chat there with Ned of Maui, who came fifth, and just as we all expected, the lack of handshake, fist bump was due to that slow roll.
Well, here comes the tournament chip leader. Kabrhel has really closed the gap between him and Dvoress. Absolutely awful board for both players, although Dvoress does have that backdoor hearts in play. Okay. Oh, okay, so he's counting out his chip stack. For a second, I thought he was going to start leading with 5-4 offsuit on this board, which would be insane.
Sorry,
On
850.
to the next one, I would think. Oh, okay, confirmed hippo. That's as close of a shot we've ever gotten. I can confirm. It looks like it's been in the mud and water a bit.
Only took us 5 hours to get confirmation.
Kings?
I mean, I was
Kings
pretty
Casino.
sure, but didn't get to see it that close.
check raise I win? Yeah?
I don't know.
I was so close. Like before against 6 high here. 163, 65, 60, yeah? 163, 65, 60. I should make 860.
Small pot. Doesn't matter.
I was so close to click it back. So I had like more jacks.
You can see Kabrhel talking to Rocco about that river play. The 7-5 versus 6-5. A really cool hand.
Yeah, that one's going to go viral, that's for sure.
So far is my favorite hand of this final table.
Some real street poker.
Me and him, yeah?
Respect to the chip leader. Oh, there's the hippo. Look.
Okay, gamble now.
No gamble, no future. We saw it from Nicholas Adstedt.
That's right. Yes. That's more like gamble, no future.
That was close.
인터뷰 네가 도와달라고.
What is it, Elki? Trophy? Some trophy?
Yeah, trophy. But it's not for you, it's for anyone else for you.
For what?
It's not for you, it's for Daniel.
Here's the trophy that Elki is going to be awarding to the champion here, not just the bracelet in this one. 25k
4.5 behind, yeah?
GGMillion's bracelet event.
4.6. No, total is 4.6.
Yeah, I think he said he had a trophy. I think he said, Kabrhel said, what is it? He says, not for you. Just everyone needling each other. Elki loves the King's Casino. Frequents the stomps here and plays the biggest buy-ins.
We are going to be seeing Yo viral tomorrow. It's currently...
It better be good, because you keep telling me it's super hype and like is insane.
They'll deliver. Don't worry.
Okay, so we do have a limp from Kabrhel on the button. And do you see that Dvoress actually over limps 2 7s? Checking over. King 6 has actually got some interaction, backdoor clubs and straight draw.
Michael,
One
don't be
over
nervous.
card.
It will be okay. Don't be nervous.
So he does bet min. Dvoress in a spot where maybe he occasionally check raises 2 7s. Does call, and now Kim with 8s and 4s, 9 kicker. In a tricky spot because he could still have the best hand right now. You can see Kabrhel taking the stab. Dvoress maybe has some high card that check calls. Be very tough to lay down.
9.5.
And actually check raising.
950.
Trying to see what's up.
Kim's a bit of a boss in these spots. Saw a similar one earlier on with the Queen 5.
$950, yeah? Winner.
Now Kim has a lot of 8x's in his range, so this is actually quite tricky. Dvoress does have an overpair to the 4. I believe you would call and make a statement here where your opponent knows you usually have some kind of pair.
Oh, 3.4 million in the middle. Overcard to the board. Kim has to be somewhat concerned now. Oh, the check raising flop. Not just heads up, by the way, it was a three-way affair. Going to the flop, but reaching for chips nonetheless.
If he bets, he should probably bet small and just check back river unimproved.
875.
It's a very interesting bet because he rarely gets paid off by worse.
It's an annoying one for Dvoress as well, in the sense that he blocks some of the potential check raise bluffs like 7-6, 7-5.
And
Kim setting up a very natural river SPR of 0.5 as well.
Yeah, and if Kim had an 8x, he actually would size in the same way, given how few chips he's got behind relative to the pot.
Action on Dan. Down to the final 4 players here. GGMillion's WSOP Europe edition.
I think the price is just too good to lay down, but he's definitely is very worried about an 8x. He's hoping this one just check through. Doesn't want to be put to decision on the river.
Sevens will win at Showdown. 5.2 million out there. 9-4 has Showdown as well. If
I would check this at a very high frequency because you do beat some kind of combo club hand, right? 6-5 of clubs. 7-6 of clubs. Does check and lose.
No, no, no. Nice call. Thank you.
well, Dvoress is going to extend, Randy. He now has more than half the chips in play with 4 players left. Fresh off of his maiden PLO title at a Triton series.
Bluffer. The bluffer.
Looking for his second WSOP bracelet. Took down the $1,500 Millionaire Maker event on none other than GG Poker for 1.48 million back in August of 2020.
What a hand. I think if I go all in on the flop, I win. Right? What? Funny, huh?
Randy, I think it's time
Funny,
for a giveaway, my man.
Very
We've only
funny.
done 5 so far, if I'm not mistaken.
Banditos, yeah?
It's a good
Pocket
idea.
7, yeah?
How can we...
Pocket 7,
what kind of question should we go with? You have anything off the top of your head?
Give it a go, mate.
I mean, how about someone who's really been watching the stream today?
Go on, then.
Who got
No? Nothing?
13th place? Go.
Imagination.
Do you know how much you have?
In this tournament.
Wow, okay. Do you know the answer?
Look it up, buddy.
What do you mean, look it up? What?
I know the answer, don't worry.
7.5 to start with everything.
Okay, gotta look at the chat.
There you go, to win the giveaway. Who came 13th? It's that easy. You guys have been watching the stream for the last 7.5 hours. Barra in the chat, coming in hot. Barra 909. Winner. Tim Adams, you're not wrong.
There we go. Someone's been watching the stream.
Check.
Just look at this Dvoress stack leaning. It's all business, nothing personal.
Kings?
Kings Casino.
No resistance. Nobody likes to play with you. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Am I chip?
2 raise all 8. 4 plus.
235.
235. Can you check the big stack, please?
With the big blind being 300,000 in chips,
Thank you.
Kabrhel Kim is actually quite short, jamming 8 blinds.
You know I like you, eh? So I let you live, okay?
Thank you.
But you have to open cards, okay?
Okay.
You have to open. If you don't open, next time I call. Open, please.
Just one ace enough.
No.
Enough for my
No.
stake.
Ace banana. Ace 2, ace 3.
Button, please.
Same.
Ace banana. 50-50 we were. 50-50. Suited, connected. I was. Suited and connected. You're very lucky, I like you. Very lucky.
Thank you.
Kabrhel's taken a liking to Kabrhel Kim. Can understand why. Very fun guy to be around.
Yeah, he's been engaging a little bit, respectful, having a good time. Really has been downhill for Michael Rocco. All the 10-8 suited.
Well, it was all that
button.
King 8 suited 4-bet. It was since then.
That was the key hand
It
because
really was.
he lost 4.1 million chips. They were neck to neck, right, with Daniel Dvoress, and it made a statement where he kind of just had to play a little bit more snug after losing those chips and blinds going up, of course.
6 plus.
Massive chip lead for Dvoress.
Kings?
Don't know. Didn't look.
You didn't look? You play blind? Pretty strong. Pretty strong.
I have a 2.8.
Thank you.
Dan Dvoress looking to wrap up an incredible year. His first live bracelet, if he can close this out, has more than half the chips in play. 600k up top in this one. The coveted WSOP Europe bracelet, and of course
2.8.
the GGMillions trophy that will be presented
2.8.
by Elke.
Call.
Kabrhel again with a limp, and I have to ask you, Andy, this surely just a byproduct of Dvoress on his direct left, wanting to keep the pots as small as possible.
Yes, and it's actually a really good adjustment because of the huge chip difference between him and Dvoress. It allows him to still lean on Kabrhel Kim a lot, even post-flop, because he's just sitting on 2.5. He can't really like check call and can multi-barrel in spots. I actually really like this adjustment that he's made.
Flops bottom pair, unfortunately for Kim. He's gonna be down to sub 8 bigs. Don't see him continuing here in any form unless Kabrhel checks his option.
He's straightened out his chips where his hippo's standing. It just takes a swig of water. Now he checks.
I mean, he's balancing his checking tails, Randy.
He is?
You can't fault the guy.
No, I'm not faulting him.
I can't tell when he's taking a swig of water if he's got it or if he's at it. So, you know.
It's just so fun to watch.
Some reverse live tells as he goes through the delayed c-bet, and I couldn't agree more. Highly entertaining, unless you're at the table. If you're at the table,
you ain't getting a fist bump, buddy.
When you're at the table and you slow roll someone,
I mean,
it was a slow roll.
Nit roll? Can we call it nit roll?
No.
Or just pure slow roll?
It was a pure slow roll. Leonard knows it. Everyone else at the table knows it. Martin knows it. And he's okay with it.
That's alright. If you can dish it out, you gotta be able to take it as well. I think he can.
You know who we need here?
It's like
Sean D.
6-1? Fight 1?
Sean D, but the final table here with Kabrhel would have been
6-1 to start.
Yeah.
I don't think he's here in Europe though, unfortunately.
No, which is surprising. I want to say for the first time, because I know he has come out before chasing Player of the Year leaderboards.
Dvoress getting the 7s once again. Seems to get a hand for him.
Oh, this has to go in, surely.
Yes.
Ace-9 for Kim. He's done well to get ladders.
You ready for a flip? Ooh, Rocco 6
gets
is down.
out of there. Dvoress gonna make the call with the 7s.
Good luck. Always. 2 outs after flop. 2 outs.
Rocco just
Maybe
looking
he
on,
hits, maybe not.
hoping for a ladder to get 3-handed. 189,000 guaranteed for these final 4. Got a 71,000 euro ladder up for grabs if Dvoress can hold with the 7s. Looking good.
Maybe.
Yeah, more out. Yeah.
Deuce,
5
9,
full
ace,
tray.
everything. Winner. Oh,
Ace,
close.
9 or a deuce needed for Kim to stay alive.
GG.
Doesn't find it, Randy. The board pairing
Nice to play with you.
on the river, handshakes all around, and of course a big old smile from Gab Kim Yong. A handshake and a hug with Daniel Dvoress. Love to see the sportsmanship from the South Korean, who with this result will move up to second on South Korea's all-time money list, but top spot will have to wait.
Already?
Still no.
Let's pay him a little bit more money and we play for trophy. I am big blind or he is big blind?
Did he just say let's pay Rocco a little bit more money and play for trophy?
I'm not sure who he was talking about, but yes, he did say pay someone a little bit more money. Maybe,
Well,
maybe it was Dvoress, I'm not sure.
Just to state for the record,
Small blind, yeah?
Yeah.
no deals facilitated
I'm just checking.
at the WSOP.
13.5. I have. If you wanted to ask.
7 raise 600. 4 pass.
So 12 points, 12 point something. Sorry, wait. He has button, yeah? Yeah. You have button, yeah?
So 3 remain. Everyone guaranteed 260,000 euros.
Give him DNT.
Dvoress looking for his second bracelet. Kabrhel looking for his third. Rocco looking to come to Europe and upset the Europeans with a win here, crossing the pond from California.
So,
Come and pick up his first bracelet would be quite the feat, given the lineup coming into this.
He's got King Queen.
19 bigs.
What American? It's crossing his mind to just outright open jam. Although I think raised side is the standard play. A little bit too deep to outright open jam. Yeah, Kabrhel likes to get a count before kind of looking at hands, I've noticed.
Fault.
6 pass.
Dvoress has got Queen Jack suited, and there is a world where he jams and Rocco maybe calls off King Queen, and Rocco would be in great shape because Queen Jack suited plays very well as a rejam in this spot with these 20 big blind stacks, but actually just grabbing calling chips to save himself. Now we're gonna have to take a flop. 1.7 million in the middle. No piece for both players, not even a backdoor flush draw. Let's see if Rocco wants the continuation bet or not. Tough one, given this is the type of board that hits the big blind a bit more, especially off of the 20 big blind open stack. They're not going to raise as much marginal hands. So he does check through. And the queen is a disaster for Daniel Dvoress, who makes top pair, but Rocco's sitting with a better kicker, 1 pip.
He is indeed. It is the disaster card in the deck for DD. Both players turning top pair. 1.7 in the middle.
Dvoress likely goes for value on turn plus rivers, but actually checking. But not looking to check fold, but looking to check induce from some busted hearts, maybe some broadways that pick up a gutter ball. Rocco can go sizable if he wants to. Pushes in 1 million into 1.7, north of half pot.
Is that Kabrhel?
I like that he's walked over to the other side to do his stretching.
On camera, just getting some stretches in. 3.7 million out there. 8 of diamonds on the river.
I wouldn't think the 8 changes that much. Sure, Jack 10 does get there, but that's more likely in Rocco's range, given that Dvoress just check called. Jack 10 often bets out of the big once it checks through on the flop. Rocco can still try to get value from those 9s, some worse queens. He can represent the busted gut shots like King 10, King Jack, and busted hearts. Love this bet. He's gone large, 3.5, and
it's gone really polar here. Near, close to pot on request. And it would be the first real upset in the Daniel Dvoress camp, who hasn't really been able to put a foot wrong at this FT. Unable to find the fold, the 1 chip flick in.
No way. Nice hand, Michael.
Rocco
nice bet on the
scooping a huge pot up to 11 million, closing the gap
10 Jack, maybe.
on Martin Kabrhel. Now we have a real dogfight on our
Like the
hands.
first spot you lost on final table, correct?
There we go.
I think
Hearing
first
Kabrhel
one,
say to Dvoress,
significantly. Am I right? I think I'm right, yeah?
first pot that he's lost.
Never
It certainly
like
feels that way.
medium pot. This was the first one. It's crazy. Only up, like this.
No, I did.
You did? Which one?
The one before break. When he.
With who?
200. Yeah. When he shoved the button. And I doubled him.
What do you
That's
have?
true.
King high? Or what do you have? I don't remember, sorry.
He had 10, 4.
Yeah, the
suited.
10
So now you
4
play like
against
10?
Ace King.
11?
10, yeah. 11.2, I think.
800?
6, raise 8.
How much do you start with?
7 plus.
Huh?
How much do you start with?
12, 5?
And once Dvoress lost those chips, you can see that Kabrhel's starting to open up his game once again with those more level stacks. Doesn't have as much pressure on him.
All in?
And look at the rejam Queen 10 offsuit from Rocco. This is aggressive and out of line. What a play. He seems to have like really good timing. Just that one misstep with the King 8 of clubs, but otherwise been playing perfectly.
Yeah, and you know, that King 8 of clubs move works so often, right? It's just so frustrating when you do run into it, especially given the final table layout at the time.
10 million, 800,000.
But Rocco's
25,000,
execution
yeah. Correct? 10, 8.
has been fantastic. And also, I've got to give him so much credit for the way that he's engaged with Kabrhel. Hasn't let Martin get the best of him in the verbal jousting. In fact, you could argue
May I see that?
Rocco's played it to perfection.
Michael?
Not right now, sorry.
Not right now? Don't forget where is the real target. Don't forget. This is like Hunger Games.
It's a Dvoress' tribute.
Dvoress has got a target on his back, apparently.
Something about that, please.
I'm trying.
Huh?
I'm trying.
Yeah, like you should play every hand with one of you, with me or him, to get a chance. We can't play together, Michael. Otherwise, we have no chance to play heads up. You born in America?
7 plus.
Yeah. You don't look like American. You definitely not look like American, like Daniel. Typical Canadian. Typical.
Yep.
Does Rocco look American to you, Randy? Looks American to me.
Pretty darn American to me. But okay, that's all good.
Although I must admit, I can't distinguish between Canadians and Americans just purely based off of their looks.
Fair enough. That's alright. But you're right about Rocco just not giving Kabrhel too much in terms of being verbal with him. But does acknowledge some of the things he says.
He does.
Not completely ghosting them.
I also think Dvoress, it's funny that we're three-handed, I also think Dvoress has done a fantastic job in the verbal jousting arena.
Yeah, I felt like he was going to step away from that once he lost that huge pot against Rocco, but I was just thinking about... I do have an 8 high betting.
It's a fun card to hold.
It's a good texture for Rocco. He's got the inside straight draw, backdoor clubs.
Raise 1.8.
Big fan of this.
Easy, Michael, okay? Easy.
He's a fighter.
It's a big check raise as well.
Yeah.
More than 4x to 1.8 million, and I assume this is to avoid some of the lighter floats on Kabrhel's part, just to really deter him from...
18, yeah?
Yes, so when you go bigger, you deter floats with like backdoor clubs, spades or diamonds that have some interesting decisions.
Open,
Feels
please.
like Rocco's getting the best of Kabrhel.
You had anything?
Yeah.
Got shot?
No.
Better?
Yeah.
Pair. No pair. You had anything? Pair? No.
Something pretty good.
Huh?
Something pretty good.
You had pretty good hand?
Yeah.
You were better. With pretty good hand, you were better. I go
I
to
love
play
how there was no
Nicholas'
comment
strategy.
when Kabrhel's head got shot. Just like, you know, I had a really good hand.
Then he break it with sevens. Big mistake. Big mistake. You play sevens way too often today as well. That's what I see.
So three-handed here in the bracelet event. 25k, one of the bigger buy-ins of the series. GGMillion live edition. Kabrhel, 25 bigs.
This is a hand you could limp jam or maybe even open jam sometimes too.
Call.
Not a big fan of just raising small, so I do like that he's limping. I do think of a lot of intention to limp jam against the chip leader who will raise some dust. You usually see like offsuit 10-4, 9-4 offsuits tending to raise a bit, but Jack 4 is going to take a shot at it, and let's see, did Kabrhel have the plan to limp jam?
4, yeah?
Lots of fold equity. Plus this hand is actually tough to play out of position if you call.
$10 million.
Love this play.
Kabrhel just fearless.
10 million, I said.
Happy
Don't
to
bluff
just
me,
take
Daniel,
the
okay?
spot
Please, don't bluff me, okay?
as it's presented to him.
Huh?
I had a pretty good hand.
Pretty good hand? Not for 10 million?
Not for 10 million.
For how much? 6 million? You had 5 million hand? Had kings.
King's Casino. You have
It's like 13.
13? Yeah.
Queens for Martin now. He was getting the worst of it three-handed, but that limp jam.
13.
Nice little pickup. A couple of mamacitas to get back in this dogfight.
How much you got now?
10 plus, so what I won? 11?
I think you had more.
I win 1.4 and I had 10 million
Oh, I
plus.
thought you had a little more.
Yeah, 11 something. I had 10 and small and I win 1400. Now I have like 12.
Keeping the NT.
What? No, I don't like it. Thank you.
Well, as always, Randy,
You wanna keep my money? You wanna keep my money?
you never know what to expect when Kabrhel's at the table. In terms of button clicking,
12-5.
needling, slow rolling, verbal jousting, you name
We
it.
have like same stack.
Yeah.
And he has like little more. And the kings.
Raise 800. 4 plus.
Kabrhel's got King Jack in the big, facing the min raise from Dvoress. Playing off of a 30 big blind stack. And you want to see flops with?
Call.
6-4.
By calling, you kind of
like
allow
an
the button raises with dominated
Up
hands
12.5
to lose more when you both flop a piece. Although this board favors Dvoress with that inside straight draw ace high board, doesn't necessarily mean that Kabrhel would fold to a check, to a flop c-bet. Especially if Dvoress comes in small.
Check. Bet 500.
Dvoress just going to continue small.
I would expect Kabrhel to still check call king high on this board. It's pretty good high card value. It's a very small bet. Should also expect Dvoress to c-bet a very wide range, possibly close to 100% on this board with the chip distribution.
6-4.
Double gut shot now. For DD, who was running away with it at one point. If this pot doesn't go his way, however, Kabrhel gonna reduce the gap to just 10 bigs.
There's a look at the shot clock as it trickles down to 0. Does bleed into, or does check right in time. Now Dvoress has got that hand, right? He's got the double gutter. He can apply a lot of pressure. Of course he would never get an ace X to fold, but if his opponent is calling king highs, he can definitely try to lean on those hands, which he is going to reach for chips. I think this would get it done, no matter what the price.
7 bet 2.8.
That's a sizable turn barrel, Randy. 2.8 into 3.2, and regardless whether or not Kabrhel's spidey senses were tingling and was correct on the flop, the fact that Dvoress can leverage his entire stack across turn and river with this turn bet makes this king high cooldown all the less appetizing, especially for the hungry hippo.
Call.
Oh, wow.
Oh, this guy loves king high.
Wow.
That's a sick call.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Hand not over yet.
8.8 million in the middle. Kabrhel with just a sole read.
Oh my god, king high is still good. Imagine if this one shows down.
Three-handed. Kabrhel started this hand second in chips. Dvoress open on the button. Continued small on the flop. Bet close to 85% on the turn. Does he now follow through unblocking diamonds? Hang on. Action still on Kabrhel.
Yeah. Taking his time.
This would be insane. He checks it on over.
The way
Dvoress.
The way Kabrhel's played his hand, he's got a lot of aces in his range. But clearly when he bet that huge on the turn, he was expecting to follow through with a lot of river bets. But he would need to ask for it all if he wanted to get an ace to consider folding.
Kabrhel looking under the table, observing Dvoress as he empties the clip.
That's sick.
Regardless of what happens from here on out, you cannot not tip your hat for Daniel Dvoress's execution here. Applying maximum pressure across flop, turn and river. And okay, we've called down correctly on flop and turn. Queen of Spades. I mean, we just have to hope that Dvoress is holding a hand like this.
He's got the nut no pair. He's blocking really strong kickers of top pair, right? Ace king, ace jack. So the way Dvoress is playing his hand is 2 pair plus, I would think. Assuming that you're counting for the top pair, top kicker blocking.
You think like ace 10, ace jack is
What a
too
play.
thin. What a play, Daniel Dvoress.
Open 5-6.
Open 5-6.
5-7.
What a read
5-6
from
or
Kabrhel, but couldn't make the hero call.
Kings.
King's Casino.
That just goes to show.
So close to call.
That's an epic hand. I think both of them played it excellently.
Bluff catcher. Good.
He snap read Dvoress.
That's why
for
he called the turn.
6-5.
It makes sense. That's
But just couldn't follow through on his gut instinct on the river as Dvoress is.
Planning to call on the river. Wow. But then I changed my mind.
That has got to be
Because I'm playing Giaro. You play Giaro?
one of the greatest hands of
Yeah?
the series.
Giaro? You play?
I play.
Good. Happy for you.
This has been a dogfight.
800. 800.
Reminiscent of Dvoress's dogfight in that 50k PLO. He just gets after it, man. If he sees a spot that he deems profitable, doesn't matter what the stakes are, doesn't matter what he's playing for, he'll just execute at the highest level. It's just such a pleasure to watch, and you're sat here in the booth, there's thousands of people around the world watching with us, Randy,
Okay, thanks.
and you just see someone who's a master of his craft. Really do tip my hat. What an excellent bluff.
It was a sick hand. You also have to tip your hat to for Kabrhel for even calling the turn with just king jack high. No gut shot, no nothing. Like, that was an epic hand of poker, and we've had multiple already at this final table.
I mean, I'm going to need to check my Whoop band later on tonight because I think my heart rate spiked. The fact that Kabrhel was even considering hero calling with his tournament life with just king high.
Check.
Just goes to show how good he is, regardless of your opinions on him, of his table antics. At least he can back it up with play. Obviously, unable to find that hero call. Would have been one of the hero calls of the decade. I mean, come on. I was checking for a second time. Rocco turning top pair, top kicker.
Check.
Gotta check it on over to the river. Bit of deception.
That's a good card to try and represent something from the big blind. That deception might pay off because I don't think ace queen would ever fold, but it could induce a bet. Trying to rep a 7. I could see it for Dvoress in the big. If he does bet, he probably big bets pretty large as well. Maybe 3/4 or so.
I think as played in Rocco's shoes,
he's definitely going to call this one off. Yes, he could be up against the 7. He's got to give Dvoress credit for having bluffs in the spot and does flick it in.
King 10 no good. Rocco up to 15. I don't know what had me on the edge of my seat more, the fact that Dvoress
Call in pre-flop, maybe you win.
Found the jam on the river,
maybe I
or the
lose
fact that Kabrhel was tanking with king high.
Maybe I lose more.
Wow. I'm glad I was here for that one, Randy. I know you are, as well as the viewers around the world. Talking of viewers around the world, let us know where you're joining us from. 2,500 of you watching on YouTube. If you haven't already, do click the like button. Really helps us grow our channel, grow the brand, and continue to grow the game that we all love as Kings Resort put out world-class production week in, week out, all free of charge on their YouTube and Twitch. And for those of you over on Twitch, if you haven't already, click that follow button. We got Denmark in the chat, Malta, Lithuania, Sweden, Italy, Canada, got Ohio. Let's go.
Seriously, one of the best final tables I've ever watched, and it's not even over.
I don't know who I want to see reach heads up, but I'd be lying if I said it doesn't involve Kabrhel.
I hear you.
Do you know what I mean?
He plays the wildest hands. He's talking all the time. He's definitely a character worth watching.
Got one of our moderators, Facial Twitch, giving us a nice reminder saying, Henry Kilbane, do the last giveaways for the boys.
Yeah.
Let's do it, mate.
You do it.
Let's do it.
We got a couple left, right?
We do. We got 4 left. Let's do 2 right now.
Go, go, go.
Do you know how much you start with?
What is the language
I think around 20.
that most people assume Randy Lou speaks but doesn't in fact
A little
speak?
more.
Go. We got a winner.
Of course we do.
We got a winner.
Hope it's not English.
Beer Slatey said English in the chat. Congratulations. I joke, I joke. Type 9 coming in hot. The Chinese, congratulations. You are in with a chance. 1 in 35 chance, by the way, to win an iPhone 15. Go on, Randy, what else we got? You got one?
Let me think. Okay, it'll be a stream-related one.
Go on.
What was the hand that Lena 900 got it in against Martin Kabrhel's King Queen on an Ace 5-5 board? Exact suits.
Go.
You have like 14 to start now?
Oh, you've confused them.
A little over.
But you know my question, right, Henry?
I do. You've confused them. We got some wrong answers coming in. And we got Marion in first. No, hang on. Yeah, Marion TW, 10-7 Club. Congratulations.
That's right.
Coming in hot. Super Omega Fish close, but going with 10-7 of diamonds.
Even chop.
Right cards, wrong suit.
Daniel?
Nope.
Got them thinking.
I think you should think about it like 2 seconds more. No?
Nah.
Nah. Even chop.
Even chop offered. Quickly declined.
Nice shot for Michael. Trophy for me. Ah, it's me, sorry.
Kabrhel down to sub 20 now. Average stack 14.8.
Call.
It's gonna limp. Not something he's doing for the first time. Nice to balance it out with stronger parts of his range. Really is tough to play against. Do have a question, by the way, from Tubeless RO saying, is that only for Twitch viewers? It is indeed, and the only reason that's the case is because unfortunately, if you win, we can't contact you on YouTube. We would love to do giveaways across multiple platforms, but these on-the-spot giveaways, we need to be able to contact people.
There's a solution to that, and that is go watch on Twitch.
There is. That is the solution.
So we do have a limp pot from Kabrhel on the button that brings along two blinds that have some weak holdings, but it is Rocco who flops best with bottom pair. Kabrhel gonna attack on his ace-high board. It makes sense because he likely has the range advantage, given his opponents didn't raise pre. Curious to see if Rocco calls here. Just bottom pair against a very tough and sticky opponent. Lays it down, the best hand. What a play. And like I said, this is the first time I've seen Kabrhel play, but like, he's really tough. Not just the way he talks while playing, but the way he approaches the game is, it's not easy.
What is it, chewing gum?
There it is, Randy. Close up of
I will.
what they're playing for. Would be Rocco's
I
first.
have like 8 a day.
Would be Dvoress' first in the live arena. Has
plus or
one
minus
online.
They are pretty big spender.
Would be Kabrhel's third.
Expensive? Canada?
It adds up.
Huh?
It adds up.
Yeah?
600,000 euros for first.
Auto power off. Auto power
There's
off.
the GGMillions trophy. Got some love in the chat from
50 seconds
back
left.
home.
Allow them.
Phuket, Thailand. Bro Rich. Appreciate it.
40 seconds left.
Appreciate it, dude. Appreciate everyone
What happens?
getting involved
It explodes?
Huh?
in the conversation. I would recommend, by the way, checking out King's Resort social channels as well for more giveaways, merchandise, as well as behind the scenes content. Kabrhel with a jammable hand here. Blind v blind. This is an interesting one for Jack 10 to come in with the 2.5x.
Yeah, he's trying to lean and just take it down pre. It is going to give Kabrhel kind of a nicer price to kind of navigate, but he's a bit worried as you can see him just calling. It is a hand that he certainly could have rejammed pre.
It's nice because we keep in a bunch of weaker King X and Queen X, although there shouldn't be too many that are 2.5xing from the small.
Rocco gonna check. Rocco's actually really balanced on his flop play, I noticed. Ace high on the turn.
Check.
And the queen for Kabrhel on the river. Jack high thinking about taking a shot at it. Can it win at showdown? Probably not too often because the high cards like 6-5, they would have attacked by now. I think this one's going to get snapped off. But what size did he go with? Just 500k.
Hey, Andy, we don't have a clock.
He's trying to
stay hydrated.
He is, but also there is some decision here. Maybe trying to find a value raise with a pair of queens. He might think that an ace would size up a bit.
1,025,000.
This is pretty sick. It is correct. But remember, he played that crazy hand of Rocco where there's a lot of checks and there was some clicking on the river. There's some history going on here, and Rocco might play back. Thinking it's odd that Kabrhel is raising to such a small size. You guys gonna pitch it?
All good.
That's a pretty sick raise.
This is some of the best poker I've seen this year.
Cheap race, next break or not?
We just got these random lines.
I'm really enjoying the fact that you're exposed to Martin for the first time.
Like, does he queue up these lines like ahead of time? Like,
you think he rehearses in front of the mirror before
I'm
coming
like,
in?
well, who even thinks about chip race all of a sudden? Doesn't even make sense.
How much do you have now, Martin?
Me?
My favourite part was that he ordered a carrot and apple juice from the waitress, and his request was in exactly 45 minutes from now. It wasn't, you know, hey, please can I place an order? It was, in 45 minutes, can you bring me a carrot and apple juice?
Did he get it? We don't know.
I would like to think, you know, he did. The service here at King's is on point.
But 45 minutes from now, it's quite hard to do.
Do you think she put a timer on her phone?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Kabrhel just gets to watch on as these two eventually battle it out. 2.2 in the middle.
Would be nice for Rocco to have some suit blockers to kind of fire a continuation bet.
Yeah, Dvoress has a very nice check raise hand. Had Rocco potentially stabbed. I must say, I have to back up your sentiment about Rocco's play so far. I mean, really solid from what we've seen, and of course that 3-bet click that we saw earlier on is going to make the highlight reel.
He's very well balanced, especially on the flop. Some players like to see bet at a very high frequency, especially on these boards that the big blind usually misses. I like the way he approaches the game and maintains his composure throughout. Clearly thinking throughout all the streets.
600.
Now he's going to come out betting. And Dvoress can't really pinpoint where Rocco is. Rocco's the type of guy to check back the queen on the flop. Maybe coming with a delayed c-bet. This is really interesting to me, to just call with 7 high. I'm not too sure what's going on. Is it with intention to lead some rivers? Unimproved?
Yeah, perhaps. I just don't think check raising turn was an option that Dvoress wanted to go with. Almost tied now. Less than 10 big blinds between the two. Coming up to almost
an ace, no? Good card.
Yeah, good card.
Good bluffing card.
2 a.m.
Right?
local time.
6-7. Premium. King Jack, King Queen, Ace Queen. Premium, yeah?
That's some fucking good hints.
I think even I can play with that card.
Michael Rocco will be crossing the 4 million in earnings mark today. Question is, will he be picking up
Have no
a
cards
career
to
best
no
cash
at all.
and a bracelet along with it?
With this mix of players, these final 3, they're even making these limp, small blind, big blind pots very interesting with their lines. And look at
13.
Rocco grabbing raising chips with the 8-5 suited. Not something you see too often.
Yeah, Rocco's certainly had an interesting approach to these blind v blind battles. It's kind of thrown me a bit of a curveball, and I like that because it just goes to show how unpredictable he is to play against.
King Queen, a monster hand, small blind versus big blind, but they're a little bit too deep to just outright limp jam, and limpy raising to fold to a 4-bet jam is a disaster, so does have to come with limp call. The strength of his hand is a bit disguised, I would say, if it comes king or queen high.
Wow.
Opportunities for Rocco, picking up that open-ended straight draw, something he can lean on these king highs.
Rocco's going to be tied for the chip lead, Randy. I don't see how Dvoress can face any heat here. Unless he comes for a one and done, but
it's a half pot bet. He's out.
Button.
Rocco.
Rocco tied for the chip lead. What an epic battle it's been, given the fact that when Kabrhel Kim was all in for his tournament life, Rocco was down to 4.5 million. Three-handed, he's just managed
What was the pot you said you lost?
to fight his way back into this
Before
one.
the break? You remember the hand?
When he shot button with ace king.
What was the hands? Do you remember?
At 10-4 suited.
Pardon me?
At 10-4 suited.
Ah, he had ace king, yeah. But it was small, yeah? But otherwise...
2 million something.
Otherwise you like didn't lose. What's going on?
It's a bad
Quick
three-card
redeal.
method.
It's okay.
It's a bad
44
three-card
bigs, plays 44 bigs, plays 24. All three guaranteed 260,000 euros
Only if Andy would be dealing. That would
for their
never
efforts.
happen. Never.
105,000 euro ladder between third and second, and then a 235,000 euro
Title, right?
heads up match.
You get promoted
Potentially
again. You get promoted again, yeah? Andy.
gonna have a
happy for
two-time
your career.
champion. Should Dvoress close this out? Rocco looking for his first. Kabrhel looking for his third.
What's the break? 20 minutes? 15?
Yeah, I'll
But
come
can you
up
stop
to a
it now?
break.
We are playing. Sorry, he did call only, yeah? What can I do? What can I do? Good luck, Michael. Don't do anything stupid, please, okay? Please.
Well, they both flop top
Please.
pair. Don't do anything stupid announced.
Check.
Randy, is this showers? I mean, fortunately for Kabrhel, there's only 1.2 million in there.
If he bets the flop and
He's bet
Rocco,
it.
yeah, if Rocco goes aggressive, see a lot of chips going in there.
Oh,
Grabs calling chips.
there's the call.
You have anything?
2.2 in the middle. The brick rolls off. That's pretty bricky. I mean, other than King X of Hearts.
It's bricky, but it's hard to lose multiple streets, turn and river. And
they're gonna chop.
We saved? We're saved. Also the heart's coming in, so a bit scary. Once again, drinking some water, staying hydrated. Mid-hand. Seconds. Kabrhel likes to go thin against Rocco.
525.
525, gonna get snapped off. Chop it up, gents. Chop it up. We're heading into
And
break.
three. Almost.
Still three-handed here
Okay.
at King's Resort. Daniel Dvoress
Good river.
had an overwhelming chip lead,
Give me hundreds, please. if
but a
it's
couple
possible.
of
Can you give me hundreds?
big pots not going his way against Rocco has left Rocco atop of the chip
Lucky
counts.
for
Don't
you,
go
yeah.
too far because this
Very
one
lucky.
has been an impossible one to divert our attention from. one of the most entertaining FTs in a long time when we return, playing down to a champion. Welcome back to Kings Resort, home of the World Series of Poker Europe. Behind me is the final table of the 25k GGMillions bracelet event, and I'm here with none other than GG Poker's game ambassador, Elke. Elke, firstly, welcome to town once again, my man. I want to ask you a few questions, because like the GGMillions, it used to get streamed on Twitch, on YouTube. There were streamers all over the world that would just watch the final tables, and now fast forward a couple of years, it's just blowing up. You guys are taking the GGMillions everywhere, including to the World Series of Poker.
Yeah, so this year was the first one that we started with the live events, and we did like I think this is the 5th stop of the GGMillion live. We had some pretty amazing event in Vietnam with Triton, in Vietnam, in Cyprus, in London, and in Monaco. And now first time that the GGMillion comes to the World Series. And I'm really excited about like going up the brand and designing a lot of like really cool features, and really trying to have, the goal is kind of to blend everything and to give players who play live the GG experience, and also to bring like players who play online, give them the same experience that they have here. And so I think it's really exciting project.
And to my understanding, you're actually staying in town to give the winner of this tournament their bracelet and the GGMillion shirt.
Yeah, so they have special GGMillion trophies that I bought all the way from Korea. So I'm excited to give it to anyone. I really hope they start Martin Kabrhel. Anybody anywhere else on your table, I would be excited.
Anyone else? I mean, you're allowed to say that. I'm not, but
it's okay.
May the best man win. They're going to get to see Elke deliver the trophy.
The thing about the GGMillion is that we were the first one to have like a pure win-loss leaderboard.
Yeah.
So because most of the leaderboard is made on cashes, but GGMillion we decided, because we want to like bring out the best players, and like if somebody buys in like 10 times every single flight online, then
it all gets tracked.
It all gets tracked. So for now, the leader is David Yan with like an amazing 1.7 million win in the GGMillion live and online this year. And we're going to have like special benefits and special things. And in 2024, we're going to have like even bigger things in stock.
So we know David Yan is, for now, the biggest winner.
Well, it's going to be at the end of the year, right? So there's still some time to...
Some time to catch it.
Yeah, some time to catch him.
Well, back to the action in the 25k GGMillions bracelet event, throwing it back to Ali and James.
Casual Sunday. We got past Focus Friday.
Yeah.
Linares with a monster here on the button. Ace Queen of Diamonds.
3.7.
The problem I have with Le Mans is he's shown a propensity to be very impatient, even though he has battled back well. So at some point he might just get fed up with the heads-up battle, even though it's for the bracelet and so much money is the difference between first and second place. Depends what happens here. He's liable to he's like a placid volcano.
Yeah, just going to erupt every now and again.
Yeah. Donkey says Le Mans looks like a DGen Blues Brothers. Actually, I see what you're saying. It's pretty funny. Okay, bet a 4.2 million in a call. Turn is gin for Linares. Now, if Le Mans checks, I'm checking this back, hoping that Le Mans is going to become that volcano on the river.
This is just crazy what he's doing here, Dan.
Yes. You can call me Action Man Dan because we predict these things. 7 million is the bet from Le Mans. Now, if I was to see Linares raise here, I would not be happy at all.
No, just smooth calling in position here, man. It's going to be the only play. You're never ever going to be folding here, so just give the guy some rope.
No, it's just when we seen him do that with the aces earlier, want to give him the rope. 3 of spades.
What's this?
What the hell?
What did he say? All in.
Oh.
He said all in. Oh my God.
What just happened, guys?
He shoved for 65 million.
What just happened, guys?
What a crazy hand to commentate on.
What?
We just called it. The placid volcano has erupted. Le Mans has finished in second place.
What just happened, guys?
I don't care.
He says he doesn't care. Linares has prevailed as your World Series of Poker Europe mini main event champion.
Well, when you're heads up, it's hard to have something, right? So when the board pairs up and I know he doesn't have a house, I just apply maximum pressure. Unfortunately, he have the nut flush, so I just ran into a bad hand and I did a strong move in the wrong spot.
So he's making mistakes.
No, I would do it again. It's very unlikely to have the nut flush when you're heads up, but he have it, so I guess GG to him.
It's a good adjustment. Usually I say in these situations, Ali, I'm the guy who says, look, you're supposed to play really tight from the small blind here because of the person who's in there, but I always have the argument, make them do it. I want to see that person put me in that spot before I just give them credit for doing it. And Saka, Saka I know, he's shown he has the ability to do that.
Yeah.
Sometimes people get a little timid in those spots. Oh, I can't limp here because he's going to raise me. But they don't. People are scared as well.
I mean, listen, it's kind of like prior action has earned this deference.
Exactly that. Yeah.
Right?
He's earned the fear.
Ace Queen suited. Not a feared, or fearful rather, hand.
Again, it's just one of those hands that obviously you're loving to look down at Ace Queen suited. It's a great hand, but there's a lot of scary actions that happen behind you here after you raise. Potential scary actions.
Pocket eights for Julian.
Yeah.
The exact sort of hand composition that leaves you feeling like, why'd
you tell me this?
Why, exactly.
Yeah. And against Prederoli, I think he knows Prederoli is not light. They both played a pretty similar game up to now on this final table. And I think from what we've seen from Julian so far and in previous tournaments I've seen him in, he'll just recognise that this just feels like an icky situation. Oh, okay, he is going to go for it. Wow, he does go for it, Ollie.
To his credit. Does have the best hand, but obviously very vulnerable, and let's see when it gets around.
But this is what I mean for Prederoli.
Oh, wait a minute, Saka, King, Queen. That would have been one worthy of considerations had Julian gotten out of there. Prederoli would have found himself in great shape against Alan Saka, but instead now he is feeling deep levels of discomfort.
Yeah, I said he's lovely looking down at this hand opening, but there are lots of actions that will make him feel sick, and this is one of them. Julian committing from the next seat, gazing around, checking the other stacks. Prederoli is not opening light from this spot. I mean, I'm kind of surprised he's done this with 8, Ollie.
Here's the thing, it looks better than 8s, doesn't it?
Oh,
it feels better than 8s.
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like this is ace-jack either. It's committing nearly 20 blinds. Could be a hand like 9s, 10s that's really not enjoying this as well.
But that's the argument in favor of playing it in this manner as opposed to passively. Not that he was considering a flat, but, you know, things to be considered. Oh,
wow,
and over the top goes Alessandro. And this...
Wow, a huge flip that neither of them wants to be in.
Leaves us playing a 23 million chip pot between the Italian and the Frenchman.
Big flip indeed, Julian.
Very big flip, yeah.
Saka's going to have company toward the top of the leaderboard, regardless of who wins this one, James.
20k flip, yeah.
Wow.
One of the byproducts of this higher variance approach taken by Julian.
Yeah, but this flip is probably worth like 40 or 50,000.
I think you're not helping them.
In equity. It doesn't matter, it's already in there,
22, 23. I'm just kidding.
In equity, it is worth a lot.
To the flop we go. Ace and queen free. The 8s holding on. Jack 9, 6, 2 diamonds. 60% of the royal, though. For Alessandro, now the 8. How about it? Take the ace and the queen off the board, but put the non-board pairing clubs up.
And a 10 only.
Julian with the set, and yes, the gut shot as well, not to be overlooked. Can Alessandro find it? Backdoor clubs.
Wow.
I think he covers.
Showers.
Just by a little, I think.
For Julian, we will do a count. These guys are just that close in chips, but I believe we've lost.
Wow.
Laurie. Wow.
That was such an interesting hand, Ollie. I mean, I would have found the fault twice, I think, but that's just me. But they managed to get it in. Two players recognized getting it in was bad, but the hands they decided were just too strong. Situation forced it. And maybe, Ollie, one on that bracelet.
Both these players, along with 12 others from this event, will be playing the WSOP Europe main later during this series. The Italian came in with a 3-1 lead over Saka. He's been doing a good job holding his own. Does flop best on the 5-4 deuce. Couple of hearts out there. Nicola with the 2 overs. Happy to just check back as he now pairs his 10, and that's a card that Saka may feel okay with pursuing value on.
Yeah, he's betting because when a player checks back the flop, they either just miss or have a lot of ace highs that has decent equity. King 10 making the quick call.
Oh, music to the ears of the Italian as it runs out clean. 11 million in the middle, and Saka is reaching for blocking chips. Another bet of 2.5 million.
I actually think that Di Nicola can come in for raise against the block bet on this board. You shouldn't be too scared against like 2 pair plus. They might size up a bit, and clearly you've got a really strong kicker of your 10, and even ace 10 probably just gets aggressive pre.
Waste 10 million.
I love this.
Wow, it does just go for all of it. Oh, I do apologise, he said 10 million. Action back on Saka. Has an interesting decision. Flop went check. He probed turn for 2.5 million. Di Nicola called. Blocked river for the same price. Now getting raised. $7.5 million on request. Based on how fast these guys have been playing, this is the longest tank we've seen, and an understandable one at that. What hands would play this way?
He knows that when he raised small, it induces raises a decent bit, and when he just leads that tiny 2.5 into that big pot, he does block the nuts a bit, 6-7, although I wouldn't think that his opponent would need just the nuts to raise the river. Saka's also thinking that a 5x shouldn't raise the river 8x since it'll be thin with the 10 out there. So it's just, is this a thin value raise, or is this just a bluff that he's just trying to pick off?
Given the moment. Oh, he's paid him off. Di Nicola scooping a 31 million chip pot, and you have to ask yourself, Randy, Was there a bit of leveling going on in Saka's mind where he's gone small on turn, gone small on river, and then just convinced himself that it was the small bet sizings that Nicola was pouncing on with air? High morale here at WSOP Europe's GGMillions live edition. We're back in the booth at King's Resort, back from break, three-handed for 600,000 euros, a bracelet, and the GGMillions trophy, Randy. What a stacked final table this was coming in, and what an epic three-handed battle it's been. I mean, talk us through what we've been witnessing so far.
I mean, it's just been street poker after street poker. We saw Daniel Dvoress making that multi-barrel bluff 6-5. King Jack actually calling 2 streets on an ace-high board. Doesn't even have a gut shot. Was correct, but Dvoress following through with that river was just ever so sweet.
I can't wait for the live stream delay to catch up and for Kabrhel to be like, ah, you had 6 high. It should be catching up soon.
We do have a 105,000 euro pay jump from 3rd to 2nd if they can survive. 600,000 euro for the champion, and golden bracelet in this 25k. GGMillions. Let's go.
Such a sick battle. What an epic day of poker it has been. Roller222 said, any more ticket giveaways? Great question, Roller. The answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
But when is the question? You'll
That's
just
also
have to
a great
listen
question.
and wait for it.
Got to stay tuned. Oh, sorry, if you're from America. Tuned. Are you tuning in, mate? I'm sorry, Randy.
They don't use mate in America, by the way.
That's true. Talking of Americans, this man right here on your screens, Michael Rocco. On multiple occasions we've just talked about his presence at the table, the way he's been dealing with Kabrhel in multiple fashions, both in pots and in verbal jousting.
Continuing his button limp strategy. Dvoress got a6 offsuit. He knows that Kabrhel is well balanced, so he can't really attack with a6. Oh, Rocco's got 2 9s.
Hold the phone.
That's a monster hand.
There's a chance. Surely. That money works its way into the middle here.
2 raise 1.8. 1.8 total.
3.5x. Kabrhel with sub 20 and a very jammable stack.
Crossing his mind, he's trying to decide how often Rocco is just going to attack with 2 random cards and makes the call pre rather than jam.
There have been so many occasions where Kabrhel has just masterfully navigated pre-flop the jacks against queen's hand where he didn't go broke. Couple of suited Broadway hands that would have run into the goods as well. The Jack 10 deuce, 2 overs and an open ender for Kabrhel.
For me, I'm liking Kabrhel's hand more. He's got position, he's got open ender straight draw, and the 9s has got 2 overcards.
$4.6 million out there. Would be a disaster to get check jammed on. See how Kabrhel wants to proceed.
I think you should start my time.
Just letting the dealer know. Should use the clock.
Fair enough. It is a disaster to get check jammed on, but I'm not too sure how often he actually will get check jammed on the flop. Besides, like, a very similar king-queen.
All in.
Wow, just open shipping himself. A line I did not see coming. 1.5x. And he gets the 9s down. He's found a way to avoid a coin flip and just scoop the pot. What a play.
That was the option that we forgot about in the booth. Kabrhel getting it done.
He has so
Everybody
many different
bluffs me,
lines.
I don't know why. I don't know why. Everybody bluffing. But why? I'm big blind, yeah? 5 and 5, yeah?
260,000 euros guaranteed for these three players. Rocco looking for his first bracelet. Dvoress looking for his first live bracelet.
One time fold?
Kabrhel
Not one
looking
time?
for bracelet number 3.
Wow! Thank you, Michael. I think we got him. I think we already got him.
I think Michael's kind of over at this point. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. We're still battling for 340,000 euros.
He just gives them a nod now, doesn't even verbally respond.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
Rocco for so long was doing so well. Just... Oh man. I love this guy. He's just hilarious. Good news for Rocco is we know he's not jet lagged. He's on vacation in Europe. Venturing out here, someone who's not on vacation. On home turf. Kabrhel in the small. Close to 30 bigs. Hovering around 25. We've seen him limp jam similar spots here.
Is this a repeat King Queen versus 9s? Different opponent with the 9s this time.
We saw him check jam pocket 3s. So I want to say it was 23 bigs at the time.
It wouldn't surprise me if he limp jams King Queen as well, especially seeing it get through previously when he had those 2 3s that you mentioned. Immediately touching some chips.
Yeah, just checking the itinerary. 12 million back.
All in.
Oh, he's gone for the check jam.
Here we go, big coin
Dvoress
flip.
won't be folding this one. No hesitation from the Ox. Daniel Dvoress looking to finish off Kabrhel. And you really just have to give both these guys so much credit for the poker that they played so far today. As it comes king high. King, Jack, Deuce. Couple of clubs, Randy. Some backdoor potential. No longer the case. Red 9 needed for Daniel Dvoress. As he finds the 9 of diamonds. 9-ball corner pocket out of nowhere.
Yeah, I have like 15.
To shower the 2-time bracelet winner.
This is 5, 11, 12,
Martin
13,
Kabrhel
14, 15,
in third. Love to see the handshakes between all three. That really just caught me out in left field. Kabrhel was 1 card away from a double up. Red 9 needed. Dvoress connecting. And we're now heads up. Kabrhel out in third for 260,000 euros. There will be an interview with Martin Kabrhel during the break, so stay tuned with us We're going on a short 15-minute break to set the stage, bring out the trophy, bring out the bracelet, get these players set up for what is set to be an epic heads-up battle when we return. A 235,000 euro heads-up match. And of course, playing for the coveted WSOP Europe bracelet and the GGMillions trophy. We'll see you very shortly. Stick around for Kabrhel's interview.
Minutes break. Nice hand.
Hi Kings fans, we have a special mystery giveaway for you. Prizes include the new iPhone 15 Pro, PlayStation 5, AirPods Pro and vouchers for hotel, shop and shisha. To enter the giveaway you need to collect the codes. You can get the codes by purchasing online and in-store at King's Shop, or by watching your live streams and completing challenges and getting the codes from your favorite commentators. The lottery starts today on 27th of October, and we will have a special live stream on Sunday, November 12th, where we will announce all the winners. I wish you all good luck. See you at King's.
8 of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket fives. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
all-in and calls.
5 away
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
from either being down to 4.
Like, as a spectacle.
What did you have?
Don't give him over, don't fucking tell him.
Perfect spots? Oh, wow. I mean, I had naked sixes, like sixes, the worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair, and it's just like, yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn? I mean, it's just like a nasty spot. Sure. That was such a lot.
Sweaty turn card. Orpin looking for a 6, 8, 10 or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100k victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short in bracelet event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros. Both Morone and Saka guaranteed career best. Dina Cola with kings for the 3rd time since we jumped in the booth, Randy, which has been only about 20 minutes or so. Call it half hour.
Oh, this Jack 10 suited could get Saka in trouble. Some players like to 3-bet jam this type of hand. It does well pre. Lots of fold equity, but he really does not want to if he can help it.
7.
I think he's had 7.5, you know.
7? Oh.
And Marone's got a legit hand here as well. Every hand is a car crash. Ace Jack now for Morone out of the big. The spot that Di Nicola found himself in earlier, but extend.
Oh no, he's pushed it all in, and Di Nicola is gonna get an opportunity to be a huge favorite with these 2 kings.
So grim for Morone. So often he's just going to pick up the 10 million in dead money. 29% equity though, Randy.
Oh, he's running around. Where's he going? To his rail?
Over to his, oh, they're both heading over to their rail. I wonder if there's going to be a fight that breaks out between the rail.
Okay, well, we know Marone's rooting for the ace.
Di Nicola and his missus.
Anti-sweating the ace.
Yeah. Gotta be some awkwardness on that side. Saka just gets to watch on. I love this shot. This is amazing. 9-5-4, so far so good for the Cowboys of Di Nicola. 2 cards to come, an 85% favourite. Now up to 93. Moroni looking for a Barry. Di Nicola looking for a hold, which he does, Randy. Scoops a monster 63 million chip pot. We're just going to get official confirmation from the dealer, but I believe because Moroni was in the big, it's big blind ante first, and he was just barely covered, Randy. Eliminated in 3rd place, taking home 87,000 euros plus that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. But how bittersweet does this run feel here?
Ollie and James back with you, not in the booth, but definitely still paying attention to what's going on out there, including a hand that was shaping up to be rather mundane and then got interesting by the time we got to the river. It was one in which Michael Rocco decided that he wanted to limp as an open, biggest stack in the room, second biggest stack in the big, and Martin Kabrhel, 5-6 suited, the one he chose to go that route with.
Yeah, Ollie, very interesting hand. Just from the pre-flop decision, he's sitting there with 12 million chips, I believe, at the time. Kabrhel with 10 million. They're playing 81-60, so very, very deep. Slight spanner in the works. Small blind having just 9 big blinds, and he's sitting there on the button with a hand he wants to play in 5-6 of hearts. A hand he doesn't really want to get 3-bet by Kabrhel. We know Kabrhel will get out of line more than most.
Yeah.
And also doesn't want to have to potentially fold or even call off against a jam from the small blind. So he throws in some limps.
Right.
Makes this one a little different.
Kabrhel checked back 7 high, and that brought us a flop of deuce 4 jack, and obviously a gut shot, backdoor hearts for Rocco. Martin taking it as a check, Rocco checking back. Standard enough?
Yeah, a little surprising, maybe for some. The jack 4 deuce, 2 spades, 1 heart is 5-6 of hearts. So he does have the backdoor flush draw, he does have the gut shot. And the 5 and the 6 are looking pretty good, but because he's limped and Martin's checked, Martin has more of these kind of cards, right? The deuce and the 4. He's not limping a deuce and a 4 on the button. He can have a jack, maybe some frequency. Most players, and against most players, would probably bet the spot, but again, Kabrhel effect.
Right.
He's petrified. This guy's just going to come out, check raise blasting.
Sure.
He's got so much hand, he's happy to check it back. See what happens. A 5 or a 6 was a good card here as well.
What happened was the jack paired on the turn. Both players took it as a check once more.
Yep.
Then Martin on the river, when an ace rolls off, checks, and that's when it got a bit interesting. We assumed when we first saw this hand that Rocco had raised pre-flop on the button when he decided to min bet 160,000. But given it played as a limp, the fact that he reached out and did min bet on the river is where things got a little bit weird.
Yeah, it's a little curious because the reasons he may elect to not raise pre-flop, the main one I think is the small blinding on the 9 blinds.
Right.
And when we've got the ace-x kind of hands, we're not too worried if the small blind jams 9. It's like, okay, you got better, let's run it, but I'm doing okay against the range. So he kind of has fewer ace-x hands than, say, if he'd min raised the button. And therefore, I don't think he has as many hands that go check, check, bet for value, or at least strong hands that can bet for value. He might even be going as weak as like betting a king high, trying to get a crying call. But I don't think he has too much ace-x here.
I think Martin felt the same way you did.
Yeah.
And that would explain why it is that he had this very lean check raise to 360K, just north of the minimum.
Yeah, it's just gone tiny. Just thinks exactly that. You've limped in here with a hand you didn't want to call off with. You've probably got a hand like 8-9 suited, and now you're having one little step.
Right.
I choose 8-9 suited because it's a hand that never coordinated with the board. I think he would expect the 5-6 to bet, but those kind of middling cards that never have anything to do with it, he'd expect us to bet. So he's just trying to nick the pot off those hands.
And to be fair, he was right. What he didn't expect, though, nor did we, was when all of a sudden Rocco came back at him, equally as milky, to 560K as a 3-bet.
This is filth. Just absolute filth. It doesn't make too much sense for him to have super strong hands here, but he's gone, Kabrhel, I know what's up here.
Yeah.
You're absolutely full of it.
I can be cute.
Yeah, you're being cute. You don't have a hand. We both know I probably don't have a hand.
But what can you do about it once I do that?
Like,
yeah.
have a go at the fourth bet. So he almost kicks Sand in the face with the insulting minimum click. Like, come on now, let's stop messing around.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense for him to make the size of any hand, but this is just street poker. These guys are throwing the book out the window, just playing each other.
I tell you what, I had actually threatened to get up and leave if Martin found a 4-bet in that situation, because it would have been so from outer space. In the end, 7 high did make the fold.
He didn't fold straight away though.
No.
He was thinking about it.
Yeah.
He knew that there was just pure nonsense going on in this hand.
Yeah.
As the rest of the players would have done.
Yeah.
That 160, 360, 560. We don't see this ever, let alone on a GGMillion's final table.
And obviously, moments like that are what are going to continue to make this final table here in the 25K GGMillions interesting. Let's get back to it.
So Martin, how did you enjoy the tournament?
Yeah, besides the end, I enjoyed it very much, but yeah.
How did you bust?
Yeah, we were flipping with Daniel, so nothing special.
Do you think players play against you differently after their 250K tournament?
Differently than before, or? No, I don't think so.
What do you think about the field of this tournament?
What I think about field? I think it's amazing field, like in the super high rollers and high rollers in Kings. It's always like the best field in the world.
And who was the toughest opponent for you on the final table?
Yeah, probably Daniel.
What would you do differently on this final table?
What I would do differently? Yeah, just run a little bit better, but nothing else.
Okay, the audience is very polarized about you. As you know, some people hate you, some people love you. What do you think about this?
I'm in second group.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Hold it right around to Ayal in the cutoff, who lets go the 9-6. Now we have Giuseppe with a small pair in the button. Well, this is a 30 big blind shove here. Oh boy, look at this, Henry.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about this shove. I guess you're getting a ton of hands you're flipping against to fold, and possibly even some hands that are crushing you to fold also. I'm thinking 3s and 4s. But he's run into it here.
Yeah.
The chip leader with the bullets.
This is... let's call a spade a spade. I'm a fan of calling a spade a spade. This is a bit of a blunder from Giuseppe.
30 bigs.
I'm probably folding button, to be honest with you.
I think I'm always raising.
Well,
but I mean, I don't think I'm ever jamming 30 big blinds. Not into a stack that has me covered. 2 shorties for sure, but I mean, this guy Giuseppe has a ton of experience, Henry. Well over 100k in live cashes.
well, let's put the bag on.
It kind of went wrong for him against Youssef just before the break. I mean, what do you do? I mean, I mean, the dealer could hand him the deck and say to him, pick whatever card you want out, you know. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. He needs perfect.
I mean,
perfect.
can we get a sweat at least, like a king? A king would have been fair, right? Wow, deuce on the river.
Folds under the gun +1. He's folding under the gun. Great situation for Jan, particularly with his image.
Race.
Here we go.
He has become super active.
Georges is out there.
Now he opens with the goods. Mr. Bond with 7-5. Took a little bit of
I
a
knew
hit.
it! I knew he was gonna.
Yeah, he's just.
I knew he was gonna
he's
flick
just-
this in.
I mean, this is.
Oh, this is brilliant.
It's emotional.
Boys and girls, we're playing
It's
for
like-
over 200,000 euros, and these boys are out here swinging. I knew he was going to call, man.
7-5 off in the small blind position. And he hits a pair.
Oh, here we go, boys and girls.
Okay. Fasten your seatbelt.
What on earth is happening?
And Mr. Bond is going to feel like he's ahead here a bunch of times, isn't he? Particularly against someone like Jan. Are we going to see a check raise?
I think it depends on sizing. That is.
Well, that's a huge 3/4 pot bet, it looks like.
175.
I mean, a fair play to him. He's going to get value from it.
Hello. Oh boy. It's kicking off here.
It really is. A 7 would be so disguised as well. Alright, that's gonna probably hand over.
I'm not sure, Henry.
All in.
Well, it is now, for sure. I mean, Jan, with the ace of clubs... I mean... What's he trying to do? He just wants to clear out all the hands that he's absolutely crushing. I think this is a mistake from Jan, Henry. I mean, I've got my customer, I have him interested, and now I'm just killing him off here on the turn.
You've seen Mr. Bond rattled.
If you tell you what you have, I tell what I have. I show you.
Well, Mr. Bond won't want to tell him.
Tell me the truth. Huh?
7.
Pocket 7.
Ace of clubs and
Well, I don't know what I love more. That interview with Martin Kabrhel or that hand history breakdown from Marlene Najard and James Dempsey. That hand we've been talking about for the entire final table, Randy. We'll discuss it more as we're back at King's. This time we're heads up. 600,000 euros. The coveted WSOP Europe gold bracelet. And of course, the GGMillion trophy. Daniel Dvoress looking for his second bracelet. Coming in with the chip lead, 56 bigs. Gonna battle against Michael Rocco's 33. Still incredibly deep here. Both guaranteed 365,000. But you know that when it gets to this level of poker, when you start playing 25Ks, when you have millions in earnings, not to sleep on the money impact, Randy, but bracelets and trophies do mean a lot to these guys. It is the measuring stick in which you can separate yourself from your peers. May the best man win. What an absolute treat we've had throughout this final table, Randy. I don't know about you, mate, but I've got a lot of hands that I'm going to be remembering for a long time, I tell you that much.
See that we are going to play for that bracelet in this 25K. Two very well-deserved players in this heads-up match. It's going to be a tough one for both of them. Advantage to Daniel Dvoress with the chip lead. You ready, Henry?
I'm ready, and the fact that we have a 44 big blind effective heads-up match to really wrap this event up. Hopefully it's going to be an absolute treat to watch. You know, heads up, we get to the later stages of these tournaments for a lot of the poker viewers out there that just want to see carnage, they want to see big pots, they want to see collisions. Heads Up is typically not the stage of the tournament where that happens, but for the purists out there, you get to watch two of the best players in the game, in the modern game. Daniel Dvoress, of course, with over 27 million in live earnings. Rocco crossing the 4 million in live earnings mark. You don't get to study Heads Up that often. Now you get your notepads out, you get your pens at the ready, and you take note, because there's going to be a lot to learn here. Gentlemen, shuffle up and deal, viewers around the world, it's been an absolute pleasure to call the action on this one. 25k GGMillions live edition, live from Kings, part of the WSOP Europe. Bracelet and a trophy.
Yeah, Heads Up really is.
It's a different beast.
Purest form of poker, right? You've got nowhere to hide. You've got the widest ranges. Experience is gonna just pay off. You're not trying to outlast anyone anymore, and it's where the most money and that bracelet is on the line.
Thank you.
Heads Up underway as the first hand is being dealt. Michael Rocco versus Daniel Dvoress. Let's go. Firepower.
Well, hand number one, straight off the bat. Double D with a lot of kit. That's going to be interesting to see how he comes out the gates. Does he just hit the ground running? It feels like at this stack depth, Randy, we're expecting a lot of button opens.
Definitely going to expect the 10-6 of clubs to come along as well, especially with the big blind ante in play.
Now we do have a predict the winner over on Twitch. Get involved. Use your channel points. Best of luck.
Monster flop for Daniel Dvoress, flopping the nut flush draw as well. It's an inside straight draw and an overcard. He's actually the favorite against the made hand of a pair of tens for Rocco. There's a card that can really do some carnage. The 6 of hearts.
Don't you dare. What a monster flop. Seen a lot of people bet on Daniel Dvoress. Need to get some more votes for Rocco, because if you win that one, you're getting insane odds.
Nut flush now for Dvoress.
4.1 out there.
It's unfortunate his opponent doesn't have a heart to go along with his pair of tens. He can still try to bet and get kings and tens to continue. Because we're playing heads up, the big blind can have a lot of one pair heart hands that definitely will pay off. At least one more.
Flush complete and turn card, hand number one of heads up.
Puts in a 2.6 million chip bet. Does lay down the pair of tens, gets away nicely.
Yeah, not easy to fold a pair heads up. Michael Rocco's first recorded live cash came back in June of 2010 in a $1,500 7-card stud event at the WSOP. Was his lone cash of that summer, came 23rd for 4,241. Fast forward 13 years and what a career it's been for the American, travelling around the world, mainly on the American scene, but does have quite a few European flags in there as well. Over 4 million in live earnings. Coming out here, battling against some of Europe's finest and really just holding it down for the US crew.
Do have a North American battle over here in Razvodov for this WSOPE. Neither player making a pair. The check through on flop, and the 6 is where it gets interesting, as both players picking up straight draws. Dvoress with an open-ended.
Yeah, he also has a hearth in hand. 1.5 in the middle. These limped pots, feels like this is a ball texture that Dvoress just gets to attack on.
It's a sizable bet, 1.2 into 1.5. Rocco definitely was looking to call a smaller bet, but for this size, he's out.
The first couple of hands going Dvoress's way. He's now extended his lead to a more than 2 to 1 chip lead. Barra saying, I'm half expecting Kabrhel to appear on the rail and shout out for a chip count.
It's a good one. Suited 3-gapper for the button, in there for call.
So the prediction
Check.
is closed.
Rocco with the best of it, mid-pair. Although there is more ace-X's in the button limping range, so he will need to play cautious. No suit blockers for Dvoress. It is 3 high cards. Should have range advantage. Let's check through. Decent chance Rocco bets just to protect, give his hand a little bit of protection against a naked heart. Also has to worry about the king and jack high, so he does come in with 2 pink chips, which equates to 1 million, and wins it. We still got giveaways to do, Henry?
We do. The mods are always great in reminding me. Talking about the prediction as well. Lots of betting on Dvoress. Not many people betting on my man Rocco, who has had quite the performance, given that he was so short three-handed. But when you're coming up against the Ox, Daniel Dvoress, who's had quite the year, I can understand why even the mods were battling in the chat and the predictions, a lot of them voting for Dvoress. Let us know, by the way, over on YouTube, who you're rooting for as well. And for those of you watching over on YouTube, it's worth mentioning that if you want to get involved in this giveaway that we're talking about, head on over to Twitch, because we're going to drop another couple in just a couple of minutes time.
Rocco limp folding Jack 8 offsuit 2 to 3.5x open of Dvoress. It's been mainly Dvoress winning the majority of the pots, Rocco getting about 1.
It's a shot on that trophy. How about that for a backdrop? The production value here, Randy, I mean, we've been talking about that split screen close up with the board. I honestly don't think I've seen that anywhere else. It's world class.
It's my favorite. Like to see the reaction, not miss anything. Of course, the board's important too. I hear you. I see it. Also see Dvoress limping Jack 7. Rocco of 8-4 hearts in the big. A lot of limping going on in this heads-up match.
1.8.
You know what they say. Limping is pimping. As Rocco comes with the ISO to 1.8, 3.5 bigs. Dvoress not even interested in coming along for the ride there.
I think it's 1 pip of a gap too much for the limp call. Or at least be suited.
So hopefully by now, those of you that we were asking on YouTube to head over to Twitch to get involved in the giveaway. At what time do we start Yo Viral's game tomorrow? First one to answer correctly wins a ticket. High stakes, no limit cash game, Yo Viral's game back for 2 days in a row. What time are we going live?
1.8.
Got a couple of guesses in, but no one's got it right so far. People not been listening, Randy. Perry hit saying 2:30. Oh no, that's when I'm going to the dentist. You win a ticket just for the for the joke. Fantastic joke. That's the best dad joke out there. Nobody's got it right.
Great question there, Henry. Really?
Apparently nobody's joining us tomorrow for what is set to be an insane evening of high stakes poker. We've got Elke, we've got Yo Viral, we've got Alexandra Botez joining us tomorrow for the cash game, as well as a bunch of Yo's friends. If there's no one getting it right in the next 10 seconds, there we go, finally. There we go. IJSB getting it done. Starman saying when you wake up probably. That's true. That would be a great time to start the stream. Do you have a hand developing here?
This is a hand that might even limp jam, but he is going to limp call. Probably feels it's a little bit too excessive against the 30 big blind stack. If it was up against 20, probably would limp jam. And both players completely whiffing. Rocco out of position with the betting lead. One overcard to the board, back to hearts.
Check.
Which is so hard to bet because this board does kind of smash that limp calling range of the button. Usually they've got some piece. Queen X is a large part of their range as well. That's a great card for Rocco, picking up the flush draw. If he can put in a decent amount of chips, it will be very tough for Dvoress to make a call.
Check.
Once again though, Rocco gonna check, playing his balanced strategy. I think Dvoress should be pretty happy checking down as played with his ace high. Unless he feels he needs protection against hearts and straight draws, but does check as expected. River card is the queen, so both players playing 2-pair with their high card. I would think that king high does win a decent amount, as well as Dvoress's ace high. But it's actually some kind of block bet incoming for Rocco. The min. 500k into 4.5 milli. I mean, at this point, I guess you just call and scoop the pot for Dvoress. Nice lead.
Dvoress just getting it done so far. Came in with a 20 big blind lead, has now increased that gap to 35. 235,000 euros on the line. That's the difference between first and second. And of course, a bracelet and a trophy as well to go along with the poker world watching. Tom Bedell saying very impressed with Rocco. He is. Tom also saying problem is Dvoress is running too good this period. You could say that. He's also played an absolute blinder of the final table.
Rocco bottom pair. A lot of limp pots in his heads up match and a lot of checking as we go to the turn. Does give Rocco a flush draw to go with his pair. A lot of times both players will be happy to check this one down unless they do improve on the river. Not much protection needed for Rocco. But actually is going to toss some chips in there, and it's interesting because he's gone with an overbet of 2.2 million.
Spicy.
That's very spicy.
It's about as spicy as it gets.
Went limp pre, check through flop, now overbet. He must feel that he's got a massive range advantage and maybe he can get some clubs higher than his to just lay down equity. 5x, 10x, some jack x as well.
So fun to watch Rocco execute at the highest level on the European stage. Not something we typically get the chance to do. He's normally bossing it up stateside.
Got the Brunson for Dvoress. He's happy to continue his limping strategy strategy. Rocco, Queen 9 offsuit. Definitely above average in the big. Something he can actually reaching for raising chips. Rocco's game plan is a lot of like history based, it seems, you know, like what's been going on recently. You don't typically see it from Queen 9 offsuit. But if you can just take down the pot pre, why not? Especially if your opponent is limping so wide on the button, they're gonna have so much trash hands. And rather than playing a guessing game post out of position, win it uncontested. It's quite nice to watch these two play heads up because they do have a difference in style.
They do.
Despite being regulars in the high roller scene.
Yeah, they really do. I think we've seen that contrast in Rocco, especially some of the points that you made earlier on, four-handed, three-handed, with some incredibly well-balanced flop plays. And also the hands that he chooses to ISO with as well, it's pretty fascinating.
Even this open raise with 7-5 offsuit is intriguing because he's opted to go for 1.8 when the big blind is just 500,000. 3.3x roughly.
All in.
Yeah, DD just gets the chip away at Rocco.
Obviously the flip side is when you make it bigger pre, your opponent gets a better price of rejamming on you.
Well, 6 hours into this final table. Massive shout out to everyone that's been here with us since the start. What a real treat of poker content at the highest level. Shout out to the King's Resort production team. Those guys out there just getting it done, delivering this world-class product free of charge, by the way, Randy, and all we ask for in exchange is some engagement in the chat. If you're not one who's inclined to talk with us, that's fine. Just drop us a like or click the subscribe button. Really helps us grow our channel as Dvoress' flop top pair, Rocco, connecting with bottom pair. And this may not seem like much, Randy, but a couple of these limped pots with a bet not going your way, all of a sudden you find yourself in Rocco's shoes, who's now facing a 3-1 chip deficit and perhaps going to lose more money here.
Yes, and if he loses this pot and, you know, loses a couple blinds several times more, he would be in the sub 20, which really changes your approach in heads up. But what a laydown here. Laying down a pair in heads up is very hard to do. He's found a way to stay afloat above 20 blinds.
Imagine if we could get Kabrhel in there as a celebrity dealer. Just every hand is like, how much are you playing? Exactly? This has been so much fun. I know you've enjoyed it. I know the fans have joined it. Enjoyed it. Back tomorrow, 5:30 PM local time. Elke, Yo Viral, Alexandre Botez, all going to be duking it out on the felt, playing some high stakes cash games.
All in.
Dvoress attacking with King X offsuit. You are supposed to raise a lot when the button limps, just because they have so much trash. King X offsuit, it doesn't play that well posts, but you've got blockers to hand that want to continue. you tend to see this a lot more in heads up as of late. Dvoress not looking to give his opponent breathing room in his heads up match. Does have Jack 7 now. Chipping up nicely. Wouldn't really expect him to deviate from limping the button. He's been pretty happy to do so. Rocco's got King Jack. This is a monster hand in the big. If he's looking to raise this one pre, he would need to call it off. Otherwise he might waste his hand.
I see what you mean. He has opted to go for the 1.8 million rather than the jam.
Yeah, I'd be shocked if he was to ever make it 1.8 and just fold to a jam off of this stack size. You tend to choose your hand ranges like based on, okay, am I okay raise folding this? If you aren't, then you tend to limp a bit more, play more passively, and check some hands that seem okay. And most of the hands that you don't want to raise fold pre are like King X's.
I think it's very easy to the untrained eye to come in and observe this heads up match and think that it's all Dvoress. Certainly had the better card distribution, and let's not sleep on what Rocco can bring, because the fact that he reached this heads up in the first place after the 4-bet with the King 8 that didn't go his way could have easily bled chips in that spot with ICM. Rather just fought his way back. Absolute dogfight. 3-handed, 4-handed to get heads up. But it does feel like Dvoress is getting the better of him right now.
And he's flopped the double gutter. Looking for the 5 or the 9. 1 overcard to the board is helpful. A little bit of a mystery for Rocco. Does check. And the 5 makes the straight. And if he's up against another 6, he's got a little bit of a free roll if he can hit a 9. It's very easy to see Rocco continue even with just one pair on this board. Just because we're playing heads up, Dvoress can attack with a lot of like 9X's, hearts, etc. Once again winning the pot.
Must be pretty frustrating. I don't know the exact stats, but I want to say only, what, 3 hands have gone Rocco's way so far this heads up. Would love to see him get a double up, just to kind of show us what he's got in the tank, because we got to see it at the final table, especially the conversations with Martin Kabrhel. I mean, I think Rocco handled Martin perfect for someone that's probably played him for the first time. Tubeless, that is correct. Botez will be playing tomorrow.
There's an all-in, and this ace-8 is gonna likely call it off. Here we go.
Limp on the button from Dvoress with the ace-8. Rocco taking a stand, making some noise out of the big at the wrong time, Randy. And 56% of the time, Daniel Dvoress is going to be taking home his second bracelet, his first in a live bracelet format. His first bracelet coming in. The GG Millionaire Maker for over 1.5 million. Now just 2 cards away from bracelet number 2. An ace would end it.
6.
Rocco's still live. 6 for a chop. 10 or a 9 for the win. We have our champion, Randy. And his name is Daniel Dvoress, overcoming a absolute stacked field and star-studded final table, as well as a hell of an opponent. Heads up in Michael Rocco, who's going to be heading home with 365,000 for his efforts. But Daniel Dvoress, our champion, 600,000 euros, his second bracelet, and what a year it's been for the Ox. Picking up the bracelet as well as the GGMillions trophy. Let's have a word.
How do you feel right now being so close to your first bracelet?
I haven't been sleeping very much. I don't know, grateful, sad at the same time. But yeah, I would have liked to win, of course. Yeah, I just had like a feeling of sadness right there, but really it's a good overall situation. I'm happy to and grateful for the experience, but I would have liked to win. But yeah.
Would you do something differently at this final table if you could?
Always. I mean, you can never do it right. You can never do it perfect, so there's always things you would do differently.
What was going through your head in the hand against Martin when it was a 3-bet with 6 high on the river?
I don't know. It's such a small pot. Like, it doesn't really matter that much. He's just like, I feel like he would raise a bigger bet if he had a strong hand. And honestly, I was kind of hoping that he re-raised me because I just was quite sure he didn't have it. But I just didn't think that he would raise that size with a value hand. Like, if I have an ace there and he has a jack, then he's probably going to want to go quite a lot bigger. If he has, like, he could have an ace and value raise small, but seems like kind of unlikely. But yeah, just went with my feeling about it.
Are you going to fight for another bracelet this series?
Yeah, I'll play the rest of the tournaments that they have here.
Okay, and the last question. What do you think about the European field compared to the American one?
I mean, in a lot of the tournaments I play, like, the European players are there sometimes too, but overall, people are better.
Thank you very much.
I love the humility on display from Michael Rocco. Humble in victory, gracious in defeat. Second place finish will have to do. 365,000 for him. Daniel Dvoress, though, does reign supreme. 600,000 euros in a bracelet. We'll be back tomorrow, 5:30 local time, for Yo Viral's high stakes cash game. From both Randy, Lou, myself in the booth, as well as Ali Najad and James Dempsey, we're going to wish you good night. But for now, throwing it down to none other than GG Poker Ambassador Elke to have a word of our champion.
Hello, this is Elke, live from King's Casino in Rosvada for the WSOP Europe, and I'm here with Daniel Dvoress, is that how I pronounce your last name, which is a new winner of the GGMillion live, so congratulations again, Daniel, amazing result, and how does it feel to be the new champion? Is your second gold bracelet, right?
Yeah, thank you. Second gold bracelet, this one felt a lot better than the online one for sure though.
Yeah, did it feel really different to win in live?
Yeah, just a different tournament, you know, much deeper. I think the average stack size at the final table I won was like 20 big blinds or something. This was a lot more of an experience for sure.
Nice, nice. And what do you think about the field here?
I mean, the field was good. It was fun.
And how do you feel to play with Martin Kabrhel?
I mean, Martin's obviously kind of polarizing. I think we had some funny moments at the table.
Nice, nice. I'm really glad. So congratulations once again, and I hope I see you at the next GGMillion.
You definitely will. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. And you can join us tomorrow at 5 p.m. CET. We will play your Virals game on King's Poker Room. See you tomorrow.